Buzz presents The Troublemaker, written by Piper Rain, performed by Christine Lakin, Willa James, Aaron Mallon, C.J. Bloom, Meg Sylvan, J.F. Harding, Austin Stone, Sean Masters, Teddy Hamilton, and Connor Crace. Chapter 1. Easton. 1 week ago. All in all, I'd say my life is a solid 7 out of 10. I come from a big, loving family. My parents always supported my pipe dream of becoming a professional baseball player. And hey, the dream actually came true. I've been fortunate to stay out of any crazy long slumps, and I've played for the Chicago Colts for the majority of my career. Hold on a second, I have to knock on wood. Sorry, the superstitions of a Major League Baseball player run deep. Lastly, I have amazing friends. Although they've been dropping out of the single life one by one, leaving me to fend off all the ladies myself, don't worry, I'm up for the challenge. Just looking around the back room of the bar we call our second home, Peeper's Alley, is all the evidence I need to say they're on the other side of the fence from me. Soon I'll be living in this condo building above, all by myself, while they go off and fill their 4-bedroom houses. I could sit here with them all night and play pinball with their kids, peekaboo with their babies, and debate stroller ratings with the same intensity we reserve for our fantasy football leagues. Act as if I'm one of them. But what fun is that? I'd rather go out and stay up past my bedtime. I finish my beer and stand. All right. I grab my jacket off the back of the chair. I'm out. Everyone looks at me, then at each other.
Where are you going?
Out. It's 8:30. Foster frowns. I'm aware.
You never leave before 11.
New chapter. I slide my arms into the sleeves of my jacket, then walk over to the door. The whole table is still watching me. They never mind their own business. I can't fault them. I don't either. I stop right before I open the door and hear Ruby talking on the other side.
What the hell? This is a bar, not the safe haven baby box at the fire department.
A few seconds later, she walks in carrying a baby carrier. Now they're just being delivered by the stork? Slow down, guys, I'll never catch up. I laugh and look back at my friends. They all have confused expressions. Eyebrows drawn, downturned smiles, widened eyes. It was a joke. Excuse me, Rubes, I got somewhere to be. I try to slide past her, but she thrusts the carrier at me. Rubes? I peek my head in the carrier. The baby is cute. Dark hair with a slight auburn tint. From the blue clothes, I assume it's a boy, but who really knows? He's cute. I twist my body to get past her and through the door.
This was just delivered for you.
She leaves me no choice but to grab the carrier. Funny, Rubes. Last thing I ordered from Uber Eats was Thai food, not a baby. The sound of chairs scraping across the floor echoes through the room, and suddenly all the women are huddled at my side.
Oh, he is cute.
He has the most adorable little nose.
Callie taps it lightly with her index finger.
And look at his little lips moving as he sleeps.
Penelope runs her finger down his arm. What's going on, Rubes? I look after her, but she's already half out the door.
A guy came in and said there was a delivery for someone here. Your name is on the letter.
Letter?
Callie finds it sandwiched between the baby's arm and the side of the carrier. Sure enough, my name is on the envelope. And so there could be no mistaking that it's meant for me. My jersey number is scribbled right next to my name. My stomach plummets into the bowels of the earth, and my lungs seize.
Holy shit.
I turn and place the baby carrier on the table, and everyone surrounds the little one.
Can I hold it?
Monroe asks.
Not now, sweetie.
What is this, a joke? I look around, hoping someone else is connecting the dots differently than I am.
I don't think it's a joke, Kodiak. I think you're a dad.
Hayes reaches the same conclusion I have.
Hey,
Callie says quickly, grabbing my arm.
breathe.
I try. My ears start ringing. The edges of my vision go fuzzy. I'm vaguely aware of the sound of more chairs skidding along the floor, right before everything goes black.
Chapter 2. Hadley. Some people would argue that I'm never on time. By some people, I mean my family. The ones I'm sure are already snug in their conference room seats right now, wondering if I'll show up at all. Meanwhile, my Uber sits 2 blocks away from them, stalled by a delivery truck that has decided this is the perfect Monday morning to unload an entire restaurant's worth of produce directly into the only available lane of traffic. My phone vibrates. Honor.
Thinking of you. Good luck. Crossing fingers for you.
I smile, wishing she were with me right now. Me. How did you know I needed emergency rainbow power?
You're going to see your mom. I packed extra.
I'll call you after. Let's do dinner or something. I'll come to you.
Rainbow emoji followed with a high voltage emoji.
In the short text exchange, my Uber hasn't moved an inch. I'll just get out here. The driver twists in his seat.
Are you sure, lady? It'll only be a minute.
I'm sure. He can't imagine the way my mother's nostrils are flaring right this second. According to her, I've been running late since the day I was born because I clearly inherited more of my father's genes than hers. I shoulder the door open, then tip and rate him on my phone as I walk like a professional speed walker. Technically, I'm not running, but 2 people step out of my way without being asked. The building is a gray stone high-rise with ornate architecture that screams old money. So very Hargrove. I weave toward it through the morning commuter crowd, saying, "Excuse me," haphazardly, never meeting anyone's eye. A text message from Whit comes through.
How long?
As if I have time to message him back. I'm not sure which family member of mine decided to have my grandma's will reading downtown on a Monday morning. I should reprimand them, just like they're going to reprimand me for my tardiness. Every Hargrove family meeting comes with silent scorecards, and I've been docked marks before the meeting has even started. The revolving door deposits me into a marble lobby that holds that distinctive smell of polished leather, no matter the amount of air freshener they're pumping through the vents. I locate the elevator bank, jab the up button, and look at my phone once more. The elevator arrives, and I'm immediately absorbed into a wall of morning commuters with their briefcases, coffee cups, and someone's aggressively bold cologne choice. I can't see anything except the back of a man's very wide shoulders and the floor numbers crawling upward, one excruciating stop at a time. All my excuses cycle through my head on a loop, loading my ammunition before I walk into that room. The L was running behind. The Uber took the wrong route. The delivery truck that couldn't park without blocking 2 lanes of traffic. Every reason is legitimate, but not one of them will matter to a single person in that conference room. But I wouldn't be the whimsical baby of the family if I weren't late and loaded with excuses. God forbid the family narrative loses its favorite character. My phone buzzes in my hand. Got it, Whit. Almost there. I open my phone to give him a quick thumbs up, but the text message isn't from him. EB.
When are you coming back to town? Let's get a date in the books. We can go out. Or preferably stay in. Winky face emoji.
I stare at Easton Bailey's text for 1 second longer than I should, then pocket my phone. I absolutely do not have time for him right now. Finally, at the 14th floor, I get ready to squeeze my way through the herd of people to fight my way off this metal box, but when the doors open on the 15th floor, 5 other people are getting off. They take their sweet time, so I almost get smashed by the doors before I make it out alive. I scan both directions before I spot the name etched into the frosted glass on my right. Edmund Mills, attorney at law. The font alone is professionally stuffy. Perfectly Hargrove-like. The receptionist pauses mid-typing when I push through the door. Her eyebrows lift at the slightly windswept hair from a woman who has been in transit since before dawn. Okay, slight exaggeration, but I feel as though I've been racing for hours to get here. She points down the hallway.
Conference room is on your right.
She doesn't ask my name. She already knows. Whit has probably been sent out here 3 times just to make sure I'm not sitting in the waiting area for someone to get me. "Thank you," I mumble. I follow the hall to the frosted glass door and stop just outside it. Through the glass, I can make out the shapes of them. My mother's perfect posture, Whit twisting his wedding ring, Sloane tapping her nails against the boardroom table. I press my palm flat against the wall and pull in a slow breath, one that never truly calms me, just reminds me why I never stay home for too long. As I assumed, the minute I step into the conference room, that feels as stuffy as everything else in this office, every head turns in unison. Edmund Mills sits at the head of the table. His hair is more silver than black since the last time I saw him, but he's still draped in a suit that has been dry cleaned to within an inch of its last thread. He holds that particular air of a man who has managed affluent families long enough to deem himself of the same economic stature. My mother is to his left. Margot Hargrove does not look like a woman who just lost her mother. She's composed and immovable. She meets my eyes, and something moves through hers that I have spent 30 years trying to decode.
There she is. Traffic?
Whit says, tipping his head toward the empty chair beside him. "Yeah, and the red line was down and—"
Well, now that you're here, we can get started.
My mom steamrolls my perfectly valid excuses.
One would think you might leave earlier for a 9 a.m. Monday morning meeting.
Sloane delivers her line without looking me in the eye. "I did. I told you, the red line—"
We've wasted enough of Mr. Mills's time.
My mom's hand lifts in a gesture that has been ending arguments our entire lives.
Please, Edmund, let's begin.
Whit presses his knee briefly against mine under the table in solidarity, as if saying, "Relax, let it go. We both know you'll never win." He's right. Sloane and my mother have been a unified front for as long as I can remember. Minnie Margot and the original share the same bone-deep certainty that I am the family liability. Pretty sure that title was officially awarded the day I dyed my hair purple at 13. Mr. Mills straightens in his chair and opens the manila folder on the desk. He peeks up at me.
It's nice to see you again, Hadley. You've grown up into a beautiful woman.
I offer a polite smile.
Now, let's get started.
The familiar tension that my family brings to a room bands tight around my chest, squeezing. My grandmother was the matriarch for the past 2 decades, and whatever she's leaving to us has the power to change our lives. I'm not here for the money or the stocks, the lake house on Lake Michigan, or the penthouse in the Gold Coast. I don't want the jewelry or the museum-worthy art collection. That's not to say what I'm hoping she's left me isn't big. It's her most prized possession, honestly. But at least it's the one thing no one in this room wants. My mind drifts as Mr. Mills goes through my grandmother's estate in careful, methodical order. My mom gets everything for the most part. She leaves anything that was my grandfather's to Whit, which isn't surprising. She leaves Sloane's and Whit's kids a sizable trust fund they can access when they're 25, pending conditions. Her art pieces are left to Sloane, who may look at them and love them, but never, under any circumstances, sell them. Whit gets her lake house, staff included, but if he fires anyone, he forfeits the deed. My mom gets the condo in the city, but she must put it up for a weekend getaway silent auction for 3 weekends out of the year for my grandmother's most beloved charity. All of this should have been my first red flag. Everything has a condition. I shouldn't have expected anything less from May Hargrove. She believed earning things builds character. Edmund Mills sets down one page and picks up another. His eyes find mine across the table, and I straighten in my chair, the low hum of anticipation tightening in my chest. The moment is here.
To my youngest grandchild, Hadley, I've always admired your need to explore and live life without attachments. I suppose you got that from your dad. The need to go out in the world and take it for yourself. but I still remember the little girl who would tuck herself into the corner of the bookshelves and read for hours, then follow me around the store, recounting every single thing she'd discovered. Of course, the story jar is yours.
Warmth floods through me, so sudden and so sharp it almost hurts. Sloane makes a small, dismissive sound under her breath, but she's not going to ruin this moment for me.
With 2 stipulations?
Mr. Mills peeks up, above the rim of his wire-framed glasses at me. Sloane's scoff becomes something closer to a laugh. Whit's hand finds my forearm under the table.
Even though I deeply admire your spirit of adventure, I need you to demonstrate that you are ready to care for the story jar the way it deserves to be cared for.
Mr. Mills glances up once more and offers me an odd smile, so I prepare myself for the stipulations that will come with me inheriting the children's bookstore. Maybe I'll have to show the books to the accountant and have someone mentor me for a period of time. And I love all the employees, so no worries about firing anyone. Whatever stipulation she's putting on me getting the store, I can handle.
First, you need to establish permanent residency in Chicago for a minimum of 1 year.
Done. I nod in agreement. Easy. Sure, it's not my favorite place because of my family, but it's not a hard price to pay. His eyebrows lift slightly.
And you need to be married.
I lean in closer. Sure, I misheard him. The silence that fills the room is absurd, since everyone here prides themselves on never acting shocked by anything. My mother's composure, which has survived decades of Hargrove family drama without one visible crack, fractures just slightly.
She was quite adamant.
Married?
Edmund Mills sets the papers down and leans back in his chair.
I did attempt to advise her that the condition was antiquated and bore little practical relation to Hadley's readiness to manage a bookstore.
Well, thanks, I mutter.
But she didn't budge.
He slides an envelope across the table.
She left you a letter.
No one else got a letter?
Sloane asks. Nobody answers her. I stare at my grandmother's handwriting, the perfect looping cursive she maintained her entire life because she believed penmanship was a form of self-respect. Around me, my mother and Whit and Sloane have descended into murmured conversation. I barely hear any of it. She's completely lost her mind. I love her, but she has completely, spectacularly lost her mind. I look up at the fluorescent lights of Edmund Mills's conference room and take a very slow breath. It's a no-brainer, really. I'll do whatever she wants, as long as that bookstore is mine in the end. But the big question is, where on earth am I going to find a husband?
Chapter 3. Easton.
Wait, let me read the letter again.
Callie swipes it out of my hand while we're headed down the diaper aisle. I'm too busy looking up and down the aisle wondering how on earth I'm supposed to pick which kind of diaper to put on this little guy. I can read a pitcher's release in half a second and time a 95-mile-per-hour fastball, but I can't decide between the best for dryness, the best for skin irritation, and the best protection from a blowout. Fucking hell. Thankfully, we've put Tanner in a stroller that Callie and Foster's daughter, Ellis, already grew out of. Callie clears her throat and reads,
East, this is Tanner. He is your son. I'm not in a position to take care of him the way he deserves, but I know you are. Please take care of him.
Why does she think I'm capable of taking care of a baby? Who the hell is she?
Using East implies you had a close relationship with her.
Layton grabs a package of diapers and tosses them into the cart Foster is pushing. He's mostly smiling and laughing down at Ellis in the cart seat. Of course, our entire friend brigade thought it was their job to join us, because apparently finding a surprise baby on your doorstep is a group activity now. Which I'm thankful for. Otherwise my wallet would be empty, and I'd be begging any mother to help me. My only saving grace is Hayes and Decker got bribed by Monroe and Hazel to go to the toy section, and lately Lincoln shadows Hayes like a second baseman covering a steal. Keep your voice down. I do not need this in the gossip blogs. I take the letter back from Callie and shove it in my pocket. One blurry photo of us, and it'll be headline news before opening day.
You think you're going to be able to keep this out of the press?
Foster glances at Callie, and they share a laugh at my expense.
Which is the reason I'm pushing the stroller, right?
Penelope stares into the stroller as though Tanner were hers. She volunteered, and looks so damn comfortable doing it. I haven't felt this envy since Cade Reston got drafted before me. The fact that we're all here in the big box store, shopping for baby supplies for what is apparently my kid, crashes into me. My chest tightens, pushing all the air from my lungs. I grip the edge of a metal shelf and bend forward, trying to grab a breath.
Hey, relax.
Foster puts his hand on my shoulder. But the blackness is closing in around the edge of my vision. I swear I've always used a condom. Not once did I deviate, so that I can make sure I was never in this position. But somehow, here I am. I listened to every safe sex lecture in health class. I followed the rules as though they were my religion. So how am I here with a kid I don't even know is mine? But most likely is. And his mother just abandoned him. This is so fucked.
Why don't you guys go get the formula and stuff?
The women, the cart, and all the babies disappear down the aisle. I slide to the floor, resting my back along the racks and bringing my knees up to my chest.
I get it. This is another world. A world you never thought you'd be in.
Foster sits next to me. Thank God it's so late, so there aren't a lot of prying eyes on us. The last thing I need is someone filming this and uploading MLB shortstop collapses in diaper aisle. Imagine the rumor mill then. That's the thing. I did want this. But I thought I'd be married, and I would just take her lead. Now it's all on me. He doesn't say anything for a minute, but that's Foster. I'm actually surprised he's the one here giving me advice right now.
Honestly, even women don't know what they're doing the first time around. It's new for them, too. Every day, Callie and I are both navigating this with Ellis. And once we figure out what works, Ellis enters a new stage and we're back to square one again.
I turn to look at him. It's the start of the season. How the hell am I going to manage this? The season hasn't even started yet, and I already feel like I'm behind in the count, playing a game I didn't know I was a part of. I'm not usually a help me fix this kind of guy. I like to solve my own problems, help other people solve theirs. Maybe it's because I come from such a big family that likes to butt their noses into everyone's drama. Or maybe it's the fact I'm the oldest. Foster gives me sympathetic eyes.
I'm not gonna lie, the timing isn't ideal. First, you gotta make sure he's yours.
I tilt my head, because the kid has the same hint of auburn in his hair that my dad and I have. It's not full-on red, but the distinctive tint is there. That little streak of color twisted something in my gut when I saw him. A knowing in my gut tells me he might actually be mine. But Foster has a point. There's a chance that whoever left him isn't completely sure he's mine. What if he's all a stunt to get money or clout?
There's always a chance. He's, probably 6 months old by the look of him, so let's backtrack it.
A hollow laugh escapes me. You're kidding, right? Who were you with 15 months ago? His eyebrows rise. Stupid question, I say. But think before, Callie, how hard that would have been to pin down. 15 months ago means we were in the off-season. I think for a moment, and as embarrassing as it is to say, I'm the most active in the off-season. I get restless. I have too much time on my hands. I'm a single professional athlete. Sue me. It could have been when I went to Cabo for my cousin's bachelor party.
Or there's still the chance he's not yours. You need to get a paternity test.
Oh, brother. Found them.
Decker walks down the aisle, followed by Hayes, sans kids now.
Heard you were having another meltdown.
Hayes sits across from me. Decker joins him and extends his legs.
If you think about it, you're the one who's most qualified. Or at least the most before these two had kids of their own. You're more qualified than me.
Nice of my best friend to boost my ego. We all know he'd be rocking this baby on the doorstep scenario. Well, my heart rate is like a staccato beat. In all honesty, I want to call my mom and fly her down here to help me navigate this. But if I tell her, then she tells my dad. Then one family member after another will be calling. And I don't want to talk about the fact that I got myself into a position I swore I would never be in.
Goldie's right, East. You have all those cousins. Surely you picked up a few things over the years.
Hayes bites his lower lip. Cut the bullshit. Tell me the truth. I don't want my friends to spin this into some magical moment in my life. I wait for them to admit how fucked I am, how my season is going to be trashed, and I'll never be able to focus on the game, which means I'm probably done with my baseball career. This is why I wanted kids and a wife after I was done playing.
You'll handle it,
Foster says from next to me.
You're going to rock the dad thing.
All our kids love you the most.
I wouldn't go that far.
Decker's head rocks back.
Yeah, Ellis loves her daddy the mostest.
Mostest?
I'm talking about uncles.
Hayes shakes his head.
I'm Flora's favorite, obviously.
All three of us laugh.
I think Leighton is her favorite.
Fuck you. She's a daddy's girl.
Hayes crosses his ankles. Decker sits up and looks me in the eye.
East, you got this, man. Sure, it'll be a hard adjustment and there's a lot to figure out. First up, are you the father? But we're all here for you.
Just then, Monroe and Hazel stop at the end of the aisle and sigh, as if they've been searching for us.
What's the matter?
They both run as if they're in a game of tag and need to make me it, then skid to their knees next to me.
They're really making the most of staying up past bedtime.
Decker says to Hayes with a smirk.
They're never going to bed tonight.
Hayes agrees and they both groan.
Do you not love Tanner? He's so cute. The cutest baby.
Hazel's hands fly up in the air as though she can barely contain her excitement. To them, this is exciting, because they don't have late-night feedings and diaper changes to figure out, some type of child care when I'm out on the road, a mother to track down. All they have to do is play peekaboo.
Hey now, he's not cuter than Ellis.
She's a girl.
Who's cuter, Ellis or Flora?
Foster asks her, dead serious. Hayes kicks Foster's foot, but then says,
Remember, Monroe, Flora is your sister.
Where are your moms?
Decker diverts the conversation, knowing it's not headed in a good direction. The two little girls get up, and just then we see the women walking by the end of the aisle with another cart full of things. How much stuff do I need? Isn't there a starter kit somewhere?
Penn, Hazel, and Monroe.
Decker motions to the girls. She waves her hand and the girls actually listen, probably because they don't understand why I'm so upset. I'm the fun uncle, the one who's always joking around and getting them in trouble with some stupid idea of mine. Now I'm going to be responsible for someone full-time, not just a borrowed kid on a random afternoon before I go out for the night. Decker, Hayes, and Foster all stand and look down at me. Hayes offers his hand.
We've all been where you are.
I quirk an eyebrow, and he chuckles.
Okay, not exactly, but faced with our own hard decisions. I mean, Foster knocked up my sister after a one-night stand. Leighton's cousin died and left her 3 kids. Deck?
He pauses, and we all look at Decker.
Well, he couldn't get out of his own damn way.
There was more to it than that.
He holds Foster's gaze for a moment, and none of us says anything.
But you're fucking Easton Kodiak Bailey. You've got this. If he ends up being yours, then you're going to rock daddyhood.
Hayes pats me on the chest. Decker and Foster each squeeze one of my shoulders, flanking either side as Hayes gives me a pep talk, as though we're in Game 7 of the World Series, and the winning run relies on me getting a hit.
You have all of us behind you, believing in you.
Hayes pokes me in the chest.
You were made for this moment, and you're going to prove all the non-believers wrong. You're going to give them a big fuck you. You have to believe in yourself right now. Tell us, do you believe in yourself?
Yeah. I'll go along with his little pep talk. He has a point. I'm Easton Kodiak fucking Bailey.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Hayes cups his ear and bends closer. Decker and Foster lean in too, and we close ranks around each other. Fuck yeah. Hayes faces me with a big smile.
There you go.
He hits me in the chest. We're all hyped up. And for the first time, I do believe that I can do this. I'm practically jumping up and down in place, revved up from my captain hyping me up, when I glance down the aisle to see all the kids and women staring at us with their eyebrows raised. Lake sighs.
I am not with any of you.
She walks away, Lincoln following her.
You about done now, boys? Because I think Tanner is hungry.
Penelope is holding him in her arms. And then all the doubts come crashing down again.
– 4 Hadley. 'Cause 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 Whit wants to meet me at the Story Jar to discuss the business. He's the executor for my grandma, so he's supposed to help me through the transition of ownership. As soon as I enter the small children's bookstore, a quiet sense of nostalgia and coming home settles over me. Suddenly, I'm back to being 7 years old, wandering around, picking up books and reading, instead of helping my grandma restock or reshelve the books. How many stories have I lost myself in under this roof? Somewhere in these aisles is where I first learned that if you open the right book, you can disappear into another world, another life. She still got the giant fake tree in the corner, where she would do story time every Saturday and 2 afternoons during the week. The rug with small circles for people to sit on is there, but more times than not, the kids would be shoulder to shoulder to hear her read a story about a train determined to make it over the mountain, a monster afraid of the dark, or a princess who refused to wait for a prince.
Hadley.
Vera comes out of the back room with an armful of books.
Congratulations. I hear she's yours now.
I soak in the space one more time, unable to believe that it's actually mine. Or almost mine. Well, not yet. It won't be mine until after a year. And even then, I'm not sure I deserve it.
Oh, yes, well, your grandmother could be a little old-fashioned at times.
She laughs and puts the books down, opening her arms as she breaks the distance between us.
But it will be yours. I'm sure of it.
I cling to Vera, almost as though holding my grandma's dearest friend is an extension of her. I should have been there. Tears fill my eyes.
Nonsense. She always bragged about you to all the children, her granddaughter who was living a million stories as she traveled the world.
She pulls back and holds my upper arms, staring into my eyes.
Stop the tears. She'd be mad at you for being upset. She lived a good life, said so 10 times a day, every day.
She hugs me one more time before she steps away as if washing her hands of my guilt. Picking up the stack of the books, she takes them to the window and arranges the display. I'd walk over to help her, but I'd only be in the way. There's a lot I still need to learn around here to really take it over. It looks exactly the same. Vera, I say, seeing how she's been here all these years. She loves this store as much as I do. She must hear something in my voice because she glances up, but shakes her head.
No, I'm much too old. This place needs some youth injected into it.
Guilt hits me deep in my belly. Are you sure?
Positive. But I'm here at your disposal.
She goes back to fixing the display, and I watch her, hoping to learn. Thank you.
Of course, dear.
Whit waves through the window and comes through the door. His messenger bag is slung crossways over his chest, and he's wearing a suit because I'm pretty sure my brother's closet only contains rows of suits. But he also has 3 coffees and a bag of bagels from Hero's Coffee Bar. Look at you, you hero. I snatch the brown bag out of his hand.
I figured we'd start today off on a good note.
He smiles and places the coffees on the counter, next to the vintage National Cash Register that's only there for show.
Vera, how are things?
They share a look I can't decipher, one of those silent exchanges that never means anything good.
Well, Pete finally peed this morning, so that's good news.
Oh, Pete! How is he? I ask. Whit shakes his head slightly behind Vera's back.
He's great,
Vera says, looking ecstatic. Whit cringes.
Still kicking at 21.
Vera smiles and goes behind the counter, writing something on a note. Whoa! Is that a record?
Let's get started, Hadley. I have to get to work.
Whit moves toward the hallway.
No, 38. I think Pete is going to beat it, though.
Vera doesn't glance up. Whit shakes his head again.
Vera will be in the office if you need us.
He takes out a coffee and places it on the counter.
Cream, no sugar, and...
He pulls out a bagel.
Plain bagel with sriracha cream cheese.
You're the best. You're so lucky to have such a sweet brother. Brea had good sense to snatch you up when she did.
Vera wastes no time in unwrapping her bagel and taking a big bite out of it. I smile and grab my bag, eager to figure out my future. Taking the coffees and a bag of bagels, I head to my grandmother's office in the back of the store. Once we're down the hallway, I lower my voice. Pete is still alive? Whit nods.
And we're not going to see Pete's name in the Guinness Book of Records for the longest lifespan of a cat. He's blind in one eye and lost a leg last year when he got out on the fire escape. Plus, he's got some kidney thing going on now. Hence the whole peeing thing. Honestly, I thought Grandma would have outlived him.
I cringe because it's going to kill Vera when Pete passes. The minute I open the door with bold letters reading office and a bumper sticker that says, "If you don't read, we can't be friends," I stop, taking in her space. Grief locks my chest, and a heavy weight presses down on my shoulders. I expect to see her here, glasses sliding down her nose while she reads the first page of every new book that comes into the store. The books she usually reads are stacked on a bookshelf. Props also line the shelves. A princess crown, a glittery fairy wand, a dragon mask, and a floppy wizard hat.
Walk in, Hadley. I'm starving.
Whit says behind me, interrupting the memory I'm desperate to be transported to. I absent-mindedly place the coffees and the bagels on her desk and look at the wall of postcards I've sent her throughout the years. I run my hand down them, a map of everywhere I've gone since graduating college and becoming the Hargrove family misfit.
She loved receiving them. Would always tell me where you were like I didn't know.
Grandma's chair creaks when Whit sits down and takes the lid off his coffee, blowing on it. He leaves the lid on the desk and opens his bagel. I should have come home last month. Had I...
None of us could have guessed.
He hands me my bagel, and I sit on the upholstered chair with a book of fabric patterns strewn across it, opening up the parchment paper.
She was proud of you.
So proud she put a stipulation in her will that I have to get married and stay in Chicago to own the bookstore? I quirk my eyebrow.
It's more about the bookstore than you. She was afraid of this place being swallowed up by one of the big stores or that someone would sell to the highest bidder. I'm not gonna lie, Hadley. I know you want this place, but you might not after you look at the P&L reports.
I drop my bagel. It's the most magical place in this city. He sighs again, leaning back in the chair and sipping his coffee. Whit might tolerate and love me, but my dreams will never be the same as his. He likes stability and routines.
It's a children's bookstore that charges twice the price of the big box stores. I told her to sell it 5 years ago.
Whit! My mouth drops open. When did he turn into such an adult? His hair is a little thinner on top, and his stomach a little more extended. He looks just like I remember our dad looking before he left. Come to think about it, Whit is probably his age. He places his coffee on the desk and pulls a paper out of his messenger bag, handing it to me.
She's been in the red for the past 2 years. Her personal money kept this place afloat.
My gut twists as I stare at all the red on the spreadsheet. When I look up, Whit nods, taking a bite of his bagel. He finishes chewing.
Sorry, I know this place has sentimental memories for you, but it's never going to make money, Had. Maybe you just let it go.
He continues to eat his bagel and sip his coffee while I examine the spreadsheet. Dread seeps in deeper the longer I read through the statements. How can someone like me, who has never owned a business, turn this around? Money was never the reason I wanted the bookstore, but I also don't have the disposable income to keep it afloat out of love. Poor Pete and his kidney medicine are reliant on me being able to pay Vera. She's not the only employee here either. Is Whit right? I don't even have any husband prospects unless I put an ad in the newspaper and promise them, what, a failing bookstore he could own jointly with me? Still. But Whit, it's our family's.
And it's dying. You could sell it. Grandma owns the building, so...
But Vera lives upstairs. We'd be kicking her out, too.
I'm not saying it's easy, but we can't just keep pumping money into something that's essentially a hobby. There's a provision in the will, and Grandma set some money aside to keep this place running for a while. But after that...
But I thought Edmund said if I don't want it, he'll find a reputable buyer for the business. He cocks his eyebrow at me.
We both know that the paperwork will promise that it remains a bookstore for however many years, but there's no way you can lock someone into keeping a business that's failing.
But...
I understand Grandma wanting it to live on, but...
He shakes his head.
It's a sinking ship.
My head is shaking before he finishes his sentence. I can't, Whit. I can't do that to her. I lean back and cross my legs, dropping the paper on the bookshelf, my eyes snagging on The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett, as if my grandmother placed it there for me.
Then you have to find yourself a husband with deep pockets.
Whit crunches his parchment paper in a ball and tosses it into the trash can like a basketball. The chair creaks again as he stands and grabs his coffee.
Just think about it, Hadley. I know you love this place, but staying here in Chicago, is that what you really want? You've never been one...
He shakes his head. I'm not surprised that he's doubting me now. The rest of my family has probably made him defect from Team Hadley after I treated Chicago like a revolving door. I've given him no reason to think I can do this, that I'll stick around. At this point, I'm not sure I even have faith in myself.
I gotta get to work, but give it some time. Think about it. There's no stipulation on the time frame.
Except my year doesn't start until I marry. A fun fact Edmund Mills filled me in on when my family was leaving and he asked me to stay back a second. Which means it's more than a year now, because what kind of man will marry me without knowing me? He turns to face me when he reaches the door.
Unfortunately, yes. I think it was her way of keeping you here.
His eyes zero in on the wall behind me, the one with all the postcards. Then his gaze finds me.
There's only one sensible decision here, Had. Don't feel guilty for making a decision that's good for you.
He walks out and yelps.
Oh, hey, Honor.
Whit,
she says, sliding by him into the office doorway.
I'm glad you're here. Talk some sense into her.
Whit waves and walks away. Honor watches him go and then waves herself.
It's official. I'm into dad bods.
Gross. I hate how you're always crushing on my brother. Honor sits where Whit just was and crosses her legs.
It's like mandatory to have a crush on your best friend's older brother.
I roll my eyes. She always wanted to go to his swim meets and stuff.
Anyway, I see now is not the time to say. With some Rogaine, Whit hasn't changed a bit.
She crosses her legs and looks me up and down.
How is it going?
I blow out a breath and cross my legs, picking up part of my bagel and handing it over to Honor. Whit wants me to give up on the bookstore. He thinks it's failing and I should let it go. Her smile dims, and she puts the bagel on the desk.
And what do you want to do?
I want to keep it.
And that means you have to find someone to marry you?
I nod.
That's completely feasible. Any guy would be lucky to marry you.
I laugh. Sure. Should I just go down to Sapphire with a sign around my neck saying, "Marry me"?
Well, in all truth, you'd have to say, "Marry me and I'll sleep with you." More enticing. They get something from it.
I take a bite of my bagel. The only thing good in my life right now. Whit says it's failing, and I don't think he believes I can bring it back.
I love the man, but let's be honest, he has no va-va-voom.
Va-va-voom?
You know, not a lot of passion. He seems like a guy who would get all hot on doing your taxes.
Honor, you should know that your childhood crush is not an accountant. She shrugs.
Take Whit and his spreadsheets and numbers out of it.
What does Hadley want to do?
I continue to eat my bagel, and she eats my other half, moaning and saying how much she misses Hero's bagels since she's stuck out in the burbs. I think I want it. I dig out my grandma's letter from my bag. She left me a letter, and I haven't been able to read it. Maybe that's my answer. She stares at the letter, giving me a soft smile.
There you go.
She stands.
I need to go catch up with Vera, but I'm just out there if you need me.
She pats my leg and walks to the door. The door shuts, and I push my bagel away, digging my grandma's letter out of my bag. I've waited long enough to find out what she wrote me, hating the thought that they're the last words I'll ever hear from her. I run my finger under the sealed flap and take a deep breath, ready to find out why the woman I've looked up to my entire life is tying me to Chicago, whether I'm ready for it or not. Chapter 5. Hadley. My hands shake, and the letter flutters to my lap. My grandma's loopy cursive handwriting was still impeccable when she wrote this letter. I pick it back up, and tears well in my eyes before I even read the first line.
To my dream-catcher granddaughter. Hadley, my dear, I'm sure you're confused right now, and I don't blame you. You can be mad at me if that's your wish. But remember, I'm gone from this life, so your anger is pointless. I'm with your grandfather now, living my eternity in bliss. I know how much you love the story jar. I do, and I love it as well. It's the reason I've kept it going when I should have closed the doors years ago. Gosh, maybe a decade ago. But I love books and stories that take me to faraway worlds I'll never visit. I love watching a book capture the magic of a child's imagination, and that it happens in these walls. The selfish part of me wants to keep it going. I think about the little kids out there being born into a world where their imaginations are slowly stolen by phones and social media. The fighter in me isn't ready to quit. And let's face it, the second best fighter in the Hargrove family is you. Yes, you're second to me, sweetie. Deal with it. I've always admired your love for travel and adventure, being out there and finding the stories and making them your own. I'm sure you have wonderful memories of your explorations, and I have loved hearing about them in your postcards and emails and little videos you'd send me. I've seen parts of the world through you that I never would have otherwise. I don't regret the fact I rarely ever left Chicago. I love this city. But I do wish I had traveled with you at least once, just to watch you discover something new. Every time you returned and told me a story, I felt every noise, every smell, every detail you described. You're a natural storyteller, Hadley. So you'll have to excuse me for doing one more selfish thing and leaving you a failing business. I know you can revamp this. You have the ability to captivate people. You spark a desire in people, and they can live through you. If you must sell the story jar, I understand. Don't worry, I would never come down and haunt you, I promise. I know the demand I'm placing on you, asking you to establish roots, to find a man, fall in love, and marry him. It's ancient and something we'd read in a book, right? But you know most of those books have a happily ever after, and I want you to find your own. I have no idea how it will go for you, but I wish I could see you fall in love. I've said enough. I know the choice is unbearable. Roots or exploration. It's a tug-of-war many have played for generations. I know your reasons for not wanting to stay in Chicago, but it's a big city, and there's a lot waiting for you to fall in love with. I love you, Hadley, my dear sweet grandchild. Some of my fondest memories were the ones of you tucked into a corner, nose in a book, while I watched your expressions morph as your eyes scanned the pages. I think this life was meant for you, but what do I know? I'm just an old woman with bad knees and arthritic fingers. I lived a great life here, and if you give it a chance, I think you will too. You're my last hope, Hadley. Save the story jar for the little girls like you, who might never have found their love of adventure and the books that spurred your imagination. Love, Grandma. P.S. You've spent your life chasing adventures across the world. Don't forget sometimes the greatest one finds you right at home.
I fold up the letter and slide it back in the envelope before stuffing it back in my bag. I press the crease flat as if I can keep her words from escaping. A knock lands on the door, and Vera peeks her head in.
Hey, you, while you're here, do you mind watching the store? I just want to go check that Pete ate his breakfast.
Sure, Vera, no problem. I get up off the chair, leaving my favorite bagel in all of Chicago on the desk and picking up my coffee. As I step out in the hallway, the front door chime rings. I slap on a smile and let myself be seen. Then I see who it is and remember that I never texted Easton back. I could use him to get my mind away from all this shit right now. Hi, I say to the two women. One strawberry blonde, the other brunette. With them are two little girls and two strollers.
Hi.
It's weird knowing who someone is when they have no idea who you are, especially when you've slept with their husband's teammates multiple times. So even though he's told me about them and filled me in on gossip every now and then, Leighton and Callie have no clue that I'm Easton's fuck-around friend. Honor's head is buried in her phone, probably laughing inside that I'm in this awkward situation. I try to get her to look my way, but she doesn't even spare me a glance. Anything I can help you with? The two little girls, who are maybe 8 or so, run over to the tree, sitting under it and grabbing the books available to read.
Oh, is there not a story time today?
I look at the sign on the board and almost tear up. My grandmother's handwriting says that story time starts in 10 minutes. Yeah, she'll be right back. Both women smile and get situated at the back of the room. I glance toward the door where Vera disappeared. Another group of moms comes in, and strollers are being put on the side of the register as kids are filling the mat. Okay, Vera, you can get back any time now. I keep checking the clock that hangs over the tree with the line, "There's always time to get lost in a story." Some of the moms glance at me as the kids get restless. The carpet isn't nearly as full as it was back in the day, probably only half filled, but it's enough that if I cancel, it's a bad look. I'll be right back. I raise my finger and head to the back. Honor follows me down the hall.
Want me to go upstairs and get her?
No. Vera rushes in, holding Pete. And Whit wasn't kidding. I feel bad for the little guy. He looks as though he's one breath away from joining Grandma.
I have to take him to the vet. Definitely,
Honor says, and I throw her a look.
He threw up his meds. Can you cover for me?
She looks down the hall.
Oh, story time. Sorry. Felix will be here in an hour and he can take over.
I tell her to go, of course, and I'll figure it out. She leaves and the door shuts with a bang that jolts me out of my stupor. I'm actually in charge. When is the last time I was in charge of entertaining anyone, much less a room filled with kids?
Hey.
Honor stands in front of me, putting her hands on my shoulders like I'm about to get in the ring with the heavyweight champion.
You got this. This is why you want the place, right? Go out there and kick ass.
I nod, and she laughs.
I'll stay behind the counter, okay? You get nervous, just look at me.
I nod again, and she laughs, circling me around to head back down the hall toward all the kids and parents. Most of the moms are watching me. I nod and realize this is all on me. I rush into my grandma's office, swipe a book off the shelf, and head down the hall, a knot in my throat the entire time. Then I sit in my grandma's rocking chair under the tree and try to ignore all the eyes on me. Good morning, everyone. I clear the hoarseness in my throat, my eyes finding Honor. She gives me 2 thumbs up. Please give me a little grace. This is my first time doing story time. There's been a cat emergency.
Cat emergency? What kind of cat emergency?
Monroe, it's not our business,
Leighton says from the back. Well, Pete is 21 years old. He lives in the apartment above us, and he needed to go to the pet doctor to make sure he's okay.
He's old.
Monroe's eyes widen. He is. I smile at Leighton, who has the look of a mom who is embarrassed by her child. And Vera really loves him. Monroe scoots closer to me.
She's not as good as May.
Leighton's cheeks are completely red, and next to her, Callie is laughing. Well, she tried her best, right? Monroe nods, and next to her, Hazel agrees with a nod of her own. Let's see how I do. I cringe and show the book to everyone. The pages creak as if the book hasn't been opened in a really, really long time. This is one of my favorites, and I really hope it will become one of yours, too. I start to read The Little Engine That Could, and all the kids quiet down, as if they're used to being here and know my grandma's rules, that you will be excused if you ruin the enjoyment for anyone else. After the first 2 pages, I get more comfortable, crossing my legs and making the voices as different as I can. How can I fall into a book all over again, one that I've read so many times and relived in my head over and over again? But as I finish the last page, a tear slips free and runs down my cheek. I forgot how easily books give me the warm fuzzies. As I look at the small gathering of kids, who seem just as exhausted from the story and not quite ready to run off yet, I realize I have to keep this place going. For the little ones, and the ones who will come after them. But to do that, I'm gonna need a husband. Only one person comes to mind. Easton Bailey. The problem is, he's about as pro-marriage as I am, so I'll have to give him a reason to say yes. Lucky for me, trading favors isn't exactly unfamiliar territory for us. The kids leave, and Honor helps me check out a few of the customers. After that rush, it's back to being dead again. Honor slides up to the counter and glances at her watch.
I have to go in 5 to cover for the nurse.
Oh, I feel horrible. How is Grandma doing? Honor waves her hand.
Same as last time. I'd rather hear from you. So, what did May's letter say?
I lean against the wall. She gave a convincing argument, which I assumed.
Top that with you crying after reading the book.
I wasn't crying.
You were crying.
I shake my head. Her phone vibrates, and she takes it out of her purse, her 2 thumbs running over the screen.
Grandma's friends' text thread should be made into a book. One of them just commented on their own garden picture, not realizing she posted that yesterday, and it's her garden.
She shakes her head. How are you on it?
Because my grandma can't keep up with it, and she doesn't want to either. I'm her Cliff's Notes.
I nod and give her a sad smile that I'm sure doesn't help her.
So back to you.
She's always so quick to not talk about her grandma, which I get. It takes up her entire life. I think I figured it out. Felix walks by the window, and Honor follows my line of sight.
You gonna clue me in?
I'm going to ask Easton Bailey to marry me. She doesn't say anything, but her widened eyes and hanging jaw suggest she's shocked. Why? You think that's a bad idea? I ask.
No, I just didn't see that coming. I thought you just hooked up with him. I wonder if you should pick someone you could have more of a future with.
I can see her point, but there's no one else for me to ask on this short of notice. The door chime rings, and Felix walks in, pointing to Honor.
That's not a chair.
Honor slides down and grabs my hand before I can get away.
Had?
I see it on her face. The one that says this is a very, very bad idea. Relax. I got this. Felix returns from the back, complaining about a book that didn't come in and how we're going to disappoint the people who pre-ordered. Honor leaves with a call me signal to her ear with more urgent flair, but I'll be honest, I probably won't. She'll just try to talk me out of it.
Chapter 6. Easton. Tanner is playing on his activity mat, and I'm sitting next to him, with my legs extended, staring at the calendar on my phone. Away, home, away. 7 days gone, 5 days here, 9 days gone, 3 days here. The schedule used to get me excited, used to get my blood pumping to play again. And all I can think about is how the hell am I ever going to make this work if he's mine and his mother never comes back? I stare at him. I can't fight the smile on my face when I see a little bubble form out of his mouth. We've gotten into a routine, although it's taken a lot of help from my friends showing me what to do. Thankfully, I did babysit a lot of my cousins throughout the years, so I know my way around a baby at least a little. Not as well as I know my way around a baseball field, but he's fed, changed, and looks happy staring at himself in that little mirror hanging above him. Another sign that he really is mine, which only makes waiting on the paternity test results worse. Every day I examine his features and his mannerisms, which is a tad crazy since he's like 6 months old. Any day now I should receive the results that will determine if he really is mine, or whether whoever left him for me was lying and has an ulterior motive. My phone dings with a text from my mom, and I half expect it to be her telling me she's outside the security gate of the building. But instead it's a picture of Tanner I sent her alongside one of my baby pictures. Mom.
Not sure you need that paternity test.
She's right. We look like twins, and it's more than just the hair color. It's the nose and the mouth and the deeper set of his eyes. Did he get anything from his mother? Hell if I know. I didn't even know her name. Me. I'll let you know when the results come in.
Dad said we could come down.
Do I want my mom to come to Chicago? Fuck yeah. I want her to hug me and give me those encouraging lectures about how strong I am. The ones I pretended not to need when I was in high school and in a slump, or when colleges weren't giving me the looks my sophomore year, or the time I lost out on the girl. Right now I feel like I need her here in order to believe in myself. But I also want to prove to her and my dad that I can handle this. Fuck, I'm 33 years old. I should be able to manage my own shit. In all honesty, I'm surprised they didn't rush down here when I finally called them last night to let them in on what was going on before something got leaked, and they were the last to know they might have another grandchild. Me. I'm good. He might not even be mine. As I type the words, I grow nauseated. What will happen to this little guy if he's not mine? Where will he go? Geez, I did the at-home paternity test so that we don't have to involve too many people. But I never thought about what happens to Tanner if I'm not his dad. Someone else will come and take him. But who? And where will he end up?
Send me a video.
Of him or your favorite?
Him. I love you, East, but I can Google you to see your smiling face.
Nice.
Video of my grandchild, please.
Another text comes in, but from my dad this time.
Send your mom a video or she's showing up on your doorstep.
I sigh and take a video of Tanner. As if he knows I'm videotaping him, he flails his arms and kicks his legs as he smiles, and that bubble gets bigger. I click send to both my parents on the same thread, not wanting to field separate texts. I place my hand on Tanner's stomach. You like to show off, huh? His hazel eyes meet mine. Don't ever let anyone tell you that's a bad thing. My phone dings, and I'm sure it's my mom asking for more now that I sent her one. I should really just prepare the second bedroom for her visit. I pick up Tanner since it's time for him to eat, and I put him in the high chair that took me an hour to put together. Eventually, I had to ask Callie to come down and help me. Talk about stripping me of my man card. I'm never living that down. He gets all excited like he does every time I put him in the chair. The kid loves to eat. Me too, buddy. I make his oatmeal and grab a baby food jar. I sit down, and he's flailing his arms and legs just like on the mat, making sounds as though he couldn't be more excited. It's coming. I spoon some oatmeal and put it in front of him, but his hand flings, and the spoonful splashes across the room. Okay, let's try this again. I spoon more food, and lightly keep his hand down. He accepts the food, but then his bottom lip trembles, and his eyes water. No, buddy. I attempt to stop any tears, but that's another thing I never realized. How much babies cry. I'm not built to hear anyone cry, least of all a baby who might be, well, most likely is my son. Somehow I manage to get him as fed as I can, but he'll need a bottle. A text comes in on the team thread about practice tomorrow and going out after. I have no babysitting set up, or even know who to ask besides my teammates' wives or girlfriends, and they have their own babies to care for. Tanner has gone from extremely happy to sour after eating. I rock him, I walk him, I toss him in the air. None of my tricks work, and I'm slowly going insane trapped in this apartment with an unhappy baby. I've tried to be the good adult, staying in my condo all day, letting my friends spend their time together before the season starts. But Daddy needs a little break. I pack him up and grab the diaper bag, then head down a level to Decker's place. After I knock, Decker opens the door, looking more annoyed than happy to see me. I cannot do this. I walk into their condo. Decker nods.
Yes, you can.
I stop in the living room and put Tanner down in his carrier. He won't stop making that sound.
What sound?
Penelope asks, joining us from the kitchen. I mimic his soft whimpering noise when I can't calm him. Hazel jumps off the couch and crouches next to the carrier, taking Tanner's hand in hers.
I can hold him?
You're 7, I say. Hazel looks offended.
I held Ellis when I was 6.
I look at Decker, and he shrugs. I look at Penelope, and she shrugs. Might as well give it a shot. What do I have to lose right now?
Hazel, sit in the corner of the couch.
Penelope nods in the direction of the living area. She scrambles up while I undo the buckles and lift Tanner. 5 minutes later, Hazel is on the couch with the baby in her arms. Sparkles, their dog, sits up and observes like she wants to get closer, but Decker keeps reminding her she can't. I grew up around dogs, and Sparkles looks like he licks more than bites, but we can't take any chances because I might have to return Tanner, and he should leave in the same condition he showed up in. That's all. Tanner stares at Hazel, legs kicking, but doesn't make a sound. Even she's better at this than me. I frown. Penelope slides in closer and puts her arm around the back of the couch.
She's good at everything.
She smiles at her daughter the way I've caught myself smiling at Tanner a few times. I watch Hazel murmur to Tanner, telling him about her and Monroe's phone conversation, and watch how intently Tanner listens to her. Maybe everyone has the magic touch but me. Decker hands me a water, and I take it without looking away from Hazel, Tanner, and Sparkles standing guard. Then the aroma hits me, and I meet Penelope's gaze. Garlic butter chicken?
Do you want to stay?
She looks at Decker behind me. I've been surviving off Chinese takeout for 5 days. It's not even a question. Penelope gives Tanner a little kiss on the forehead, but as she's about to get up, Hazel says,
I'm done now.
Whoa. Red alarms go off in my head. I'll pay you $50 to sit there for 10 more minutes. I put my hands in the air as if I could stop her.
Nope, I'm done.
Hazel starts to get up, so Penelope quickly intercepts and holds Tanner. Hazel slides off the couch. I would have gotten you a stuffed animal from every city this year, I try.
That's last year's thing. Monroe and I are doing something different.
Penelope and Decker share a look of exhaustion.
Which is?
We're not telling anyone yet.
She walks toward her room.
Duchess wants to join us for dinner. Garlic butter chicken is her favorite, too.
Penelope cradles Tanner in her arms, rocking side to side like a complete natural. Guys, I suck at this parenting thing. I sit on the ottoman.
Give it some time. Did you get the results of the paternity test?
Hopefully tomorrow. But I sent a picture to my mom, and she sent me a baby picture back. I pull on my phone and hold it up next to Tanner. I see Penelope's expression. This little guy is mine. I expect an unplanned visit from her. It's all I could do to talk her out of taking the red eye here last night.
Maybe that would be a good thing.
You don't know my family. They'll probably take him to Alaska during the season. This is a me thing, and I want to handle it.
Understandable.
We eat dinner. Or rather, we and some princess stuffed animals of Hazel's eat, while Penelope feeds Tanner a bottle and burps him. Motherhood looks good on you, I say, jealousy stacking inside me at how easy she makes it look. Penelope and Decker share a look.
He's right.
At least if Tanner is mine, he's going to have a playmate soon, because there's going to be another Davis baby in this condo building soon. I just know it.
I wouldn't mind one or two more.
She and Decker are still staring at one another, as if they're both envisioning their future and a house full of kids. That's something I might never have. Instead, I got a kid I didn't plan for, and a new life I'm still trying to figure out. Penelope's eyes cut to me.
I'm not your nanny, if that's what you're thinking.
Come on, I pay really well. I lift my eyebrows, hoping my flirtation will change her mind.
$50 isn't going to cut it.
A knock sounds at the door, and we all turn toward it.
Foster or Callie?
Decker gets up from the table and opens the door. When I see who's in the doorway, all my anxiety dissipates. Of course it's her. She's here to take him back and answer all my questions. Co-parenting will be a much better situation. Our gazes collide.
Oh, good. You're here.
Her shoulders lower a bit. Tanner, Mommy's here. I stand from the table ready for my life to go back to normal. Or at least closer to normal. I can't believe I didn't think of it. Of course Tanner is hers.
Chapter 7. Hadley. If I thought using the code to the dugout security gate when Easton wasn't expecting me was on the cusp of insanity, knocking on his teammate's door to try to find him is so much worse. But I'm desperate, and he's not answering his phone. I do want to pat myself on the back when I find Easton in Decker's condo, though. Just the sight of him and the anxiety in my bones loosens a bit. Because he's my only shot at fixing this. He's exactly what I need to move this all forward.
Tanner, Mommy's here.
Easton stands from the table. What? I ask, wishing my voice didn't sound so abrupt, but I feel as if a bomb is about to explode. And I'm the one in charge of getting someone to cut either the blue or the red wire.
The baby.
Easton nods toward the baby in Penelope's arms. Before I can ask what he's talking about, Hazel walks over to Decker and slips her hand into his, staring at me just like she did at the bookstore while I read to her.
Miss Hadley, are you Tanner's mommy?
My gaze drops to Hazel, then shifts to Penelope. She's probably ready to dial 911. Not only have I sort of broken into their building, but her daughter knows who I am. I want to raise my hands and swear I didn't offer your daughter candy to get into my white van, even though right now I probably look unhinged. A cute golden retriever trots over, and my hand falls to pet their soft fur, using the dog as my emotional support system with the hopes that it grounds me. I comfort myself a little longer with the dog, but quickly realize all eyes are still on me, wondering if that little boy belongs to me. That baby isn't mine. I look right at Easton. But I need to talk to you.
Are you sure? It's okay, you know.
Easton scans the room, realizing I know who everyone is, and, well, they don't know me.
Oh, you know Decker. And this is his wife, Penelope, their daughter Hazel, and their dog, Sparkles.
I noticed the table filled with dishes, which means I interrupted them eating. Perfect timing, Hadley. As always. Hi, sorry, can I steal Easton for a minute? Easton goes to Penelope, holding his hands out as if he's going to take the baby, but Penelope waves him off.
Go. We've got him.
She studies me. I shift in place, wondering what she must be thinking.
I won't be long.
I walk out the door with a gracious smile I hope lets her know I am a sane person and that this just isn't my best moment. Easton follows, shutting the door behind him. We fall in a line on the stairs, making our way to his condo on the next floor up. Sorry, I used the code. My cheeks heat because the agreement we had when he gave it to me was to only use it when he was expecting me. I tried to call you a few times. He punches the code into the keypad of his condo. I'm sure he'll be changing it the minute I leave. I've always known the score with Easton, and if he agrees to what I'm going to ask, it would be a miracle. But I have to try. I won't be surprised if he says no and boots me from his life completely after this.
It's fine. And sorry.
He pats his pocket.
Maybe my phone died. I think I just left it down at Decker's.
We walk into his condo, and the space looks completely different than the last time I was here. This is not the Easton Bailey condo I remember. There are baby items everywhere. A high chair sits in the middle of the room with a bowl and spoon, still crusted with whatever was last eaten from it on the tray. The sink is stacked with bottles, and a changing table has taken over his family room, surrounded by an activity mat and a bouncy chair. The familiar bachelor pad has morphed into something else entirely. So, the baby, he's yours? He circles his neck, and I hear it crack a few times.
Still up for debates.
He must notice my eyebrows crinkle because he continues.
It wasn't you, huh? I hoped...
Easton, we were together 2 months ago. I think you would have known my body had changed. I continued to scan the space, trying to match the man I know to the one living in this version of his life.
Tanner's like 6 months old. He could have snapped right back.
I tilt my head. I've never had a baby, but I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. I don't think you just snap right back. But it's nice to know you're forgetting all the times we were together over the last 15 months. I guess I'm not that memorable. He sits in the chair, tossing a baby rattle onto the floor.
You're the most logical choice. I've slept with you the most.
I laugh, my forehead creasing. I hate to break it to you, but you are aware that it only takes one time to get pregnant? He gives me his don't give me shit look.
I am aware, yes, I remember health class. It's just that the probabilities were in your favor. I've been with you the most, so you had the highest chance of being his mother.
Not wanting to get into a back and forth with him, I decide to end the focus of this conversation. Well, he's not mine. I've never been pregnant. Besides, you're religious about condoms. My ego still hasn't recovered from Lollapalooza. He blows out a breath.
Are you ever going to let that go?
I grab a beer from the fridge, twist the cap off, and take a long sip, tipping the bottle toward him. Probably not.
Don't worry, I didn't want one or anything.
You have a baby to care for. I pick up the burp towel between my pinky and thumb and toss it on the coffee table. Responsible adult and all that. I sit on the couch, acting cool and calm when really my heart is racing and all I can think about is what he'll say when I ask him to marry me. You look like shit, by the way.
Remind me to invite you over more often, Hadley. Oh, that's right. I didn't invite you.
He rests his head back and, yeah, he looks wrecked. Sorry, I meant to say you actually look like you're rocking this dad thing. He narrows his eyes, and I give him a saccharine smile.
Remind me why you're here again?
Easton arches a brow. Right. I'm not here to talk about how exhausted he looks. I'm here to get what I need. But I'm not sure I'm ready yet, so I stall. First, tell me about the baby. I need time to figure out how to sell this to him, which I should have done before coming here, but I tend to act on impulse.
A week ago, he was left with Ruby downstairs with a note that said, "I'm the daddy."
I laugh, but when he doesn't, I cover my mouth. Sorry, it's just, that actually happens?
Apparently.
His gaze sweeps the condo and all the baby items.
Look around, Hadley. Gone are the days of fucking against walls. This is my life now.
If there was a letter, why did you think I was the mom?
There's no name on it. She clearly doesn't want me to find her.
He hands me the paper. It's been read so many times it's practically worn thin, like a preteen's first love letter from her crush.
The paternity test should come back in a day or two.
I read the letter, and yeah, not much to go on in regard to who the mom is. Shit. Easton. I'm sorry. Looks like we're both screwed right now. Except I'm the one with a deadline.
I should have fucked you at Lollapalooza since apparently condoms aren't a failsafe anyway.
Well, technically, only abstinence is. He gives me his cut this shit look again. I need to dial back the banter if I want this to work. I put up my hands. Okay, no more making fun of each other.
Playing nice. You must need something big.
No hiding under humor, Hadley. Suck it up and ask the man. I sip my beer, continuing to stall. Who said I wanted something?
Well, since my dick is still tucked into my shorts, I'm certain you're not here for what usually brings you here. So give it to me.
Do you want your dick out of your shorts?
My head is all over the place. Sadly, I'm not even sure I could get it up.
Trying might be fun.
Hadley.
Distraction with sex isn't going to work today. Sorry.
You keep saying that, but you've yet to tell me why you're here, fully dressed.
He has a point. I'm not usually dressed for very long when I'm in this condo. Okay. My grandma died.
May?
I tilt my head. How does he know my grandma?
You had me meet you at her bookstore.
The story jar. I nod, my voice cracking. Yeah. She passed away.
I'm sorry. Can I do anything?
No. Well, actually, yeah. That's why I'm here. No more stalling. No more banter and sexual innuendos. Here it is. Funny that a baby was left on your doorstep, because something happened to me that sounds just as insane, I say.
Really? Like what?
My grandma left me the bookstore.
That's awesome. So you're staying in Chicago?
Yes. Well, hopefully. But that all rests in Easton's hands at this point. That's the thing. She put stipulations on it.
Like what? You have to get married?
Yeah. His mouth slowly falls open. Apparently, she thinks that's part of me putting down roots. I have to live here and be married for a year before the bookstore is legally put in my name. He laughs again, but sobers when he sees that I'm not. No, this isn't an April Fool's Day joke.
That's like something from the 1800s.
I'm aware, and the clock doesn't start until I say I do. He practically crawls off the chair toward the fridge, where he grabs a beer and twists the cap off before downing half of it. You have a baby to look after.
One beer isn't going to put his life at risk.
He sets it on the counter and walks over to me. So you won't do it? He cringes.
Hadley, you know I can't.
Why? Tears prick my eyes, but I will them away.
I could find you someone. How about one of the dicks?
My shoulders slump. Easton, I'm not looking for a real marriage.
I get that, but I'm not husband material.
You're not going to be a real husband. This is an I scratch your back, you scratch mine situation. Just paperwork without the feelings. I put up my hands and swivel my body to face him better. You can still do whatever you want. Just don't get caught.
I'm not a cheater, Hadley.
The line on his forehead from his narrowed eyes, as if I've somehow offended him, throws me for a moment. You wouldn't be cheating. Our marriage would be just signatures on a piece of paper. He runs a hand through his hair.
I can't. Marriage means something to me.
Of course it does. How many times have I heard about his big family in Alaska, and his parents and aunts and uncles and their real-life love stories? I can't give up now, though. I have to convince him somehow. Come on, I'll do something for you. You name it, and it's yours. I'll be at your beck and call. Easton, if I don't get this bookstore, I lose her. All of her and her legacy. Say yes. Just say yes. His eyes lock on mine, and I see understanding there, kindness. If he says no, I have nothing. A slow smile pulls at his lips, and I want to jump into his arms because I think he's going to agree to this crazy act. But suddenly, his face twists and his smile shifts to a conniving one. He looks as though he has something for me to give him, and he'll be getting the better end of the arrangement. Maybe having Easton trying to pair me up with one of the dicks is the smarter play, because this suddenly feels like I'm about to lose.
Chapter 8. Easton, what are you doing tomorrow? I can't believe I'm actually entertaining this idea, but I'm clearly as desperate as she is. In less than 24 hours, I need to report to the clubhouse for practice. The start of my season is only days away, and as of right now, I have a 6-month-old son who needs cared for.
I'm supposed to meet my brother and go over financials for the bookstore.
Well, I need a babysitter. She finishes her beer and sets the bottle down, her gorgeous smile spreading the more she thinks about my offer.
You'll marry me for a year, and all I have to do is babysit your kid for a day?
She's excited because she's missing the big picture. I hate disappointing anyone, most of all Hadley. We have a lot of fun together, and I genuinely like her. And it's not just the physical aspect between us. She could be my best friend, although I will say she does have an amazing ass. A hollow laugh escapes me. No, but it's a start.
Okay, but fair warning, I know nothing about kids.
You're an aunt.
And you're an uncle. It doesn't appear to me that you're exactly killing it here.
She sweeps her gaze over the room, her eyes landing on me as she lifts her eyebrows. I live second by second, and clearly haven't figured out how to clean as I go. He's alive, isn't he?
Well, if all I have to do is keep him alive, where do I sign?
I sit on the arm of my couch, my feet on the cushions, an angle toward her. If he turns out to be mine, I need help. There's absolutely no way I can do this on my own.
How much was that new contract for? I think you can afford a whole household of nannies.
She sinks deeper into the couch and crosses her legs. She's comfortable here already. Might as well just toss in a baby, right? I could, but there's a lot that comes with that. And I know you. I trust you. She presses her hand over her heart.
That's sweet. But honestly, I wasn't in the babysitter club as a kid. Never did Red Cross safety, and I'm not even sure I could put on a diaper.
I flick my hand toward the changing table. I can show you how. She tips her head, looking unconvinced.
Easton, we're talking about a real-life human here?
And you're talking about a real-life marriage.
It's not the same.
She shakes her head. Marriage is important to me.
But it's not a real marriage. We marry, but we don't have to live together or anything. And then, after a year, bam, it's not working. Irreconcilable differences, or whatever they call it. Then your next marriage can be real.
Just that simple. I lift an eyebrow. She smiles and nods as though she's already decided this is the perfect plan. And when the press finds out, what? We say we'll want to live separately as some case study? And then my family finds out? My big, over-involved family comes and wants to meet you, wonders why I stripped them of their chance to see me get married. And just so you know, there is no me having sex with anyone else while we're married. I won't let my mother think her son is a cheater. Hadley studies me for a beat.
You know, you always surprise me.
How's that?
You don't take relationships seriously. Always say you don't want one. You have sex with a lot of women with no desire to settle down, but then you have morals like that.
Are you adding to this fact I didn't fuck you in an underground parking garage after Lollapalooza because I didn't want your back to get all scratched up from the concrete?
You didn't not fuck me because you were worried about my back. You didn't fuck me because we didn't have a condom, and you were worried that I'd be showing up on your doorstep with one of those.
She points down toward Decker's condo where Tanner is. It's a reminder that I need to get back down there and take him off Penelope and Decker's hands. This is their last night before the season starts, and they deserve to have family time. I cross over to the window and brace my hands on the sill, looking onto the Chicago streets. They're practically empty because not much is going on right now. But next week, when we start playing again, they'll be filled with Colts fans coming and going, celebrating with us and commiserating when we lose. Once again, I'm back in the hot seat. How well will I perform? For the first time in my career, I have doubts. What if I can't focus because I'm worried about the person I left Tanner with, or some nanny quits on me because his schedule is too grueling? Then I screw up on the field because I'm worrying about him and I get traded, taking him away from the found family I have here. Maybe I should ship him up to Alaska for my family to care for during the season. It's probably the best option for him. But then what? In the fall when I pick him up, he won't know me, won't want to come to me, won't want me, period. If he's mine, he's mine. And I need to make my schedule work for both of us.
You look like you're doing a lot of thinking there.
Hadley says, cutting through my mental spiral. I push off from the window and turn, resting my shoulder on the wall, folding my arms across my chest. You understand what you're signing up for if we get married? Hadley nods.
I do.
She sounds so certain. But I have my doubts. She doesn't truly know my world. Sure, we've gone into VIPs together, and she sees a little of the world I live in. But mostly we're meeting up in hotels or my condo just to hook up. Her publicly being my wife will be very different. The Diamond Girls and the media and the shit that no one thinks about, I've seen my closest teammates' girls deal with it, but they endured it because they loved their guys. It would be different for us. And I'm not sure...
I understand.
That means you move in here. Her head rears back.
I appreciate the offer, but I'm good.
It's not a choice. You want me to marry you, you move in here. You're my wife. I would never allow my wife to not live with me. End of story.
They don't know that.
She flicks her hand toward the world outside. I don't care. And yeah, if Tanner is mine, I need a nanny I can trust. She blows out a breath, her head dropping back to the cushion and her gaze fixing on the ceiling.
If I agree, is that a deal then?
Yes. I tighten my arms across my chest, trying to keep myself as centered as I can. Still surprised I'm even entertaining this arrangement.
So, you marry me, and stay married for a year, as long as I move in here and watch your kid?
I dip my chin.
And if the paternity test comes back and you aren't the father, what happens then?
The paternity test is a formality at this point. Sure, my mind likes to do the what-if scenarios, but I know that Tanner is mine. I'm almost certain. I'll still help you.
Why?
She asks as though it's such a foreign concept for her. I'm a nice guy. I can't stop the cocky smirk on my face. You know that.
You always did make sure that I got mine before you got yours.
What's with using the past tense? She lets out a short laugh under her breath.
If we agree to this arrangement, sex might have to be off the table.
I cross the room in 2 strides and sit on the couch by her. Why? We've always been good at keeping feelings out of it. I don't see that changing. And if we're going to be married, I should make you a happy wife and fuck you. She shakes her head, a laugh bubbling out of her.
Jeez, you really are the cockiest guy I've ever known.
Why? I shift closer, crowding her space just enough. She doesn't push me away. Because you know how good we fuck? We'll have to find a way to keep it down now with the baby, but it's doable. I should pull away from her, but I can't stop myself. I nuzzle my head into her neck, placing soft kisses on her skin. Fuck. My dick twitches in my pants. This entire week has been torture, and all I want is a few moments to lose myself in her.
I think it's a bad idea.
But she doesn't push me away. Come on, wife. Don't you want to make your husband happy? She pushes me away, which I expected. I have a sister and a lot of cousins who would have punched me in the junk for that comment.
Are we crazy?
She was so certain earlier, but now her eyes are wide and unsure. High probability. Her teeth bite her bottom lip. It turns me on. My dick wants to go full salute. It'll be fun. I push off the couch, knowing we're not going to be hooking up tonight. I drag my shirt over my head since there's a stain on it.
What will be?
She says, trailing after me. Playing house. I go into my bedroom and come out, throwing on a new t-shirt. By the way, do you do laundry?
Nanny means I take care of the kid. I'm not your housekeeper or maid.
She goes into the cabinet, where I keep the candy, and takes a handful of my Reese's Pieces. I join her in the kitchen and grab my own handful, bracing her against the counter on the other side. So, when do you want to move in? Our gazes catch and hold. I've always been good at hiding my insecurities, and I hope I'm doing it now, given the fact that I really am scared about what we're about to embark on. Jagger's going to kick my ass. Shit. Maybe I should have called him before agreeing to this.
Well, I guess I better do it before the season starts.
And you don't need to bring a bed, because you'll have to share with me.
Easton.
Just kidding. I'll put the crib in my room, and you can have the guest room with your own bathroom. But sorry, it's where Tanner has to be bathed, since I have a walk-in shower in my bathroom, so you have to share with him. Her head tilts.
You must be really certain he's yours.
I nod. Yeah, but I just wish I could figure out who the mom is.
Sorry it wasn't me.
She tosses the rest of the Reese's Pieces in her mouth and snags her purse. Me too. And I mean it. As hard and weird as that would have been, at least I would have known who it was. And the fact that we've had a relationship and friendship of sorts would be helpful. But now I have no idea if the mom is coming back, and what that means for not only me, but also for Tanner. I'm not sure what to do if she comes back for him. I'm already growing attached.
I better go. What time do you need me tomorrow?
She pushes off the counter and goes to the door. I have practice at 11, so be here at 10?
Okay. Am I able to take him places?
She walks over and opens the condo door. I shrug. Sure.
Good. Probably just to the storage jar. Now that I found myself a husband, I need to get the shop going.
I think we should seal this deal with a kiss. What do you think? I brace myself against the door frame and lean in. She puts her hand on my lips, covering my mouth.
I think not.
Don't forget your wifely duties. I'm joking, but her expression alone makes me want to cross my legs. Kidding, I'm kidding.
I know you are.
She leans forward and presses a quick kiss to my cheek.
Thanks, Easton.
Her eyes lock with mine.
So much.
She draws back and jogs down the stairs. Don't tease me, I say, following her as she heads down the steps.
I promise to keep your kid alive.
With a coy smile, she shoves the security gate open and disappears from my view. A second later, the security gate door opens and Callie, Foster, and Ellis come through.
Was that Miss Hadley?
Callie thumbs to where she just left. How the hell does everyone know her? Chapter 9. Easton. How do you know her? I ask Callie, jogging down the steps and knocking on Decker's door. Ellis is asleep in Foster's arms, her arms tight around him, her face tucked into his neck. For the first time ever, it looks appealing, like something I might want. Where the hell? Where did that come from? A kid. A family. I'm far from ready for all that domestication.
She works at this adorable bookstore. Monroe and Hazel loved her.
Callie stands on my back as if she's going to follow me in. I glance over my shoulder, but she doesn't notice me, questioning why she's still here and not continuing up to their condo. Decker opens the door.
Good. Tanner's ready for you.
He hands me the carrier.
Oh, stop it.
Penelope steps up behind him, holding Tanner. He's asleep, and I shoot her a grateful look.
Are you hooking up with Miss Hadley?
Callie hits me in the arm, squeezing by me, and walking into the Davis condo uninvited.
Cal, I thought we were going upstairs.
Foster jerks his chin toward the stairs with a look in his eyes like, I thought I was getting laid tonight.
She's asleep.
This will only be a minute.
She continues on her way. She and Penelope are already talking as they move farther into the condo. Foster blows out a breath.
What do you think the odds are we get out of here sooner if I don't go in?
Doubtful, buddy. I clap him on the shoulder and walk into the condo. Decker blows out a breath like his twin just did.
I don't remember sending out party invitations.
He shuts the door after Foster and me.
By all means, come in.
You're not being a gracious host, I say.
Not at all.
The season is starting. Hazel is in bed, so if you'd kindly get your kid...
He eyes me.
And you get your fiancé...
He eyes Foster.
So I can squeeze in some quality bedroom time, I'd appreciate it.
Well, you were the one who decided to stay here while you're renovating the house, I remind Decker. But from his narrowed eyes, I'd say I should have kept my mouth shut.
I'm happy to get Callie because I have a sleeping child in my arms, and if I don't transport her into her crib in about 5 minutes, she's going to wake up, and I won't be able to sleep with my wife,
Foster says through clenched teeth. I love how you watch your language around Ellis. I laugh. The two Davis brothers give me scathing looks.
At least we won't be using our hands to get off tonight like you,
Decker says, and I'm taken aback by his attitude. He's usually the more welcoming one. Guess I've officially overstayed my welcome.
So, Easton, details.
Callie says, and I turn to find her all comfy on the chair, while Penelope stands rocking Tanner. Details on what? I cross the room and sit on the couch.
Why Miss Hadley was here. Was she reading you a bedtime story?
Foster shushes her, and she rolls her eyes. Decker reluctantly joins us, sitting on the ottoman.
Is she Tanner's mom?
Not likely. Not with that body.
Penelope nods.
I told Decker the same thing. That is not the body of a woman who had a baby not that long ago.
Tell me about it. I've been at the gym every damn day. I think I have to accept that my abs will never be back to where they used to be. At least not anytime soon.
Callie glances down at her stomach as if she's grieving.
If we leave here, I can prove to you how hot you are,
Foster says, sitting on the edge of the chair, his hand placed along Ellis's back.
So I'm guessing you didn't get laid again since the baby scared Hadley away?
Callie's head tilts.
Wait, you already knew Miss Hadley?
Can we stop calling her Miss Hadley? It's just Hadley. And yes, we're friends.
Friends who...
Callie waggles her eyebrows.
Totally.
Penelope agrees with Callie's line of thinking.
Turns out our perpetual playboy has a regular.
A regular? I just hook up with her on occasion. But Callie and Penelope clearly don't buy it, because they're still exchanging looks while Foster and Decker share a get this the fuck over with expression.
Foster had regulars too.
Callie places her hand on Foster's thigh.
Can we not bring me into this?
Callie pins me with her stare.
Is it going to be weird when I go see Miss Hadley for story time? Did you ruin the story jar for me?
She slips off her shoes and crosses her legs on the couch. Foster groans. I'm surprised he doesn't bend down and put them back on her. If he didn't have Ellis, he'd probably pick Callie up fireman style and carry her up to their condo. Fun fact, guys, you have all slept together. Is it weird? I twirl my finger around all of them. Yes, I'm not too proud to take the attention off me, if it means putting them all in a bad situation.
Give him the baby back pen. He's playing dirty.
Decker throws me his fuck off look. Oh, come on. You're all happily living in coupledom.
Damn right we are.
Foster and Decker say at the exact same time. Penelope and Callie smile at one another, as if they love this little twin moment between brothers who were not even really talking to one another until a couple years ago.
Stop stalling and give us the tea.
And to think, once upon a time I wanted to sleep with you.
Kodiak, if you don't tell her what she wants to know in the next minute, I'm handing Ellis to Decker and taking you outside.
Foster eyes me with the same expression as his brother. I tip my head back. Fine, but I'm not looking for opinions, okay? I made my decision, and I don't need advice from any of you. I release a breath, gathering the courage to tell them when I know they're going to be skeptical.
Hold on.
Callie pulls out her phone and presses a few buttons. Soon Leighton's voice comes through the speaker.
We're busy.
Hayes shouts from the background.
We have Easton here who has news.
Leighton is giggling. I'm pretty sure every one of my teammates is getting laid tonight. Well, Decker's right. My fist will be my partner in bed.
The Tanner is his? We know. Bye.
He's joking.
Leighton continues to laugh.
You do know it's the last night before the season, right?
We do.
Again, Penelope and Callie share a look like they're falling in love with their partners all over again.
Here.
Callie positions the phone so they can see me on FaceTime. Is this really necessary? I ask, not loving the audience for probably the first time in my life.
Yes. Just because we don't live there anymore doesn't mean we want to be excluded,
Leighton says. Hayes gets into the camera, shirtless. Fucking hell.
Actually, we're cool with being excluded. Catch me up tomorrow.
His finger goes toward the screen, but Leighton slaps it back.
Let's go, Kodiak.
Honestly, I find Foster intimidating at times. He has zero tolerance for bullshit, unless it's Callie's. Fine, Hadley. Callie puts her face in view of the camera.
Miss Hadley, from the story jar.
Remember, we have a kid sleeping.
Decker reminds her, due to the volume of her voice.
And your daughter is right here, also sleeping.
And my kid, too. I smile at Penelope, who is still holding Tanner. I give her and Decker 1 month before she's knocked up.
No way. We just saw her. She had the perfect voices for the train engines.
She and Callie talk about Hadley being so great at story time, and a small part of me is proud of her. Maybe it's my way of knowing that I'm doing something good for her.
Let's stay on task, ladies.
Decker turns his pointed gaze my way. Then all eyes are on me. Hayes and Leighton have squeezed into the same frame. Might as well just come out with it. I'm marrying Hadley, and she's going to move in with me and be Tanner's nanny. None of them say anything at first. That's awesome. I'll take their silence. I should grab Tanner and get out of here before their reactions change.
Why are you marrying her?
It's always the quiet ones who process faster. I should have expected that. Her grandma died.
So?
Decker gives me a look, as though I'm an idiot. I blow out a breath. Callie raises her hand.
Oh, wait, can I guess?
Babe, he told us. Now let's go.
Foster stands, with Ellis stirring slightly in his arms. A look of terror crosses his features, but she settles again, sighing into her dad. Who would have thought a guy with such sharp edges is such a comfort for his daughter? Gives me hope I can rock this dad thing just like my buddies. Callie ignores Foster completely.
My guess is that she has to get married in order to get the store.
How could you possibly guess that? I blink in surprise.
She's a romance reader, remember?
We all kind of nod and agree. I vaguely remember hearing about some romance-only bookstore around here.
Do I get a prize?
Your prize is upstairs.
Foster nods at the door once more. Callie lifts her finger.
1 second. So you're just going to marry her?
And she's going to move in?
And be your nanny?
Sounds like a plan. Good luck, Kodiak.
Decker stands as though he's going to see me out.
Pen, the baby.
She sighs and walks over to me, passing Tanner over.
He's so cute.
She stares at him lovingly. The one good thing about this going down while I live here is that all these women will love on my son as though he were their own.
Yeah, cool, East. Talk to you tomorrow.
Hayes says through the screen.
No. You know this is a horrible idea, right?
Leighton nods in agreement.
The worst.
I think it's kind of nice. They're swapping favors.
Thank you, Penelope. I nod in appreciation. Finally, a woman in this group who sees the positive side. Callie raises her hand.
I've got 20 on it, lasting a month.
I give them 3.
Hell, a week.
I scowl at him. I'll put 40 on a year. They all stop making wagers and stare at me.
You have to be married to her for an entire year?
Leighton's mouth drops open. Yes, it's a stipulation in her grandmother's will. She has to stay in Chicago and be married for a year. Oh, and I think this goes without saying, but this all stays here.
Of course. A year, though?
A year. They're all quiet again, and I use it as my opportunity to get out of here, picking up Tanner's carrier. Now that the breaking news story is out, feel free to go fuck one another. I leave the condo without waiting for a response, because I don't want to hear any negativity that will only solidify the doubts I already have about my arrangement. No one follows me, which means they're probably down there talking about me, but I don't really care. I do, just not enough to turn back. As soon as I get to my condo and place Tanner in his crib, with the hopes he sleeps for the majority of the night, I pull my phone from my pocket and do some mindless scrolling before I can hopefully fall asleep. I realize that my phone is now fully charged. Thanks, Penelope. I scroll through the missed calls and check my email, seeing something from the paternity test place. My stomach drops hard and my thumb shakes as I press the link with the results. It doesn't take long before my eyes land on one line. The alleged father cannot be excluded as the biological father of the child. 99.9%. And there you have it. He's mine. Holy shit. I'm someone's father.
Chapter 10. Hadley. With the sun high in the sky and the streets of Chicago littered with people, my decision from last night is tasting like regret, as if I were blackout drunk and I'm still piecing it all together. Did I really come here and ask Easton to marry me? I stop outside the black iron security gate that has a giant cardboard sign with the words, "The Dugout," written in girly script. It's overfilled with white pieces of paper with phone numbers and lines. I catch Easton's name on one, so I peek to read what it says. Easton, want to prove how fast your hands are? Call me. He wasn't kidding when he asked if I knew what I was signing up for. In all honesty, I didn't even know who he was when I first met him, so maybe I am being a little naive about his world and what it will mean to me. Then again, I have no choice. He's my means to the bookstore. Whatever comes along with being married to Easton Bailey, I'll just have to deal with. I take a picture of the sign and send it to Honor. Me. Home sweet home. The 3 dots appear immediately, and then a text pops up. Honor.
Already? I thought you were going to call.
So you could talk me out of it? No way. And he agreed.
Hadley Eleanor Hargrove. Call me.
I'll give you all the details later, but send me some rainbow power.
Absolutely not. No rainbow power for you.
That's rude.
Fine. Rainbow and lightning bolt emojis.
You're the bestest.
Call me. ASAP.
I put my phone back in my purse and ring the buzzer, thinking it's not appropriate for me to use the code again. Easton answers quickly.
Yo.
It's me. Hadley.
You know the code. Use it.
But he must click the accept button anyway, because the lock clicks open. I look around the area, but the street-level bar Peeper's Alley isn't open yet, so there isn't anyone around. As the gate closes behind me, I pull my suitcase through and take a moment staring up at the cement steps. How many times did I walk up these with the goal of having a fun night, and now it feels entirely different. My heart stutters at the thought of caring for his baby. This is real life, not just fun anymore. Maybe if I'm lucky, the little guy turns out not to be his, and this will just turn into an afternoon of babysitting. I'm not sure how Easton feels about Tanner. He looked a little in love with the baby last night, and if Tanner turns out not to be his, Easton might be crushed. I shake my head and pick up my suitcase. It's not my business. Easton and I don't have a relationship like that. This is as much as we've ever intertwined our lives. Hell, I've never even gone to a game. The only reason I knew Decker was from running into one another by accident one night. Then Easton started asking me more and more often to meet up with them while they were out. When I reach the landing, Easton's door is already propped open. A flashback hits. One night, I showed up to find his door propped open, and I found him shirtless in the kitchen. It had been a long, dry spell for me, so I jumped him, and he ate me out on his counter, then fucked me over the back of the couch. Tanner's cry pierces through my thought, reminding me I'm not here to get off. I'm here to watch a baby, and not screw him up in the process.
It's okay. Your babysitter is here,
I hear Easton say. I push open the door to find him shirtless again, holding Tanner to his chest as he does something in the kitchen. Easton's back is to me, and it's as chiseled as ever. It's odd. Before messing around with Easton, I'd never once had the thought that a man's back could be hot, but it turns out, on Easton, it's a turn-on. "Hey," I announce myself, but he doesn't turn around.
Not gonna lie, I was a little worried with a new day you'd change your mind.
He sets a bowl on the counter and settles Tanner in the high chair. Easton looks as though he's rocking this dad thing, and my fears of inadequacy stack up inside me. Maybe I should go play shortstop for the Colts instead of being the one responsible for a living, breathing baby. My odds of success are better on the field than in this condo.
Come closer, he's not a biter.
Easton laughs and nudges a chair into place, using his foot to push the one on the other side out in offering. I leave my suitcase by the door and go to sit down.
Relax, I get it. It's scary, but honestly, you just have to make him happy.
I raise my eyebrows. "That easy, huh?" He laughs, his usual infectious one. Easton Bailey is so damn swoony with his deep laugh and timely jokes.
Well, it's not easy, but we'll figure it all out together.
He has way too much faith in me. I just want to remind you that I've never cared for a child before. He spoons the baby food from the bowl and holds it out to Tanner. His arms and legs are flailing, and he's so excited that a laugh bubbles out of me.
I remember.
He puts the spoon in Tanner's mouth, glancing at me.
Breathe, Hadley. He's not as breakable as you're worried he is.
His survival is going to be solely on me until you get home. Which is when, by the way? He continues to feed Tanner, making the job look easy. Tanner is more than eager to eat, and I'm tempted to ask for the spoon, but it won't look nearly as smooth if I do it.
Practice will be done around 5 or so, but you should know...
He cuts a glance at me, and my stomach drops.
I got the results last night, and there's a 99.9% chance that he's mine.
I smile, although I'm sure it doesn't reach my eyes. Congratulations.
It's okay.
He pats my leg.
I know you don't mean that.
An entire year helping to raise a baby. This won't be the first time I didn't think things through. Then again, I'm asking him for an entire year of marriage. We're both getting something out of this.
Tanner, this is your nanny, Hadley.
He holds out his arm to me as if Tanner understands him. Are you happy? I pause for a beat. That he's yours? He keeps feeding Tanner, and I wait for him to answer me. He shrugs.
I think so. I mean, I grew attached to him in the week that he's been here, and there's something about knowing he's half me. I guess I just wish it could be different for him. I mean, who is his mom, and why would she leave him with me? Doesn't she know how crazy that is? And in her note, she says I can handle it. But she's wrong. I'm mad for him that she would just abandon him.
Maybe she's just going through something, or it was too hard for her. Not sure why I'm making excuses for a woman who would leave her kid with someone the way she did. I think she must have known you well enough to trust you.
Honestly, you're the only person in this city that I've slept with who knows anything real about me. As horrible as it sounds, and don't ever tell my mom, I've never let anyone else get close. They were all pretty much one-nighters where I never stayed over and never invited them to stay. Made it easier not to blur the lines that way.
I place my hand over my heart. I feel so honored. I had sleepover privileges. His gaze lands on my suitcase by the door.
Now you have live-in privileges.
With strings. I nod at Tanner. He ignores my comment.
Where's the rest of your stuff?
That's all I need. You know I travel light. His head tips back and he stands, grabbing a cloth from the counter and wiping Tanner. Then he grabs a can of something and sprinkles them on the tray.
He loves these, by the way, and they're not that bad.
He holds out the can toward me, but I shake my head. He puts a few of the puffs in his hand and places the can on the table.
Your loss.
He pops one into his mouth. Tanner's head turns from his dad to me as he places the small puff-looking thing in his mouth. He continues to check on me after he picks up each puff. So, we should probably figure out the living arrangements since it's permanent. I lean back in the chair.
What's to figure out? The guest room is yours now. Do with it what you want. I moved the crib to my room last night.
You move fast. His eyebrows shoot up.
Don't ever say that outside these walls.
Sorry, did I bruise your ego?
Hell no, because it's not true. And I know you know it's not true.
He picks up one of the puffs and tosses it at me, winking. So we're really doing this?
Do you want me to get on bended knee right now?
He pushes up from the chair. I scowl at him. Sit down. No bended knee required. But we can't be dragging our feet. My timeline doesn't start until we say I do. He drops back onto his chair.
I know. I was thinking we could go to the courthouse and not tell anyone. We don't have to tell the press about any of this.
He circles a finger in the air.
We can handle it when people figure it out.
Easton, you're the starting shortstop for the Colts. People are going to figure out you have a child and a wife now. He lifts one shoulder in a half shrug.
We can address it when they do.
I guess that's a him problem, so I let it go. Although I think he's crazy if he thinks the diamond girls who stalk this building won't notice him with a baby. Or a wife. Any rules I should know about? I ask.
Nah. You know I'm easy.
He pushes away from the counter and takes the bowl to the sink. Tanner angles toward me and smiles, the two little nubs of his bottom teeth emerging. I tap his belly. You're a charmer, I whisper, just like your daddy. Easton turns from the sink.
I need to get dressed. I'll leave you two alone for a little bit.
I want to scream, no, just stay here. I need a warm-up day when we're battling this one together. But I don't say anything. That's unfair to him when he's doing so much for me in this exchange. I asked for this, so panicking isn't an option. Sure. My voice cracks, so I'm not sure I give off the air of confidence I was hoping for. He goes to change, and thankfully, Tanner is good with his puffs, so he doesn't get upset. When Easton emerges from his bedroom, grabbing his backpack, he walks over to the high chair.
Daddy has to go to work, and Miss Hadley is going to watch you. She's taking you to a bookstore.
He talks to him the entire time he takes off the tray and unbuckles Tanner. I have so much to learn, but I've fumbled my way through Naples, where motorbikes were buzzing by me, and I survived Burning Man. I can do this too. He holds Tanner out to me, and I'm still so in my head about how I'm going to keep this kid safe that I don't realize it right away.
Sorry. Part of the deal is you have to carry him.
I stand and open my arms. Yeah, of course. I take Tanner from him, and the baby slips into my arms, his pudgy legs going around my hip as if it's natural, even if it feels so foreign to me. To him, it's not. Easton smooths his hand over Tanner's head.
There you go. She's good people.
He kisses Tanner on the cheek, then gives me a kiss too. His lips are warm and familiar on my cheek, and some of the tension eases in my shoulders.
See you at dinner, honey.
He chuckles, but sobers quickly. That famous cocky jokester dying.
Thanks again, Hadley. I put the front office number on a piece of paper on the counter if you can't get a hold of me on my cell. I'm just at the stadium today, if you need me.
I nod, and he laughs.
I get it. I was the same way after Callie and Penelope left me alone with him the first night. It gets easier.
How can he be so trusting of me? No one has ever given me so much responsibility and expected me to succeed.
See you at 5 or so.
He kisses Tanner one more time and picks up his backpack, giving me one more glance before walking out the door. Tanner's arms reach out when Easton is out of view, then his bottom lip quivers as tears well in his eyes. Shit. I so do not have this.
Chapter 11. Easton. I arrive at the stadium, but instead of getting dressed, I find Jagger not only in the locker room, but at my locker. This isn't good. All the shit I've been dealing with this past week, and now my agent is here to tell me I've been traded before the season has even started.
It sucks that he's not even getting the Pancake Man. Hazel loves that place.
Jagger appears relaxed in his expensive, perfectly tailored suit, bullshitting with my friends and teammates who are also his clients.
Look who finally showed,
he says with his usual arrogant air.
You're late.
I glance at the clock on the wall. Like a minute.
A minute counts.
He stands.
We need to talk.
I glance at my friends, who all shake their heads and shrug that they didn't rat me out. Did I miss something in the media where someone snagged a picture? I feel as if I've been locked in my condo all week, and if I did go out, one of the girls pushed the stroller for me. We've been careful. But if Jagger already knows, then I did a shit-poor job of it. Or I underestimated how fast word travels. I've got practice. I toss my bag in the locker, sliding by him.
Lucky you that you have the best agent who swindled 10 minutes to talk to you.
He pats me on the shoulder.
Take the hint, Ian. This is what good agents do.
Already looking for our replacements?
Hell yeah, I have kids to clothe and feed. I'm a family man.
He points at Foster.
Much like all of you now, so I need some young blood.
Jagger stands in the middle of the locker room, with his hands in his suit pockets.
Yeah, Reap. Don't you know the Falcon's knees are creaking?
Hayes laughs, putting on his shin guards.
Please, I've got the chipmunks.
Jagger raises his eyebrows and leans back on his heels.
So, Ian...
He takes out his card and hands it to him.
Call me if you want to be paid what you're worth. And me?
Drew asks.
I don't represent dickheads.
Jagger doesn't offer him any more of his attention.
You represent Foster,
Drew says.
Shut the fuck up, Drew. But what will we call you if Ian leaves your sorry asses? The dicks will be over.
Hayes frowns, and we all share a smile. The third outfielder in their little trio, Camden, is quiet in the corner, as he always is. Drew is the one who gives them a bad reputation because he's young, cocky, and can't help but let his mouth get him in trouble. Jagger lifts his wrist and looks at his watch.
Tick-tock, I have money to make. Let's go. Ripley gave us his office.
I glance at my friends again. Decker pats me on the shoulder.
Sorry you don't at least get the breakfast with the talk.
I narrow my eyes at him.
Yeah, they make the perfect sausage. Made the lecture more tolerable.
Jagger shakes his head, looking offended. But then I've heard about my teammates all being taken to breakfast when something was going on with their career, and Jagger needed to put them on the straight and narrow. But he doesn't have to worry about me. I'm in the best shape of my life, and I've never had a problem with my game.
Yeah, the food makes it all more bearable.
All three of them look at me. I'm not sure I know why you're here. I take my phone out of my pocket and walk toward Jagger.
You'll find out when we get in the office.
He looks around the room, where I'm sure everyone else is also wondering what my agent is doing here. Usually that means bad news. You didn't have to make a special visit for me. A phone call would have worked. Jagger laughs.
I'm here for the Falcons.
We all groan because the players on Chicago's professional hockey team are his favorites, and everyone knows it. Sure, they're a dynasty, 4 years in a row, winning the cup. But with Tweedy's retirement last season, it might be more challenging than they think to win this year. I walk ahead of him. When we win, you're not on the bus.
I'll buy my own bus with the money I'm making off you.
There's no shutting up for Jagger, which I respect. We're one and the same, although he's cockier than me, which is quite the feat. We walk out of the locker room and down the hallway to Ripley's office. Jagger opens the door and I go inside, which is adorned with pictures of Penelope and Hazel, and even a wedding photo from Penelope and Decker's courthouse wedding. They're dressed in traditional wedding apparel. And here I thought Hadley and I would go in jeans or shorts. Nothing fancy, since no one has to know. Decker's wedding was about love. Ours is about favors. It's not the wedding I ever envisioned for myself, but maybe no one has to know about us getting married.
Sit.
Jagger nods at the couch. He doesn't sit with me, instead leaning against the edge of Ripley's desk with his arms crossed. I get comfortable on the uncomfortable couch. I'm not sure why you're here.
I like to check in with my players.
Something in his face says that's not the whole reason he's here right now. I sigh and squeeze my eyes shut. Who told you?
You think I don't have connections?
I look at the wall, where Ripley has the lineup written on his dry erase board. Shit. He moved me up in the lineup. Fuck yeah.
Focus.
He snaps his fingers in the air. I narrow my eyes. My teammates wouldn't have sold me out. So who did? What? He crosses the room and sits in the chair adjacent to me.
So I heard a rumor about you.
Fuck, here we go. He really does know. It's not what you think, I say.
It's not. Here I was hoping my source wasn't right. They were?
Nothing was official before last night. Before that, it wasn't certain.
Shit, East.
He stands and runs his hand through his hair, pacing the room. I've never seen Jagger pace. Usually he has it together. He thinks this is bad and will affect my career. Fuck. I messed up this time.
Do you have any idea how bad this is going to look? How do you see this working out?
I shrug. I've got a plan. It will be fine. He leans on the edge of Ripley's desk again, his hands anchored on either side of his hips, his knuckles practically ghost white.
A plan?
His perfectly waxed eyebrows lift.
Tell me.
Well, I made a deal with a friend, and she's going to handle it while I'm in season. His eyebrows go from arched to furrowed, and he tilts his head. It'll be fine. A beat of silence falls in the room. He must be surprised I've already done the problem-solving of how I manage a season while having a son to take care of. I mean, others have done it before me, I add, since 3 of my teammates, Hayes especially, are making the family thing work while playing.
Not successfully.
That's insulting. I'm upset on my friend's behalf that Jagger thinks they aren't doing a good job at parenting. He holds up his hands.
What are the odds of keeping this under wraps?
I sit up and place my forearms on my thighs. That's what I'd prefer. I've been taking precautions, but I'm not sure how much longer it can last.
I'd prefer if you just stopped it altogether. Get rid of the problem.
He arches an eyebrow. I laugh, but I see he's serious, and I glare at him. I can't do that. He shakes his head.
All you professional athletes think you can have everything you want.
I used a condom. Jagger's head cocks to the side again. I did my part, and I have no idea how it happened.
From what I know, it's pretty simple. You put your dick in her pussy, and now I have to do damage control.
There's nothing you can do. It's over and done. He's here. Again, Jagger's face contorts into an expression I can't name. I mean, he's only 6 months old, and I'm keeping him.
What?
Tanner, my son. Isn't that what you're talking about? I ask, leaning back on the couch. Jagger straightens out.
You have a kid? What the fuck? These are the kinds of things you call me about.
His voice raises. It just happened. His mom dropped him off at Peepers like a week ago. He stares at me for a long time, then shakes his head as though he's trying to form sentences in the jumble in his head. Wait, why are you here? I ask.
Someone saw you leaving Bianca Banks' condo building. Now there's a rumor that you're open to being traded to the Trojans.
My head jerks back. I've never been with Bianca Banks, nor would I ever entertain being a Trojan unless I was desperate. For once, Jagger Cale doesn't have words.
So, you have a baby now, and where is the mom?
I give him the whole story about the baby being left, me taking the at-home paternity test, and getting the results that I'm the father. He comes to sit beside me on the couch, listening intently, and drawing in a few deep breaths as if he's trying not to lose it. But I got it covered. My friend Hadley is going to be his nanny as long as I marry her. She needs a husband to get her grandma's bookstore, so we made a deal. He should be happy. I problem-solved this all on my own.
You what?
His eyebrows go up and practically reach his hairline. Do you really need me to repeat it? It's just for a year. I know I'll have to figure out something else after, but I'll have a better handle on Tanner then, and it will be easier.
Easton?
He says my name in a controlled, calm voice that I know he's forcing.
You promised to marry someone so she'll be your nanny?
I nod.
These are the kinds of things you tell your agent? I need to get in front of this before it comes out. Did you already marry her?
Not yet. Today is the first day of our arrangement. He blows out a breath and scrubs his hands over his face.
I should have listened to Quinn and retired already. I can feel my blood pressure rising.
I pat him on the back and stand. Our 10 minutes is up, but you don't need to worry about me. Told you. I've got it handled. I step toward the door.
Sit.
The demanding tone he uses is one I imagine him using on his teenage son. I do as he asks because I've heard that tone from my own dad, and it usually means there's no arguing. What? He lifts his gaze.
We're going to need to plan a very public proposal.
Chapter 12. Easton. Jagger stands and picks up the desk phone, pressing some buttons.
Hey, Janet, I need someone to bring me Foster, Hayes, and Decker. Can you make it happen?
Ripley's assistant must say something because he hangs up. Why would I do a public proposal, and why are you calling them in?
Because you're acting like a bunch of rookies. Did you really think you'd go to the courthouse, marry this Hadley woman with your kid in tow, and no one would leak it? Now I'm thankful for the bullshit stories about you sleeping with the Trojans' new general manager that brought me here so I can stop you from making a bigger mess of things.
He paces again. This isn't any different than Hayes or Foster or Decker. He raises his hand.
Hayes pretended to be in a relationship. He didn't actually get married. And people forgave him because he did it for 3 orphaned kids so they could stay with the woman he loved. Foster knocked up his best friend's sister, and it could have gone down a lot worse. And Decker is with the manager's daughter, but they had something going on before. But you're making plans without thinking of the repercussions.
No one has to find out. I lift a shoulder.
You're Easton fucking Bailey, the shortstop for the Chicago Colts. Do you think no one is going to see this Hadley with a baby and do some digging and find a marriage certificate? Come on, you're smarter than this.
I rock my head from side to side. Okay, he has a point. I guess I'm a bigger deal than I think. A knock lands on the door.
Come in.
My 3 friends come in, each of their sets of eyes falling to me first, then Jagger. They all stay by the wall as if they're scared to come in any farther.
You 3 knew?
Jagger crosses his arms. They each side-eye me, then nod.
And no one thought to tell Easton, hey, why don't you give Jagger a call? No one wanted him to learn from your lessons?
Right now, I'm envisioning Jagger as the meanest drill sergeant during basic training, the one everyone hears about before they go in, praying he won't be theirs.
It only went down last night. And
you were all too worried about fucking your wives and fiancés before the season started to guide your friend out of trouble.
With all due respect, it's Easton. He'll do what he wants.
My eyebrows draw together. I guess he has a point.
There isn't a lot of reasoning with him. Plus, it's not really my business.
He's your friend and teammate. It is your business because this will all blow up in his face. The speculation once people catch a whiff of something going on, and the rumors that will turn into bullshit and then spread into crazy stories.
Jagger sets his gaze on me.
You're doing this no matter what? Can I talk you out of it?
I shake my head. Hadley needs me and I need her. I made the deal, so...
I don't get you guys.
He puts his hands on his hips.
Do you love her?
She's his regular.
Decker chimes in, and Jagger's head whips toward him.
You know, like they sleep together a bunch, but don't do dinner or dates.
I get that I've been married a long time, but I do understand what a regular means.
Jagger cuts his gaze away from Decker, looking offended.
Answer me.
What was the question again, I ask, knowing full well what he asked.
Do you love this Hadley?
God, no. I mean, I like her. She's cool and fun and stuff, but I'm not looking for a wife. Jagger's lips purse and he nods.
You're not looking for a wife unless someone wants to inherit a bookstore. Then you're all in.
I point at him. You're missing the part about her being my nanny. He rolls his eyes, seeming exasperated.
Have you heard of these things called daycares? Or special nanny services where you hire someone? Or hell, can't one of your family members watch the baby?
All good options.
Hayes' smile is kiss-ass. Which were available to Leighton when he stepped in to help her. I arch an eyebrow.
These 3 all got themselves into situations and just waited for the fallout. They embarrassed me, and I'm not going to allow you to do that same thing. So, this is what you're going to do.
Jagger stops and looks as though he's thinking. My teammates and I all share a look. What? I finally ask when Jagger paces again.
These 3 are going to help you.
He thumbs toward them.
Jagger, I've got Ellis and Callie,
Foster says, but Jagger raises his hand.
You're going to be good friends and help Easton out of this shit situation he's gotten himself into. I don't understand. I tell all of you, Condoms, condoms, condoms. And still 2 out of the 4 of you ended up getting someone pregnant.
He throws a hand toward Foster.
At least he got with the mother of his baby, but you...
He sets his gaze on me.
You're making it more complicated because you can't remember who the mom might be and you're marrying some other woman.
He sits in Ripley's chair behind the desk and motions to the 3 of them.
All of you, sit.
As they shuffle from the wall and sit next to me, they look like grade schoolers in the principal's office for starting a food fight at lunch. All 4 of us are hip to hip on the small sofa.
Someone is going to take pictures for Easton of him and the baby, and you're going to post them to your social media. Don't say anything about the mom or that he was left for you. Just pictures. I assume your parents know?
Yes. I nod.
Good. I do not need the Bailey clan calling me. Then once that's out, you're going to do a very public proposal to Hadley, and the 3 of you guys will be there recording and taking pictures documenting everything. And then you're going to leak it and let it spread. That you had the proposal planned before you knew about Tanner, but now that he's arrived in your life, you know more than anything that she's the one you want to marry. She's going to come to games and sit with the wives. No one except everyone in this room knows what the actual situation is. Got it?
The girls know.
Decker scratches his jaw. Jagger growls.
Fine. No one else.
I raise my hand and he grunts.
What?
So, I think her brother might know. He's the executor of the will and has to make sure Hadley meets all the stipulations. He'll know she didn't have a serious boyfriend before all this. He blows out a breath.
Well, let's hope the sibling bond is strong.
He points at all of us.
No one else. You hear me? As far as everyone knows, you are head over heels in love with your new wife and son. I don't care what kind of wedding you have. You can marry her at the courthouse like...
He nods at Decker.
Whoa, I didn't do anything wrong.
Decker raises both hands.
But I want daily posts with you guys and Tanner. You're one big happy family, got it? She should agree to it. She has as much to lose in this scenario as you do.
I don't have much to lose, I say. All 3 of my friends' heads whip in my direction.
Look at this guy.
Jagger throws his hand in my direction.
So confident when he's never been in a media storm, except for when they're talking about how great he is, how hot he is, and how athletic he is. How his cocky smile and jokester attitude make him the most lovable colt on the team.
He sits up in the chair and places his arms on the desk.
You don't get to decide if this story comes out. You only get to decide if you're the one telling it and spinning the narrative. And when the fans who adore you hear it from someone else first, you've already lost.
Okay, good point. I don't really have an argument for that. I nod. Just tell me what to do. Jagger smiles for the first time in this conversation.
Finally. Now, if we do this right, you can remain the fan favorite.
He tells me again exactly what to do, and tells the other 3 guys how they're going to help. It all sounds doable. I knew I wouldn't be sleeping with any other women, but this solidifies I won't for sure. I'm going to have to talk to Hadley about keeping up the benefits part of our friends with benefits relationship. I like to celebrate my wins by getting laid, and I'd prefer not to give that up. So I'll tell Hadley tonight when I'm going to propose. I stand, eager to get back on the field where I always excel. Jagger points at me.
No, you won't. You'll lose the element of surprise.
That doesn't seem fair. We're a team in this, and I'm going to sabotage her? The other guys stand, heading toward the door as though maybe Jagger will release them.
And it will benefit her in the end. She needs to be genuinely surprised. The fans will know the difference, and nothing can be faked when we're actually deceiving them.
I blow out a breath. All of this sucks. The whole thing is becoming much bigger than I anticipated.
Keep your mouths shut,
Jagger warns me with his stern gaze.
Now, one of you better figure out which cult was with Bianca Banks, because it better not have been one of my clients.
We all tell him we have no idea who it would have been, and he lets us go, telling me he'll be in touch. All the acting this entails makes me sick to my stomach. But what choice do I have? I always honor my promises. Here goes nothing.
Chapter 13. Hadley. My only saving grace about getting Tanner to the story jar is that I can walk. Sure, it's a mile, but he seemed to enjoy it, and he fell asleep the minute we got inside the bookstore.
Who's this?
Vera asks, moving away from the counter, unboxing what I'm guessing is a new book.
Did you get a cat?
I glance at the stroller, wondering why she thought it was a cat. No, I'm doing a favor for a friend. I point at the stroller. It's a baby.
Oh.
She steps back.
I'm not really good with babies.
He's asleep if you want to take a peek. She shakes her head and goes back to unpacking the boxes.
Nope, that's okay. Pete might smell the baby on me and get jealous.
How is Pete?
Kidney stone.
She cringes.
It's so hard to see him in pain. He's on a muscle relaxer with the hopes that he passes it without a lot of agony.
I frown. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
She wipes tears from her eyes.
He's just been through so much. I know he misses May, too.
I walk around the counter, leaving Tanner asleep in the stroller so I can comfort her. She turns into me, clinging to me and crying. As if I needed another reason to make sure this store stays open so Vera and Pete do not end up on the streets. The bell over the door rings.
Afternoon.
Whit eyes me over Vera's shoulder, then locks in on the stroller. I'd rather comfort Vera about Pete and my grandma than have the conversation I have to have with Whit. He's going to think I'm being irresponsible and crazy, but there are literally no other options.
Hi, Whit.
Vera pulls back and wipes her tears.
You two go. I'll hold down the fort, but the baby goes with.
Baby?
Whit says, eyebrows raised, and walks toward the hallway.
Can't wait to hear this one.
I scramble from behind the counter and wheel Tanner down the hallway and into Grandma's office, but there's not a ton of room in here. Whit is at my grandma's desk, sipping his drink.
I need to make this fast. Brea has an appointment today, and I have to get the kids from school.
I sit on the same chair from the other day. I want the store. He huffs, and his expression says he doesn't agree with my decision.
The letter's what did it?
I nod. And this place is all her. I don't want to let it go. I know it can be a success.
Anything I can say to sway you the other way?
I'm not surprised. Whit's rational. He's calculated. He never decides anything without weighing the pros and cons and doing a risk-reward evaluation. He would never dream of taking on a failing bookstore. He also wouldn't agree to marry a man and be his nanny for a year to get said bookstore. We're different, but at least with him, he'll understand why I need to do this, unlike Sloane or our mom. Nope.
Okay, so explain the baby.
He nods at Tanner. Promise no judging? He arches an eyebrow.
No.
I sit up straighter and cross my legs. Okay, well, that is Easton Bailey's baby, and I'm his new nanny.
You think the nanny job is going to help you afford this place?
I shake my head, and his eyebrows rise higher up his forehead. I'm going to be his nanny in exchange for him being my husband. His eyes roll so far behind his head, you'd think they were marbles. I'm surprised they come back around.
Hadley.
He says my name with exhaustion. We're friends. It's going to work and be completely fine.
He's a public figure, Hadley. Why couldn't you choose some quiet accountant who holds himself up in his office and doesn't have a social media platform?
Because I don't know anyone like that. I'm telling you, Whit, it's fine. It's like an I scratch your back and you scratch mine kind of thing.
Except that you know him because you scratch more than each other's backs, right?
My cheeks heat. Well, not anymore. I'm not sure how true that is, but if we do sleep together, it might make it really confusing while we're playing house, so maybe we should take it off the table. The problem is, I really like sleeping with Easton. He's amazing in bed, And he isn't at all what people think he is.
And what did Honor say about this?
What does Honor have to do with my decision?
She's your yin. I figured I could trust her to talk you out of this.
I shrug. Sorry.
I give you about 2 weeks, but this is your choice. No one can know it's fake, though. Grandma's lawyer and Mom especially. Is he ready for her?
I don't know if Easton is, but I'm not. Whit has brought up a point I hadn't thought of. What will my mom think about this? Will I have to bring Easton to family obligations with Tanner? If it ever gets leaked, it's going to cause another set of problems. How did I not consider this when I thought of Easton as my only option? Oh, that's right. The whole desperation thing. It will be fine. I wave off his concern.
It always is in your world.
Easton is charismatic and flirtatious. My mom will love him, and he'll win the room over as he always does. We just have to play the part really well. Whit stands from the desk, securing his messenger bag crossways, but he digs out a manila folder and places it on the table.
Here are some papers you should look at from the last year's financials. I'll come by tomorrow, and I can answer any questions you have about them.
Thanks, Whit. He sits down again on the edge of the chair and locks his eyes on me.
Why do you actually want this store, Had?
Because it was Grandma's. This is where we grew up. And someone has to keep Pete alive. He sighs.
That's not what I asked.
I'm not sure what kind of answer you're looking for.
You do. You just don't want to tell me. Why is this place so important to you?
I bite my lip and stare at the framed picture of the first day the story jar opened that hangs above the small bookcase. If I can't be vulnerable with Whit, there's no one else I can be, so I might as well confess. Because she believed I could do this. And I don't know what I'll think of myself if I prove her wrong. Whit looks at me for a long moment and slowly nods, rising from the chair again. I think he gets it now. He opens his arms, and I stand, walking into them.
Be careful, Hadley.
Oh. I playfully punch him in the arm when I pull away. You know I always have it under control. He glances at the baby stroller. As if Tanner knows I'm lying too, he whimpers.
At least I know you'll give it your all.
He shifts his vision to the manila folder.
I'll see you tomorrow.
He peeks in the stroller.
Cute kid.
Well, his dad is Easton Bailey. Of course he's cute. Whit inhales and smiles hesitantly.
This is going to be fun.
Tell Brea and the kids I say hi, I say in a rush before he shuts the door. I peek my head into the stroller and see Tanner's sweet hazel eyes staring back at me. He's right. You are the cutest. I pluck him out and hold him carefully. How about I read you a book? He doesn't answer, of course, but his small hand reaches for my hair. Sitting back in the chair, I snuggle him into me and grab the first book I see. The pigeon has feelings, too. You know what, Tanner? I actually like it when people don't believe in me. I like to surprise them when I succeed. Never let anyone tell you what you can and cannot do. He smiles at me, his hands reaching for the book. I take that as you agree. Then I read him a book. I so have this. Chapter 14. Hadley. I so do not have this. Tanner has been whining and crying for the last 5 minutes. I've tried the puff things. I've tried to feed him a jar of baby food. I get it. Chicken from a jar doesn't sound, smell, or taste appealing, I say to him as I pull out my phone, looking for some other food options that Tanner can eat. Easton probably doesn't have any of the other food items listed, but I'm dying to get this baby to be happy since Easton is due back in 10 minutes. Eggs? I say to Tanner, but that bottom lip of his will not stop quivering. How about we forget food, and we'll just play for a little while as I figure this out? I move my hands to unstrap him, but his little fists bang on the table of the high chair, the puffs bouncing around like little jacks. I don't know what you want. I wish he were older so he could tell me why he's not happy. Where's that little smile? I pick up a puff and try to offer it to him, but he pushes away my hand. I've done it all. Activity mat, but he didn't want to look at himself like Easton said he loved so much. I tried to read him, but he squirmed in my lap. I changed him, and I'm surprised he didn't just jump off the changing table. I played puppets with the stuffed animals. That worked for 2 minutes before he shook his head and started crying. I'm failing, and have no idea how to fix this. I glance at the microwave clock and see that Easton should be here any minute. I need his baby not to be crying when he walks in the door. Okay, hang tight. I'm going to get some bananas. And then if Daddy has eggs, I'll make you some scrambled eggs. I walk away, and his whimpering turns into outright wailing. It pulls at something in my chest to see his little tears slide down his cheeks. I search the entire kitchen, but there's no banana. Sure, there are baby food jars, but I feel as though if I bring out a jar, Tanner will flip his lid again. He wants something, and I have no idea what, even though it's my job to know these things. I open the fridge, and thankfully, there are eggs. Jackpot, little guy. I hold up the carton. You're going to get something new. He doesn't care, and why should he? He doesn't even know what an egg is. I search the kitchen, opening cabinets and drawers as though I'm playing a game of lost and found until I have everything I need. As I crack one egg, Tanner lets out a huge cry, and I close my eyes from the piercing wound that hits my ears. The door opens, and I freeze, seeing Easton in the doorway. Foster peers over his shoulder from the hallway for a second, raises his eyebrows, and disappears up the stairs. We're not a freak show. This is just a woman who doesn't know how to calm down a crying baby. I want to shout after him, although I'm sure Foster doesn't come home to a crying Ellis and a panicked Callie. I stop everything I'm doing and wait for Easton's reaction. He walks in, puts his bag on the floor, shuts the door, and toes off his shoes. I watch, waiting for him to yell at me, to ask me why the hell this kid is crying and why I'm not fixing it. I know I suck at this, and now he does too. Easton slides by me and washes his hands at the kitchen sink without a word. I think I'll have to find myself a new husband to carry out this plan. Then he goes over to Tanner, unbuckles him from his high chair, and pulls him out. Tanner's head goes to his dad's shoulder, and it's the most endearing moment I've ever seen. Easton's hand runs down his son's back, and he's whispering something in his ear. Tanner's body goes limp in his dad's arms. I feel completely inept. He should find someone trained for this kind of job, someone with experience, not me. Easton walks over to me. I've abandoned cracking the eggs, in awe of the scene unfolding in front of me. I never pictured Easton as a dad, but I'm not surprised he looks as though he was meant to be one. And an amazing one at that. He rests his back along the counter and his eyes meet mine. I armor myself with excuses for why he walked into his kid crying inconsolably. I'm ready to tell him everything I tried, but his lips curl into a smile.
Bad day?
It was going well until about half an hour ago.
He's always fussy around this time of day. Not sure why. I thought I was going to make it home before his meltdown. I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
I crack an egg to keep myself busy.
It's okay, Hadley.
Jeez, you should not be consoling me right now. I finish cracking the final egg, although I think 4 might be too much for a baby. I turn away from Easton and wash my hands. You should find someone else. I hear him expel a breath.
No, I shouldn't. It was day one. Day one is always the hardest.
I grab a fork and scramble the eggs. I put a little butter in the pan, allowing it to melt. Please do not give me a rah-rah speech.
Why shouldn't I? This is the hardest job in the world. Did you expect to be an expert on day one?
Our gazes collide as I turn to get the bowl of eggs. I would have liked to have one thing just come easy for me. I turn away from him, hating that I said that, admitting to being the failure I always feel like. I'd have preferred he yell at me, tell me how he expected me to fail, rather than to tell me to pick up my bootstraps and do it again tomorrow. His kindness makes me uncomfortable. It's unfamiliar territory. I pour the eggs into the pan and use the spatula to keep them soft, but fully cooked, like Google told me. Easton doesn't say anything, but I hear him putting Tanner in the high chair, and this time Tanner doesn't fuss. Easton goes to his toy bin and pulls out something that sticks to the tray and spins it around for Tanner. He's instantly enthralled by the spinning toy.
Listen, the first day I had him, I had to call Callie to come down here and help me. By day 3, I was able to anticipate this time of the day and expect him to have a small fit. I'm not sure if he's hungry or if he's bored or if he's just a 6-month-old who doesn't know how to communicate what he wants, but it's not a you thing. It's a him thing.
A laugh bubbles out of me, but I swallow it down quickly. Don't make me laugh. He rubs my back and steps closer while I continue to stir the eggs.
Please, try again.
I glance at him. He's staring at me with so much endearment in his gaze, I could never tell him no. Okay.
Good. Then I have something to tell you.
What?
I met with my agent today, and he thinks we need a public proposal.
The spatula slips from my grasp and free falls to my feet. Easton laughs, but inside I'm like, what the hell? We're changing the script here.
Chapter 15. Easton. The scrambled eggs were a good call. Tanner's going at them as though he hasn't eaten in a week, his little fist slamming the tray every time Hadley loads the spoon and brings it toward him, as if he's worried she might change her mind before it reaches his mouth. I lean against the counter and watch her feed him. She doesn't sense my eyes on her. She's too focused on loading the next spoon before Tanner can protest, keeping him engaged so he doesn't have time to remember he was crying 20 minutes ago. I never looked that up, I say, not to compliment her, but because it's the truth. She turns slightly, but Tanner gives an excited, loud pitch, and her gaze snaps from mine. Who would have thought I'd be competing with my son for her attention?
What?
The eggs. A nod toward the bowl and spoon in her hand. I've been going off what Callie, Penelope, and Leighton told me to buy the first night. I never thought to look up if he could have any real food. She loads up another spoonful of eggs.
Google is my best friend.
Apparently. Tanner opens his mouth before the spoon even reaches him. He really likes them.
He does really like them.
The corner of her mouth turns up before she can stop it. She's proud of herself. She won't say that. She'd rather make a joke about it or wave it off entirely. I pull out the chair across from them and sit down, crossing my arms on the table. For a minute, neither of us says anything, and the only sounds are Tanner's enthusiastic protest every time the spoon takes too long to reach his mouth.
So,
she says, not looking away from Tanner.
A public proposal.
Yeah.
When?
I'm not telling you that. She finally looks at me, and her shoulders fall.
Easton.
I raise both hands. My agent, Jagger's orders. He wants the surprise to be genuine.
So you told me there's going to be a proposal, but won't tell me when.
She loads another spoon.
That's not going to make me anxious at all.
I know we have a timeline to stick to. I wink.
And I'll have to make sure I have my makeup on point and a cute outfit every day until then.
All you have to do is say yes. She goes still for a second. Then she looks back at Tanner.
What do I do? When you ask. What's the right reaction?
This is why I was on the fence about telling her about the proposal. Jagger didn't want me to. But I wasn't going to blindside her with some big proposal and my buddies taking videos and pictures behind me. We're supposed to be a team here, and it's not right to not fill her in on everything. Whatever you feel is the right reaction. She glares at me, but Tanner pounds on the tray. She laughs at him, putting a few pieces of the eggs on the tray.
That's not helpful, Easton. Do I scream? Cover my mouth? Maybe I should watch some proposal videos tonight so I can be prepared.
Tanner tries to pick up a piece of the egg, and I take this as my opportunity to make sure I get through to her. Hadley. I wait until she meets my gaze. Just look at me. Don't look at the cameras or whoever's around. Just look at me, and whatever happens will be the right reaction. She holds my gaze for a beat longer than I would have thought.
Okay.
Tanner slaps the tray. She laughs again and loads the spoon.
Can't let me have a conversation with your daddy, huh?
Hearing her call me daddy throws me at first, as if I should correct her, but she's right. Tanner is mine, and I am his daddy. It still feels so surreal. I get up from the table and look through the cabinets for something to make for dinner. I'm starving, and it gives me something to do other than sit here and admire her taking care of my son. What should I make for us?
I'm good with cereal.
She comes into the kitchen, putting the bowl in the sink. She reaches under my raised arm and grabs the jar of banana baby food.
Dessert time, Tan Man.
You're not having cereal. I can make us something.
Do you actually have any food here?
She sits back down at the table, but keeps the jar below the tray as she spoons it. Pasta. I pull the box from the shelf. And I think there's sauce somewhere.
You think?
I'm a bachelor. Give me some grace. I find the sauce behind all the baby food jars. I can do pasta. I hold up the sauce to show her.
Good, because the eggs were the last of my culinary knowledge. I told you I'm not very domesticated.
You killed it with the scrambled eggs. He couldn't be happier. She doesn't answer right away.
I did okay.
Take the win, Hadley. I fill the pot with water and put it on the stove, but I don't push her further because she obviously isn't ready to take the compliment. I don't know how I know that, but I do. Tanner makes a sound from the high chair as if he just ate a 7-course meal and needs to unbutton his pants. I glance back at the two of them. Hadley has the empty jar in her hand, and she's making a face at him, and he's making one back. There's a kind of contentment between them, as though they lived through the war. She's too busy watching him to see me admiring her with my son once again. Maybe moving her in here and asking her to care for my son wasn't my brightest idea. She's the only woman I ever spent more than one night with since moving here. If I wanted to dig into that, I'd probably find that it means something. But I don't, so I turn back to the stove and make her dinner.
Chapter 16. Hadley. It's been one full week. 7 days of waking up and putting on a face full of makeup, curling my hair, and putting together the cutest outfits I can find. I even went shopping with Penelope one afternoon to find some more outfits. 168 hours where my heart lands in my throat every time the door opens, or my phone buzzes, or someone walks into the bookstore. The other day, I ran into Easton returning from practice and put on lip gloss really quick just in case. I'm a complete basket case. But it's been 7 days of nothing, and I'm growing irritated now. I've started to think Jagger changed his mind, or Easton talked him out of it, or maybe the whole thing got buried under the start of the season and the Colts winning their first 2 games, and I am genuinely off the hook and can just go to the courthouse and sign my marriage certificate like a normal fake bride. So today, I just threw on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt and did my usual lighter makeup. No fake lashes, no eyeshadow, and no lip liner. Mostly because Easton told me he's going to be late tonight for some fundraiser thing he has to go to. The story jar is warm and smells like new books and coffee from the little machine Vera keeps behind the counter that she claims is only for employees, but shares with the moms who look as though they're having a rough day and need a little pick-me-up. Felix comes over and pushes the stroller by the window.
Tanner needs the vitamin D.
I don't bother arguing with the man. He has opinions about everything. Book orders, shelf placement, which storytime voice works best for which age group. Supposedly, he's been lobbying for a specific beanbag chair for years, and now that May is gone, he's sent me 4 separate links to the same one. Little does he know, we can't afford his beanbag chair. Although I wish we could. He's so good with Tanner. He's read Tanner 4 books in the past 3 days and refers to him as his little library apprentice, carrying him around as he does things, always talking to him as they go down the aisles. Tanner loves him back. He reaches for Felix every time he comes to work, and Felix acts as if he's Tanner's uncle. I watch them from behind the counter, where I'm going through the financials Whit left me, which is about as fun as it sounds. If I thought Vera and Pete were reasons to keep the doors open, Felix and his partner Marco are right next to them. He's worked here for over a decade, and he and Marco finally got their adoption application approved and are now waiting for a match, which means Felix needs to stay employed. Focus, Hadley. I scour the spreadsheet. Red. So much red. It's like a bloodbath. The door chime rings.
Oh, we got some regulars today. What's up, Monty and Fitzy?
Felix puts his hand in the air, and the 2 boys jump up to smack it.
You know the drill.
He theatrically bows and holds his arm out in the direction of the mat. The kids laugh, and another girl comes in.
Gus!
Felix smiles wide.
It's Augustina.
That's what I said, no?
One by one, the kids come in. He knows them all and has nicknames for the majority of them. Sure, I ran into Felix a few times over the years, but he was an addition after I decided Chicago wasn't where I wanted to be. I understand now why my grandma would always say he keeps things young here. Monroe and Hazel arrive together, which isn't unusual. They come in with Leighton and Callie every Tuesday, but today Penelope joins them. I smile and say hello. Callie and Leighton sit on the mat with Ellis and Flora in their laps. I go back to the boring spreadsheet.
Can't have story time without our little mascot.
Felix wheels Tanner closer to the circle before sitting in the rocking chair. Felix starts story time. He's doing a book about a bear who opens a bakery, and he has a different voice for every customer, and the kids are losing their minds with laughter. I'm listening to him and smiling at the spreadsheet when I should be concentrating, but this is my favorite time of the day. He's a natural. When he finishes, they all clap. I look up because seeing how much the kids enjoyed being read to is my favorite part of the day. Monroe lifts her hand. Felix points at her.
Yes, Mayor Monroe?
Can Miss Hadley read the next one?
Felix pouts and puts his hands on his hips.
You don't like me?
He pretends to wipe tears.
Oh, Felix, you can read another one.
Hazel says.
Thank you, General Hazel, but I'll gladly step down for Miss Hadley.
He snaps out of it fast when the kids seem concerned.
Miss Hadley, you're being summoned.
Felix turns and looks at me over the heads of the children. I shake my head. I'm doing the...
Financials will be there in 10 minutes.
Felix makes a silly face and all the children laugh.
The children want you.
I come around the counter and go to the storytime circle, settling into my grandma's rocking chair. The wood creaks the way it always does. The kids scoot to make room. Monroe and Hazel are in the front row, as always. Hazel reaches into her bag. She produces a book I've never seen before and holds it out to me with both hands, as though she's presenting something at a ceremony.
Can you read this one?
The Prince Who Kept His Promise. I look at the cover. A prince crossing a field towards someone waiting in the distance. Sure, I've never read this one before. I open the book. Felix props himself on May's shelf beside me. I feel the weight of something on my head and reach up without thinking. A plastic princess crown.
Obviously,
Felix says, and pushes the stroller back and forth. I start to read. I do the voices. I turn a page. I continue to read. Then the door opens, bringing with it a gust of fresh spring air. I glance up, expecting to see a kid who is late to join us, but that's not what I find. Easton is in the doorway. Behind him, Decker, Hayes, and Foster file through the door in a single line, and none of them go to their wives or fiancés. Instead, they pull their phones out of their pockets. My stomach drops. Monroe whispers something to Hazel that's not quite a whisper. Her smile takes up her entire face. I look at Hazel. She giggles, and they both give Easton their full attention as he walks closer. Oh, no. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no, it's happening. Easton crosses the room. He saunters as though he has all the time in the world through the storytime circle, the children parting for him with great interest until he's standing right in front of me. He crouches until we're eye level. He gently takes the book from my hands. The children are completely silent, which is probably the first time in history that's ever happened in this store. Felix sniffles next to me. No surprise. He cries at the end of every story. Easton sets the book on the floor beside him.
Hadley Hargrove.
He appears so calm, while I'm pretty sure my heart is going to catapult out of my chest.
I've been trying to figure out the right words for a week, and I still don't have them. All I know is I don't want to do any of this without you. Will you marry me?
He reaches into his jacket pocket. The ring box is small and navy blue, and when he pries it open, I want him to shut it, because the ring looks real, because this proposal feels real, even though I know it isn't. Why would he get me a real ring? A cubic zirconia would have been fine. I glance across the room. Felix is standing at the edge of the storytime circle now, holding Tanner against his chest. His hand is pressed over his mouth. His eyes are wet.
Hey, remember me?
Easton whispers. I look down at him. He's still on one knee, waiting for my answer. The ring box is open in his hand, the diamond catching the light from the window. Our eyes lock, and he smiles. It's that same smile he won me over with the first time I met him. The same smile I came back to again and again, because it's always made me feel at peace. Yes. Monroe erupts with a squeal, and soon the entire room is filled with cheers and clapping, even if some of the kids might not understand exactly what just happened. Easton slides the ring on my finger. It fits perfectly.
Kiss!
Monroe shouts. Easton rises from his knee, placing both of his hands on my cheeks, and tips his head, placing his lips on mine. I sink into him, my body remembering exactly why I kept coming back to him. Then he pulls back.
Surprise!
His smile morphs into his cocky one that my libido loves the most. Then he takes the crown off my head and examines it for a beat before putting it back on.
Perfect touch.
And the fact this is all fake, that it's for the social media and to appease Jagger Kale, comes rushing to the forefront. Felix appears at our sides, Tanner still against his chest, one hand wiping his face.
You have no idea how lucky you are, little man,
he says quietly, then looks back at me with wet eyes and a full smile and holds out Tanner.
Your son, Mrs. Bailey.
I take Tanner from him. The little guy grabs the crown immediately, tugging it from my head, and Easton pries it from his grip. Someone tugs on my jeans, and I glance down to see a little girl.
Miss Hadley, does this mean you're a real princess now?
I look at the crown in Easton's hands, at the ring on my finger.
Yes, it does.
Easton answers for me. And then we're alone for a second in our 3-person bubble. While the parents step away, the kids shop, and our friends talk among themselves. Took you long enough. I smack him in the chest. He laughs.
I had to surprise you, and I wanted it to be natural. So when you left the house today looking like you, I knew this was the day. This was all produced enough. If I'm going to propose to a woman, I want it to be when you're looking like yourself.
I shake my head.
But gear up, soon to be Mrs. Hadley Bailey. You still have to meet the family.
Right. Because saying yes to him was the easy part. Chapter 17. Hadley. Easton, Tanner, and I end up leaving the bookstore after Felix kicks us out, telling us to go celebrate. But how do you celebrate a fake engagement? We're walking back to the condo when a guy walks by us with a wide smile.
Congratulations.
He nods at us. Easton doesn't miss a beat, thanking him. Another woman stops at a light with us, and before we can cross, she says,
What a cute proposal. Congrats, you two. An instant family.
The walk symbol comes on, and we all walk across the street. The two of us slower with the stroller. That was fast, I say.
I'd bet money Jagger probably had the cold social media person put it up.
He laughs, and I reach in and fix Tanner's blanket.
I told you it was a lot.
I'm fine. Just surprised how fast it went out.
That's social media for you. By tomorrow, everyone will know. Speaking of, my hometown Lake Starlight.
My phone vibrates in my purse. Hold on a second. I pull it out and see a message from Honor.
He proposed?
I smile before I can stop myself. We haven't been able to connect this past week because I've been busy with Tanner in the bookstore, and her grandma went back into the hospital. Me. I'm still coming. Honor.
Don't bother. She's being released in an hour or two. I'll call you in a few days, but Had, why am I seeing this proposal everywhere? You actually really did it?
I told you, he agreed.
And I thought maybe you'd just pretend to be engaged. It's everywhere. And women are gushing.
Are they saying anything bad? Never mind. I do not want to know.
I didn't think he had it in him to ever commit.
I can fill you in when I see you. Text me your availability.
I'm sure Margot is on you about planning a huge wedding. Oh, the doctor is here. I'm coming to the store in a few days if I can get away, and we're going to talk.
Or I can come to you. Lunch or coffee, or I'll just sit with you. I wait a few seconds, and there are no 3 dots or response, so I'm guessing she got torn away. I pocket my phone, still smiling.
Good news?
Easton glances over. My best friend, Honor. She saw the proposal video. I scan down my missed calls and texts, and yes, Honor knows Margot Hargrove well, because there are 6 missed phone calls from my mother already. I don't think she's in agreement on our plan.
You told her.
Well, she knew the whole marriage stipulation, but don't worry, we can trust her. She's a ride or die. Hopefully we can keep it from Jagger, though, since he's paranoid about it being leaked.
Well, I can't say anything. All of my friends know.
I admit, I feel bad. We grew up together, and she always wanted to travel like me, but her grandma fell ill while we were in high school, and Honor had no choice but to stay here and take care of her. Easton frowns.
That's rough.
Yeah. She had a boyfriend for a while who I thought was going to bring her more happiness, but that didn't last. I just want her to have everything she wants. Easton nods, focusing his attention on the sidewalk ahead.
That can be hard. My best friend in college never made it out of the farm league. Eventually he quit. But he's happy. Married, 3 kids. But yeah, sometimes I feel like a dick when I'm talking to him about what's going on with the Colts.
I glance at him, but he's looking at Tanner now, adjusting the sunshade on the stroller. You don't mind if I invite her over sometime? Or maybe get her tickets to a game? I hate asking, but I'd do about anything to give Honor a night off to blow off some steam.
First of all, my condo is your condo. Second of all, you have full access to tickets now. It's kind of mandatory that you come to games, since you're going to be my wife.
I smile at him. Easton really is a good guy. She's gonna love you.
Everyone loves me.
His cocky smile is back, the easy one he uses like a reflex. I roll my eyes. He laughs, and Tanner kicks his legs at the sound of his daddy. My phone buzzes again, and I pull it back out. Honor.
I gotta know. Did you swoon?
I glance at Easton from the corner of my eye. The afternoon light shows off the auburn highlights in his brown hair, his defined jawline and perfect smile. Me. Did I? I kind of did. But it's because the bookstore is going to be mine soon, and has nothing to do with the proposal or anything else.
I'll take that as a yes.
Bye-bye.
I want a call tomorrow.
I pocket my phone and don't mention why Honor was messaging me again. Not that Easton would be surprised that I swooned a little from his proposal. Hello, I've been sleeping with him on and off for the past 2 years. But somehow, admitting it to him feels as though I'm cracking my chest open. We're just getting back to the condo when Easton's phone rings. He answers it, pulling the dugout sign off the security gate and tossing it in the garbage can.
Hey, Mom. Yeah, give me a second.
I enter the code to the building, and he pushes Tanner in. I pluck him out of the stroller, holding him while Easton breaks down the stroller, and we walk up to his landing. Once we're inside, he nudges me with his elbow and points to his phone, mouthing,
Family.
I nod, knowing this is part of the deal. But it's not the size of his family that scares me. It's their closeness.
I'll FaceTime you back. Let us get Tanner down.
She must agree, because he hangs up. I change Tanner's diaper and get him ready for a nap so that we can FaceTime his family. Do they know? I ask, unsure if he's been truthful with them. I hand Tanner off to him, and Easton goes into his room toward the crib.
Will you think less of me if I say no?
I lean on the doorframe, watching him put the pacifier in Tanner's mouth and turn on the monitor.
Have a good sleep.
He kisses his forehead and lays him down. Why would I think less of you? My mom will think it's real, and let me tell you, she's no piece of cake. She'll probably want to throw us a party. We step out of the room as he shuts the door, and I turn on the monitor so we're able to see Tanner. It's a routine we've fallen into, and it's only been 2 weeks. We're like little robots, already knowing which way to go, a synchronized dance.
I can't tell them I'm marrying someone for any reason besides love. And I don't expect you to understand, but...
I put my hand on his arm. I get it. And no judgment. His body almost deflates as though he thought I'd be upset about it.
I love them.
Easton, I get it. Families come with a lot, and it's your decision to make, not mine. I just wanted to know how much I have to touch you and be affectionate.
Well...
He swings his arm around my shoulders.
You can touch me anytime.
I push him away, but he secures me in a bear hug.
Hey.
He lowers his eyes to meet mine.
Thanks for doing all this.
Thank you. I stare at the ring on my finger, resting against his chest. I mean, you didn't have to go and get me a real diamond, though.
Who said it was real?
I tilt my head, and he laughs.
I actually enjoyed shopping for it. Who would have thought?
None of the women in your little black book, that's for sure. I slide out of his embrace and walk over to the couch.
Who told you about my little black book?
He chuckles, bringing his iPad over and positioning it on a stand on the table. It's all over the baseball blogs. Women are dying to have their name in it. He shakes his head with a smile.
Well, you're the only one with 4 stars.
He winks. I know we're joking. And there's no real black book, but what's happening in my stomach doesn't feel like it. I can't catch feelings for him, but I have enjoyed spending this time with him. He's no different than when we slept together, though, so why is that? He presses the call button on his mom's cell and sits back, putting his hand on my knee.
Don't worry. They'll love you just like I do.
There goes that trapeze artist in my stomach again. Alarms are blaring in my head, but I ignore them. Easton Bailey is temporary. I know this, so there's nothing to worry about.
Chapter 18. Chicago's Most Eligible Bachelor is officially off the market. Written by Bryce Kavanaugh, The Breakout. Chicago. Chicago's favorite shortstop is officially taken. Someone let the Diamond Girls know. Just days after Colts shortstop Easton Bailey dropped to one knee in the middle of a Chicago children's bookstore, the couple have gone and made it official. Bailey and Hadley Hargrove were spotted leaving the Cook County Courthouse on Tuesday afternoon. The couple, who announced their engagement mere days ago, appeared to have skipped the big production in favor of something more intimate. Also present, Tanner Bailey, Bailey's infant son, who is rumored to have slept through the entire ceremony. Bailey has not commented beyond a single Instagram story posted shortly after. A photo of the three of them captioned, "She's a Bailey now." Jagger Cale, Bailey's agent, released a brief statement confirming the marriage and asking to give the newly formed family privacy. Little is known about Hargrove, who appears to have kept a notably low profile until now. Chicago is going to want to know more about the woman who finally got Easton Bailey to say "I do." Nonetheless, we wish the Bailey family nothing but the best. Tanner, buddy, you're in good hands.
Chapter 19. Easton. Before a home game, Decker and I always go to the net to say hello to the families, but now Decker has his own family to say hello to. I go along for Monroe and Lincoln. Lake doesn't really care anymore. Tonight, though, Hadley is here with Tanner, his little blue headphones protecting his ears. Foster gives Callie crap all the time about how he'd prefer her in a suite, but she refuses. But for me, I want them front and center. I'm not even standing here to play it up for the media. I want to see both of them before stepping out onto the field to play. Come down. I wave her over.
Hey, guys.
Decker talks to the other kids, fist-bumping them and asking if they're getting a slushie or ice cream tonight. Hadley slides between the kids, whom I happily fist-bump and give a hello to.
I don't want to take up your time.
Tanner reaches out, and I grip his small hand, kissing it. You're with me. Something crosses Hadley's face, but I can't name the expression. She's probably thinking that she isn't mine. But according to a very important piece of paper and the public, she is. And I've been enjoying that fact. Probably a little too much. Ready to see Daddy play? I asked Tanner. I'm never nervous for a game. At least, not this early in the season. The nerves usually come closer to playoffs. But there's something about playing for Tanner and Hadley, even if Tanner will never remember this game.
He's been really happy today, so I think he says yes.
She holds him close to her, and Tanner smacks his hand on her face. She gently grabs his wrist and kisses the inside of his palm.
No hitting.
Is it wrong to get off on seeing a woman with your kid? Not even when she's loving on him, but when she disciplines him as if he were hers? I keep racking my brain on who Tanner's mother could be, even going back in my phone calendar to try to see where I was and who I was with. I have a lead from the Cabo trip from my cousin, who had a friend who was friends with the woman I hooked up with there. Maybe that lead will pan out. No matter what, I've started a list. Hayes walks out of the bullpen with Baker, which means the game is close to starting.
Easton, do you think Baker is as good as they say he is?
Lincoln peeks his head in front of me. Definitely. I saw him in a bullpen the other day and he was lights out. Baker's a great pitcher, but he's young and just got called up. Tonight's game will be a good test for him.
Hayes said he throws a nasty curve.
Lincoln jumps up.
Hayes!
I gotta go, I say to Hadley, pushing my face to the netting and kissing Tanner. See you after the game. Follow the others to the family area. Hadley nods.
Good luck.
She goes to step away. Hey, Hadley? She turns back around. You're missing something. Her questioning look is honestly adorable. I crook my finger through the netting, and she nods, her lips drawn closer between the opening of the net.
Not too much PDA in front of your son.
Hey, we have to be convincing, I murmur, my lips meeting hers again. And fuck. It's like my dick knows these lips. They're used to what they usually get when I kiss her. I slipped my tongue in just enough, unable to stop myself. But I don't go too long or too deep, not wanting her to be overwhelmed. But if she were mine in real life, I'm not a peck on the cheek kind of guy. I wouldn't be holding back. Hadley pulls back, and her cheeks are red. It's a good look on her.
Troublemaker.
She shakes her head at me. Enjoy watching your man. I've heard my ass looks really good in the pants. I wink.
It's all right.
That's not what you said a few months ago when your hands were...
Kids!
I laugh and put my hand up for Tanner. Hadley helps him slap on my palm.
Good luck.
I don't need luck. I walk away, glancing over my shoulder at her one more time before I head into the dugout.
Just a suggestion, but don't maul the wife.
I'm selling us.
You're embarrassing yourself.
He jogs out to behind the plate. I run out to shortstop. My lips still tingling, my cheeks still warm. I could get used to kissing Hadley all the time. It's a quick 3 up, 3 down, and I'm in the dugout before I fully come down from my high. I get my helmet and bat, ready to head up to the on-deck circle, glancing into the stands again. Is Hayes right? Was it embarrassing? Nah, I don't really care what Hayes says. I'm not against PDA, as long as Hadley is okay with it. I'm not going to strip her down, but a little tongue action isn't too much. Camden gets walked. All I Do Is Win by DJ Khaled plays, and I step into the batter's box. I crane my neck. I circle my bat. I twist my torso. I have my rituals that I always do before I step into the box. I twist my waist one more time and see Hadley pointing at me, saying something to Tanner. I push the pressure to perform for them out of my head. This is just another at-bat. That's all. I get in my stance and wait for the pitch to come in. Someone is looking out for me because the first pitch floats over home plate a little on the outside. It's my kind of pitch, and I swing, the ball hitting off my bat. The crowd goes crazy, and I run, rounding first to second with Camden right in front of me. A wall banger against the right field wall, giving me a double and getting Camden to third. I take another glance at the stands and find Hadley clapping. Hayes' mom has Tanner in her arms. I forgot what it was like to have a cheering section. Sure, my parents try to come to as many games as they can, but while the other guys have their wives and fiancés and kids at every home game, I don't have anyone. It feels really nice to be able to look up there and see someone here just for me. Torres is next up, and I take my lead off second base. It's a little distracting knowing they're there, so I try to push it out of my head and do my job. My willpower wanes in the second, again in the fourth, then in the sixth. In the seventh, I peek 3 times, seeing Tanner asleep in the baby carrier strapped to Hadley's chest. At the end of the ninth, I'm grateful to win, but also because it feels like being put out of my misery. I can't figure out if it's Tanner or Hadley or both of them that has me excited for the game to be over and hoping I don't get called into the media room. It's Tanner. It has to be. Yeah, for sure. It's Tanner, not Hadley. That's what I'm going with, at least.
Chapter 20. Hadley. The other women show me to the family area after the game. It's weird to be one of them, walking with a kid strapped to my chest and going to meet my husband after he played a professional baseball game so we can head back to our condo. A month ago, I was in Dublin on a pub crawl. What has happened to my life?
So, how has it been?
Penelope asks, the 3 women flanking me.
Being married to Easton.
Have the internet comments bothered you?
I haven't really looked at them. I mean, Easton tagged me in the marriage post, and I liked it, but I haven't gone back online to look at anything. They all glance at one another with raised eyebrows.
Good for you. They can be like little vultures picking at the carcass of your self-esteem.
We walk into a room, and, other than us, there aren't many women our age here. Easton did say something last year about how they had the most single guys on a team. I guess that's still the case.
Stay away from reading them. Nothing good comes from it.
Leighton puts her hand on my forearm. Maybe I'm not as invested since I'm not in love with Easton. So I don't really care what those women think. Not to mention, he'll be theirs again in a year. Whereas I could see it being devastating if you did love the man, and women were picking you apart. I drop the diaper bag on the floor and sit in a chair. Penelope falls into the one beside me.
They can be a while. But then, I don't know about Easton. He never really came in here unless we were all going out.
Last year, he hung with the chipmunks a lot.
Leighton sits in the other chair. My forehead wrinkles. The chipmunks? They all laugh.
They're Falcon players. I think they're just biding their time for a place in the building. Young and cocky and...
Penelope rolls her eyes.
Annoying.
Callie finishes for her.
They're growing up a little more every year, maturing. I think I heard Simon was dating someone serious.
Leighton's shoulder lifts, rearranging Flora in the carrier.
Anyway, maybe Easton will be the first one out. Eager to see his new wife.
Penelope knocks her elbow against mine. You guys know... I let it hang because there might not be other wives or girlfriends here, but there are some parents from the looks of it.
We know.
But we're wondering how it will all play out.
Penelope smiles. I run my hand over Tanner's back. You know how it's going to play out.
We think you're someone special to him.
Leighton bites her lip. So you've been talking about me? Tanner shifts in the carrier, probably sensing the unease in me that people are making predictions about my life. They all laugh.
Yes, you're married to the last bachelor out of the group, and we like you, so of course we want to keep you.
Callie's smile is big and contagious.
Geez, Callie, can you make it sound not so creepy?
Leighton turns to me.
It's just, you're not clingy. You're not obsessed.
I personally like that you don't put him on a pedestal.
Callie props Ellis on her lap and gives her some cotton candy to keep her occupied. I've known him a while. We're familiar. I shrug.
I saw that at the proposal.
Leighton tears off a little cotton candy from Ellis and pops it in her mouth, smiling at Ellis.
For sure.
Penelope glances around.
It looked like you two were in love.
I laugh and Tanner squirms in my arms, so I quickly calm down and run my hand down his back. Maybe I should go into acting. There's no way I'm going to admit to them that being proposed to by Easton wasn't horrible. But I think it's just because we have a deeper friendship now than before we embarked on this crazy plan. Easton says we're a team, and it's nice to have someone in the trenches with you. It's not something I'm accustomed to.
I have a question.
Leighton interrupts my thoughts.
How did you two meet the first time?
I laugh again, but quickly stop so Tanner doesn't wake up. He's out way past his bedtime tonight.
Did he pick you up at a club?
I shake my head.
You don't seem like the type to leave a note on the sign.
No, I'm not.
He's bold. Did he just walk up to you and ask you to come back to his place?
Leighton raises an eyebrow. I got into his Uber. I feel my cheeks warm and my lips tip up as I remember that moment. Had I just gotten out like I should have, I wouldn't be here.
And?
Callie lets Ellis down and watches her go over to Monroe and Hazel. They take her by the hand and the three of them sit in a circle. I told him to get out. He told me it was his ride, but he's a sharer.
Of course he did.
Callie eyes the other women.
I'm surprised he didn't say something about taking you to his place.
Oh, he did. Let me think of his exact words. I recall the night and what made me go home with him. He asked me where I was going. When I told him, he said he'd join me. They all shake their heads in a somewhat exasperated way, but I've always loved Easton's cocky side. I said, "You don't even know me." And he responded with, "Not yet." They all groan, but that was the moment he intrigued me. It also didn't hurt that he was so good-looking, and I had just come from a dinner with my mom. I liked his interest. I don't mention how his eyes dropped briefly to my mouth, then back up, and he said, "Give me 10 minutes."
So you just went out with him?
I told him he could join me at the bar I was going to, but he had to buy me a drink, and he said, already planned to.
So damn cocky, that guy.
Callie shakes her head. I liked the way Easton knew what he wanted. And there were no games. There were no mixed signals, no hidden agenda. That night, And every call after from him, I knew what I was getting, and it's the reason I kept coming back. He was upfront and easy. He took me for a drink or two and asked me back to his place after. The next morning, he asked me for my number. I assumed he'd never use it. I knew guys like him.
So you knew he was a colt?
I shake my head. I'm not really a sports girl, but I figured it out when I left the next morning and saw the sign on the security gate.
That's probably why you're in that seat right now.
Callie points toward me. Because I slept with him the first night? She laughs.
No, because you didn't know who he was. He feels as if he can trust you.
I open my mouth to ask her another question, but Easton walks into the room with Decker right behind him. Hazel jumps up and runs over to Decker. He drops his bag and picks her up, kissing her cheek. Easton glances around the room, and when he finds me with the girls, he smiles and walks over.
Conversation to be continued.
Callie waggles her eyebrows. Penelope gets up and meets Decker halfway across the room. She's so comfortable with where she fits in his life. Of course she is. She's his real wife. Easton leans over the minute he reaches us.
Ladies,
He says before he kisses me, this time without tongue, and then he kisses the top of Tanner's head.
want me to take him?
I like this little 3-person bubble we're always in. No, let him sleep. Unless you want. He smiles, and my stomach flips as I stare into his eyes.
His comfort comes first always.
Look at the two lovebirds,
Callie says, interrupting us, which is a blessing, really, because that was feeling a little too intimate. A little too close to something I'd actually want. Easton straightens, but he puts his hand on my back between my shoulder blades. He smells good, freshly showered, and I love how the ends of his hair are a little damp. A memory of the first time he walked out of the shower when I was at his condo flashes through my mind. His towel was off before he hit his bedroom, and he had to re-shower. We've definitely had some great sex over the years.
Hadley was just telling us about the first time you met.
Leighton's gaze veers to the door, most likely looking for Hayes.
She can get in my Uber anytime.
Easton smiles at me as though we share a secret. And even though I just told the women the story, it still feels as if no one understands except us. The connection and immediate familiarity between us.
She was the one lucky lady who got a second call. Tell us, was it because she didn't know who you were?
Callie asks. I'm guessing she's so inquisitive because she has a popular podcast and always asks the most pointed questions. Easton taps me on the back.
Let's go home.
He helps me push the chair back, and I stand. He grabs the diaper bag and his bag.
You're deflecting.
Thankfully, we're interrupted by Hayes and Foster joining us. Ellis does her little walk-run right to her daddy, and Foster crouches down, opening his arms. Then he heads toward us and kisses Callie. Hayes comes over, Monroe and Lincoln on his heels, and asking about going out for pizza. I'm not gonna lie, the envy that sprouts inside me as I look at all of them and how happy they are is a surprise. Could this be a life for me? Stay in one area? Have the same day on repeat? How are they not bored?
Let's go.
I've realized he's always ready to go the minute he can be alone with Callie and Ellis. What must it be like to be so wanted all the time by the man you love?
Hold on. East?
Callie points her glare at him. Easton shakes his head and glances at me.
Of course.
Really? My head tilts. So had I known who you were, I wouldn't have gotten a second call? He lifts a shoulder.
I can't say for sure, but it was nice spending an entire night with a woman who didn't drill me with questions about being a cult. You never even asked what I did.
He's right. I didn't. The entire first night, there were no get-to-know-you questions. It was all about our likes and dislikes. We didn't talk about families or anything that would normally be covered on a first date. Some would say I didn't care. He put his arm around me and tugs me into his side.
And you didn't act like I was a big deal. You never asked me for tickets. Most of all, I wasn't a big deal to you, and I liked that. A lot. More than I ever would have thought.
The thing about Easton is how he puts it all out there without caring who might give him shit or judge him. And it's really attractive.
Well, I knew it.
Callie smiles proudly. As we walk out of the stadium, Easton's hand slips into mine the minute we get outside, where fans are celebrating their win. Hayes and Layton go in one direction to leave with the kids, while the rest of us head toward the condo building. The guys joke about the game, and their friendship with one another shines through all the jabs. I can see why Easton loves this life. It must be so nice not to be judged for every single decision you make. None of them have ever excluded me, but I'm here temporarily. I'm not really a part of the group. That thought shouldn't bother me as much as it does. Chapter 21. Hadley.
So, what the hell, Had?
Honor asks once we're seated with our coffee and pastries. No, first off, how is your grandma? I ask. I had every intention of taking Tanner up to her so she wouldn't have to leave the house, but she said she wanted to come to the city for something anyway.
She'll be in the hospital for at least a week. Her friends are with her now, which helps.
She puts another packet of sugar in her coffee and barely touches her scone.
Not sure what I'd do without them, even if I have to worry about them driving to and from the hospital, as well as every other driver on the road.
Her laugh is hollow, and she's got bags under her eyes, and even though we're embarking on summer, her skin looks pale. There's a tiredness in her that goes beyond a few rough nights. I touch her hand. Are you okay? What can I do? She's already shaking her head before I can finish, tears welling in her eyes.
I'm good. It's just been a rough few days.
She straightens in her seat, smoothing her expression back into something more like herself.
Now stop deflecting and give me every single detail.
I am not important right now.
Are you kidding me?
She sets down her coffee.
My free spirit best friend who doesn't do strings or commitments just married a professional baseball player and found herself in an instant family. That is extremely what's important right now.
I scour the area, but it's mid-morning, and we're tucked into a corner. Tanner is back at the story jar strapped to Felix. His words, not mine, until I get back. Easton said it was fine when I asked him this morning, and Felix practically snatched him from my arms, telling Tanner they were getting 2 new books today that they'd test out. Well, you know my timeline doesn't start until I'm officially married. I glance around once more. That is becoming a habit. I hate this whole looking over my shoulder now. Honor stares at me.
Hadley, you are officially married.
Right. I wave my hand. I know that.
Do you?
She raises an eyebrow. It just feels weird to say out loud.
I'd imagine.
She finally takes a bite of her scone.
And don't think I don't know you were dodging my calls before you did it. You were afraid I'd talk some sense into you.
I distract myself by stirring my straw through the iced coffee, watching the ice cubes spin.
You're dodging again right now.
What do you want me to say?
How about how you see this panning out?
I shrug. Her hand falls on my wrist, and my gaze lifts. There's only concern on her face, no judgment. And that's the thing about Honor. She has never once made me feel stupid for a decision, even when she thought it was crazy.
Listen, I have always been Team Hadley's crazy ideas. You know that. Hell, we both know I wish I could have been in the passenger seat with you half the time.
Something passes across her face that I can't quite read.
But he has a kid now.
I know. I look at my coffee.
Okay, but I'm serious.
She leans forward.
After a year, you're just going to leave? Leave them both?
These sound like wit questions coming out of Honor's mouth, and I didn't come here prepared. We haven't really talked about what happens after. I pick at the edge of my bagel. It's still so new.
But you've thought about it.
Of course I've thought about it. She studies me, patiently waiting for me to answer or give her more information. It's how she's always gotten the truth out of me. She just waits until I can't stand the quiet anymore. I mean, it's not like Easton wants to be married for real, I say. We're doing each other a favor. That's all it is. She doesn't say anything, just sips her coffee. Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
Like you think I'm lying.
Are you?
The question sits between us, and I don't answer it because, honestly, I'm not sure I know. I thought I knew when I walked in here. Now I'm less sure.
The pictures are pretty convincing.
I haven't been online. She shakes her head like I've said something genuinely bewildering.
Had? You guys are everywhere. There are people labeling you the new Colts family. And nobody thought Easton Bailey had it in him, and now they're all obsessed. The fallout is going to be significant when this is over.
I nod and swallow the dryness down my throat. That is one thing I probably didn't consider. The public being in the know when this all dies.
How is the baby? Day to day. He's doing okay with the transition?
I pause, and I feel the smile forming before I can stop it. He's really funny. He has this thing where he throws his hands in the air when he's excited, and his whole body vibrates. And he loves books already, which Felix takes full credit for. And he cries when Easton leaves the room, but not in an annoying way, more like... I stop. I don't know. He just seems really attached to Easton already, like he knows he's his dad. Honor watches me, but I can't read her expression. What? I ask. She shakes her head slowly.
Nothing. Just... From the pictures, you seem really taken with him.
She picks up her coffee.
Just wondering what happens if the mom shows up.
Her eyes remain steady on mine.
Where that puts you.
I pull apart a piece of the croissant, having no intention of eating. I don't know, honestly. I try not to go there. She nods slowly.
And if she doesn't show up? If this whole year goes by and it's just the three of you?
Honor, what are you actually asking me? She pauses, and for a moment I think she's going to say something significant. Her mouth opens slightly before she says,
I don't want you to get hurt.
Then her phone lights up on the table between us. She glances at it, and her whole body shifts.
Sorry, it's the hospital.
She presses it to her ear.
Hello? This is she.
Her face goes more pale as she continues to listen.
Okay, I'll be right there.
She hangs up and reaches for her bag.
I have to go. She's really anxious, and she'll usually calm when I'm there.
Of course, go. I stand with her. I throw my arms around her and hug her. Tell me what I can do. She pulls back and holds my face in both hands, the way she has since we were teenagers. When she wanted to tell me how awesome I was and not to be affected by Tyler Richards cheating on me. Or when I stumbled over my essay while reading it to the English class.
You're the most kick-ass woman I know, but just be careful, okay? With the baby. Make sure you know what you're signing up for before you get too attached.
I'm not getting attached. She gives me a look that says she doesn't believe me for 1 second. Then she pushes through the door and out onto the street. Her phone already back at her ear. I sit back down and stare at the coffee I've barely touched.
Make sure you know what you're signing up for before you get too attached.
I'm not getting attached. I grab my coffee, throw away the last of my croissant, and head out of the cafe to go back to the bookstore. This is where Honor and I are different, though. After the year, I'll be ready for a new adventure. I always am. My phone buzzes as I push through the door. A message from Felix with a picture of Tanner asleep against his chest, both of them surrounded by open books. I'm smiling before I even realize it. Not attached at all.
Chapter 22. Easton. As I finish packing my suitcase and sit on the edge of the bed, My eyes wandered to Tanner's empty crib. I've had away games before, but this is the first one of our longer stints, 6 nights away. A knock lands on the door and I glance over. Hadley stands there with her shoulder resting against the doorway.
I'll send you 10 videos a day, and we'll FaceTime every night.
How do the other guys make this work? I place my forearms on my thighs. She walks across the room and sits next to me. Tanner's napping in his pack-and-play in the family room since I had to pack. At some point, I might have to consider moving out of here.
I'm sorry. I know it's going to be hard for you.
She doesn't give me a bullshit answer, or try to make me feel better that I have a job to do, which I appreciate.
I'm sure it's not easy for the other players either.
She gives me a sympathetic look.
There's nothing good about having to leave your child.
I nod and swallow, feeling my jaw tense at the thought of Tanner not seeing me for just shy of a week. It might as well be a month in baby years. I inhale a deep breath and stand. Nothing I can do about it. I feel like I owe you something more for leaving you alone with him for so long. She chuckles and falls onto her back on the bed.
I'll take a quick orgasm if you like.
I stare at her, the hem of her t-shirt rising, revealing a patch of her stomach. She's wearing shorts, since it's a warm day for April. Her legs always looked so good around my waist. We haven't talked again about continuing the sexual part of our relationship, but there's been more than one occasion when I've wanted to strip her bare and push inside her. That part of our friendship just seems different now, though. It doesn't feel like it would be easy to keep it casual, as it once did. You give me the green light, and I'll be between your legs in 2.1 seconds. Might as well test the waters a little. She giggles and sits up, crossing her legs.
We'll be fine here, and you'll be back before you know it. In the meantime, just message me when you need a Tanner fix.
I don't blame her for ignoring my comment. It would complicate everything. A lot has come easily in my life, but doing this with her is by far the easiest. So easy that I feel like I'm missing something. Why isn't it more difficult playing house with her? I was so worried about having a woman in this house 24/7, but so far it's been great. I hold out my hand and she accepts it, allowing me to pull her up off the bed. Unable to stop myself, I wrap my arms around her. I'd never tell her, but I'm going to miss her too. It's hard to believe, but the nights after Tanner goes to bed and we binge a show are some of my favorite. Maybe my favorite part of the day, honestly. Thanks again, I whisper in her ear.
Stop thanking me. Let's remember you agreed to legally bind yourself to me.
I chuckle, inhale her one more time and pull back. Very true. You owe me. She playfully smacks my arm and I wait for her to walk out of the room. My suitcase feels as if it holds the weight of a dead body as I drag it behind me, because I want to kick and scream and yell that I don't want to go. I leave it by the door and walk over to the pack and play, staring at Tanner sleeping. He's on his back, his legs and arms spread out like a human X. There's a little drool trickling down his cheek, and his pacifier lies abandoned next to him. I kiss my fingers and press them to his heart. I'll be back, buddy, before you know it. Somehow I manage to pull myself away, and Hadley offers me a kind smile from the kitchen. I dig into my wallet and pull out cash, placing it on the counter. Until your credit card comes.
Easton, no.
I knew she'd fight me on this, but it's not her responsibility to pay for stuff from my kid. I ordered her a credit card in her name, but it hasn't come yet. Yes. Use it for whatever you need for Tanner, for you, too. She won't. I've never asked her what money she lives off of. I know wherever she traveled, she would get a job, from working in a bakery to being a server, but I always thought there must be more coming from somewhere.
Just go. You're going to be late.
She puts her hands on my shoulders and lightly pushes me toward the door. I grab my suitcase, look at the pack and play one more time, and open the door. I left you a list of numbers in case you need to get a hold of me. She nods and smiles.
I saw it. Now go be that rock star shortstop everyone fawns over. I've got things handled here.
Our eyes meet and hold for a second. What would I have done without her? I nod and walk out, hating being on the other side of the door from them. Chapter 23. Easton. After the plane rises off the runway at O'Hare, and there's no turning back, I'm heading to New York whether I want to or not, so I decide to use my time away constructively. I nudge Decker in the seat next to me, and he puts down his book. Do you remember when I went to Cabo for my cousin's bachelor party? He rocks his head back and forth.
I think so.
We went out the night before, remember? The only reason I remember is a hangover on the plane the next day, and I threw up 3 times in the bathroom from turbulence.
You really expect me to remember that?
I hooked up with a woman that night. I tap the tip of my pen to the paper. He leans in closer and looks at what I've been writing.
What are you doing?
It's a list of possibilities of who Tanner's mom could be. His eyebrows shoot up, and he nudges Hayes with his foot. Hayes' eyes pop open and he takes out his earbuds.
What?
Kodiak's making a potential mom list.
I give Decker a dirty look. I wasn't really being inclusive with this. Hayes elbows Foster, who pulls out his earbuds.
What?
He looks between the 3 of us.
Kodiak's on a mission to find his baby's mother.
Hayes leans forward.
You really think you have a chance to figure this out?
I don't need your negativity. Go back to sleep. I wave at him.
Nah, I need more excitement in my life.
He rolls his eyes.
So who do you have as potential candidates?
Foster snatches the list from my hand. Whoa, this is in the 4th grade, and you're taking the note I was writing to a girl. He only laughs, reads it over, and hands it back to me.
I don't think redhead at the club before Cabo is much of a lead.
That's what you have?
Hayes raises an eyebrow.
Don't worry, there's also the girl from the Falcons game.
Foster shares a look with Hayes. They both look judgy as fuck. You can't judge me. It would be the same if you had to figure out who the mom of your kid was.
Leighton. Easy.
And I know exactly when I got Callie pregnant.
Hayes groans at his comment, but says nothing. I mean, before Leighton and Callie came along. I'm annoyed that I have to defend myself, but equally embarrassed and ashamed, because it is a tad disturbing that I can't remember any names.
Why do you want to find her?
Decker asks, always the more reasonable one. Hayes shrugs.
You have Hadley.
For a year, I whisper. And I want Tanner to have a mom in his life.
Hadley could be his mom.
Foster gives me a look I take as a challenge. What does he not understand? Hadley is not Tanner's mom, nor does she want that role for longer than she's required to assume it. Hadley's spirit would shrivel up and die if she had to stay in one place. Sure, it's fine now, she's getting her bookstore out of the deal, but I doubt she'd ever want to be strapped down into a conventional life. Not that I'm looking for anything more than what we have. That's not us. So I don't even know why we're talking about her. I don't want him to grow up without a mom. I can't explain why it's important to me, but it is. If she really doesn't want anything to do with him, I'll move forward, but if she's out there struggling, or just needed a break, or didn't know how to approach me, that's different. I feel like someone took every part of my life, tossed it in the air, and everything is all jumbled now. Foster stares at me, while Decker and Hayes discuss how maybe it's best if she's not part of Tanner's life, since she left him the way she did. Foster holds out his hand.
Let me see the list again.
Thanks. He reads it over.
You hooked up with someone in Cabo. Is there someone you can call? Someone who might have caught her name? Was she part of the wedding party?
I nod. I did, and I'm waiting.
That's a start on that one. And you were with Deck at the club the night before?
Yeah. Finally, someone takes a helping role with this. I eye Hayes and Decker, and they both roll their eyes.
Do you know how many girls you've hooked up with? I can't remember them all.
Decker throws his hands up.
Especially from so long ago.
It's a small window. I try to give myself hope, but Decker's right. Most of the women are all blurs. God, my mom would be so ashamed of me. Not that I think I meant much to those women except a fun night with a Colt. One thing I can say is that I never led anyone on.
Well, Decker will try to rack his brain for anything from that night. Was anyone with you at this Falcons game?
Foster looks at me questioningly. The only reason I remembered I was there was from looking back at my calendar. I don't remember anything else about it. For the entire trip to New York, my friends helped me go over where I might be able to find some leads, to get the numbers of the women, to find out if they're Tanner's mom. I feel good as I step off the plane. as if there's hope that I might find her. My phone dings as we're shuttling to the bus. Hadley.
As promised, smiley face. Video attached.
In the video, Hadley holds a picture of me, and she's saying Dada. Tanner's smiling, that little bubble forming as he hits his hand on the picture. She looks at the camera and winks. Fuck. She's too good to be with a guy like me who can't even remember all the women I slept with. But I'm too selfish to be the one to tell her.
Chapter 24. Hadley. I survived 6 nights, 7 days of being alone with Tanner. Thankfully, Felix and Vera can handle the story jar, so most of my day, except for story time, was spent in my grandma's office, trying to make sense of the figures and come up with ideas on how to turn it around. As Tanner and I wait for Easton to get home, my stomach has butterflies, and there's this energy buzzing inside me that I've never had before. I didn't expect to miss Easton. At least he'll have one day off before he's at home for a back-to-back series. Okay, buddy, let's try this. I set Tanner in the pillow fort I've made around him as I try to help him sit up by himself. I place his fists between his legs, catching him as he slowly leans forward, going headfirst into the rug. Maybe not yet. I give him a break and put him between my legs, picking up his favorite small open-hold balls and other toys he loves to play with. When I hear the lock slide over and the condo door opens, I pick up Tanner and stand. Easton says something to Foster I don't catch, then walks in, his bag sliding off his shoulder and falling to the floor. He smiles and crosses the room. My stomach flips when I see his smile. I move to hand him Tanner, but Easton swarms both of us in a hug, his head dipping to kiss the top of Tanner's head.
God, I missed home.
The word home hits me square in the chest. It makes me feel something I'm not ready to identify. Besides, it's not as if I'm part of the home Easton is talking about. I don't pull away, but allow him to hold us as long as he needs to, now that he's back, because I heard it in his voice every time I FaceTimed with Tanner while he was away. This past week, I witnessed a side of Easton I'd never seen before. Even if he was trying to hide it through his usual jokes and casual demeanor, it was in his voice, the sadness every time he had to say goodbye. He eventually pulls back and puts his hands out to take Tanner. I pass him over.
How was your week?
He says to Tanner. Tanner's little hands land on Easton's face, running along his scruff, which is new. I move to the kitchen to give them some privacy. And a little son and daddy time, preparing the surprise that I've been waiting to try with Tanner until Easton got home. But Easton follows me.
I was thinking, can you play hooky tomorrow?
I glance at him while I dig the frozen grapes out of the freezer. Why?
I thought maybe we'd take Tanner to the zoo.
My head tilts. You don't want to go, just the two of you? I'm still unsure where this whole nanny thing stops, since we're also technically married.
I love Tanner, and I'm sure it would be fun with just the two of us, but we'd have more fun with you there. Plus, we're due for a public appearance, don't you think?
He eyes what I'm doing, which is pulling out the mesh. Okay, I'll join you guys.
Yay!
He tickles Tanner's stomach.
Hadley is going to join us.
I put the grapes in the mesh holder.
What do we have here?
He stares at the mesh contraption I bought while he was away. It's used to give Tanner a little treat that would normally be a choking hazard. I went shopping with the girls at a baby store, and they were raving about these things, so I thought, let's try it. I was waiting for you to get home to give it a go. Something passes over his face that I can't nail down, but I think he's happy I waited. I take it over to the high chair. Easton sets Tanner on the seat, straps him in, and secures the tray. I put his bib on and hand the mesh holder to Easton to give it to him. He holds up his hands.
You do the honors. You got it for him.
I grabbed Tanner's wrist and placed the plastic handle in his hand, urging him to bring the mesh popsicle-looking thing to his mouth. At first, he's not very into it, and I think this is going to be a failure. But Easton pulls up a chair next to him and encourages him to try it again. I sit in the other chair, both of our heads right in front of Tanner, trying to persuade him to try it, that he'll like it. I feel as if we're in a commercial, promising the kid he'll like the more nutritious cereal if he just tries it. Tanner finally licks it, and some of the sweetness of the grape must come through because he brings it to his mouth again. Easton ends up holding the mesh thing for him, but we laugh as Tanner's eyes widen and his feet kick with excitement.
I think we have a winner.
Easton looks at me, and our gazes hold for a beat longer than they should.
Good pick.
I shrug. Well, the girls told me to buy them, that they were good. He shakes his head.
You still didn't have to do it. And thanks for waiting for me.
I nod, my cheeks heating. I knew you'd want to be here for it. Our faces feel so close. His gaze falls to my lips. My body aches for him, to have his hands on me again. But neither of us has brought up messing around with each other, and it feels irresponsible now. But at the same time, just once wouldn't change anything, right? His eyes slowly rise and meet mine. I quickly divert my attention to Tanner. I'll get some more grapes from the freezer. I stand, the chair scraping along the floor, and go to the freezer and stick my head inside in an effort to cool myself down. Chapter 25. Hadley. I'm surprised that Easton kept today to just the three of us, that it's not the entire friend group joining us at the zoo. As we walk into Lincoln Park Zoo, Easton's hand lands on the small of my back while he pushes the stroller with one hand. I'm not sure if it's just because we haven't gone many places together since the wedding announcement, but it feels as if everyone turns to look at us.
I apologize in advance,
he whispers, seeing 3 kids with Colts shirts running toward us.
Ethan Bailey?
One of them asks, missing his front 2 teeth. The other little boys stand next to him, their eyes looking as if they have hearts in them as they stare at Easton. How does he not have a hero complex when he has kids coming up to him thinking he's the best thing ever?
How are you boys?
The parents meander over, as if not wanting to intrude. Easton's hand falls off my back, and he crouches next to the stroller and takes their pen and zoo map. He signs the map, and one boy asks him to sign his shirt, which he does. Then the parents peek their heads into the little circle.
Would you mind a picture?
Easton stands and ushers the boys in around him. Here, I'll take it, I say, offering to take the phone so the mom and dad can get into the picture.
Oh, thanks, Hadley,
the mom says. I freeze for a moment. Then I remember, if they keep tabs on Easton, I'm on that feed now too. Of course she knows my name. I'm not used to being recognized. I keep the stroller by me and take the picture for them. Easton smiles big and wide and doesn't look the tiniest amount of pissed off that he's being interrupted on his one day off with his son. I hand the phone back to the mom, and they graciously thank Easton before moving on, but the boys continue to look over their shoulders. As I think we'll move ahead, more kids and adults come over. It's a half hour before we get away from the zoo entry area. While we're stuck there, I've taken so many pictures that one group of women asks me where they can pick up their pictures after I take them. I have to disappoint them and say I don't work for Lincoln Park, but I'm happy to take a picture with their phone. Eventually, Easton has no choice but to walk away. As I hand the phone back to the last person, his hand goes to my back and he pushes the stroller again. Tanner's being a trooper, mostly because kids kept kneeling down and talking to him the whole time.
Let's go to the reptile house,
Easton says, and turns us abruptly to the right. I don't want to see the reptiles. His fingers flex on my back, and he smiles.
No one wants to see the reptiles.
My head tips back. Oh, gotcha. We walk ahead, and a few more people glance and point, some taking out their phones to snap a picture, but thankfully no one stops us. When we reach the fork in the path, I don't see any signs to go to the reptile house. I go to move right, but Easton tugs at my shirt and pulls me left. It's this way to the reptile house? I ask.
Nope.
Well, let me see the map. I didn't see the sign.
You think I'm not going to take you two to see the giraffes?
But...
Stop arguing and get excited to see giraffes eating off the trees.
I stop for a second, but then catch up. You were eavesdropping on us.
It's a small condo, but yes, I overheard you telling Tanner how much he was going to love it.
I would have gone to the reptile house. I fall in line with him.
I know you would have.
When the giraffes come into view, Tanner kicks his feet.
How long have you been pushing this giraffe thing?
We've been reading Giraffes Can't Dance every night. His eyes stay on me a little longer than they should, and I shrug, moving to bend down to get Tanner out. We didn't come all this way for us to be strapped in a stroller, right, Tan Man? I say. Easton doesn't move for a second, but pushes the empty stroller as I carry Tanner toward the animals. He comes along my side at the exhibit fence.
You're really good with him.
Easton anchors us to his side, his arm extended along my back, his hand on the fence.
This okay?
I nod, knowing we need to look like a loving family. But it's intimate, and nothing like I'm used to. Still, I don't pull away. I'm surprised, I say, changing the subject. I thought I was going to massively fail at this. Don't get me wrong. I've never been so tired in my life. Up, down, crawl here, crawl there, lift, put down, lift again. For someone who has never stuck to a workout schedule, my muscles are crying out, wondering why I'm torturing them so much. He laughs, and he's so close to my ear, goosebumps sprinkle down my neck. I love seeing his reactions, and when I can make him stop crying or make him smile, it's like a little golden star. I can't explain it. Easton's arm tightens, and he leans in close.
I get it.
A giraffe comes closer to us. It's a baby following its mother. Oh, look! I point, and Tanner turns in my arms, burying his head into my chest.
He's scared.
Easton places his hand on Tanner's back. I try to rock him a little and tell him it's okay, the giraffe won't get us. Every time things are going good, something else happens. I hand him to Easton. I wouldn't mind being the one to soothe Tanner, but if Easton is here, he should do it, since he's his father. I'm still trying to figure out where I fit in this equation.
That's the truth. This is foreign territory for both of us.
He holds Tanner, and Tanner yawns, putting his head on Easton's shoulder. Seriously? Ovaries just burst because I'll never get tired of looking at this.
Let's see if he passes out.
He starts walking, and I take over pushing the stroller. We walk a little more, see a few exhibits, and Tanner is still awake, although his eyes are drowsy. We point out the elephants, the gorillas, and a lot of the larger mammals before we head into the nocturnal house with the hopes that the darkness will allow Tanner to fall asleep. Gonna be honest, this isn't my favorite. I peek at Tanner and see he's finally succumbed to sleep. But it worked. He's out.
Then let's get out of here.
Is Easton Bailey scared?
No.
But his footsteps are a little faster as we walk out the doors. I giggle as he puts Tanner in the stroller, and we use the shade to block as much of the sun as we can with the hopes he stays asleep. Easton tickles me, and I jump. Jesus! I shout, giving him a death glare. He only laughs, pushing the stroller away. Not funny.
It was a little funny.
As I watch him walk ahead, I'm reminded that this is us. We're good together as friends and teammates.
I'm starved. What do you want?
After we grab a pretzel with cheese, my choice, and a hot dog and nachos, his choice, We find a spot away from everyone on a bench by the lily pool.
I have to tell you something.
The tone of his voice makes me pause mid-bite into my pretzel.
I've decided to try to find Tanner's mom.
Oh. I put my pretzel back in the plastic tray. This ping in my chest shouldn't be there. This is good. Good for Easton, and definitely good for Tanner. I want him to have his mom in his life, of course. I'll help. I repeat my words in my head a second time, wondering where the hell they came from. He probably doesn't want my help.
You don't have to.
He dips a nacho chip into the cheese and tosses it into his mouth. I want to. I put my hand on his thigh. For Tanner.
Well, I started with a list without names, just places and vague details. I'm trying to put out feelers with the guys I was hanging out with when I was with these women.
He looks almost ashamed that he can't point out one woman and that he doesn't know her name. Something twists in my chest. I never gave much thought to what or who Easton might have been doing when I wasn't around, back when we were just hooking up. Now, picturing him with other women just makes me feel... well, I'd rather not think about it. Well, I'm happy to do whatever I can. I plaster on a smile. He nods.
It might be for nothing, but I want to try.
I pick up my pretzel and dip it in the cheese. I don't blame you. I'd do the same. We eat for a few minutes, silence descending on us. He checks in on Tanner, who is still out cold.
Are you going to share that pretzel?
He asks, as if a switch has been flipped. I tear off a piece and dip it in the cheese before handing it to him. He opens his mouth and I lift it, but a little bit of cheese falls on his chin right as I place the pretzel in his mouth. Whoops. I swipe the spot of cheese and lick it off my finger. He freezes, staring at me, and our eyes hold as they've been doing too often lately. I don't want to turn away. I want to lose myself in his gaze, because the way he looks at me sometimes is so nice, as though he doesn't see the same Hadley my family does. I need a wipe. I get up and dig into the diaper bag, trying to push away whatever that was. We're friends, and I'm going to help him find Tanner's mom. Stay in your lane, Hadley.
Chapter 26. Easton. It's been over a week since our visit to the zoo. We had 6 straight home games, 1 3-day away stint, and now another day off. So we took Tanner to the pediatrician to get a checkup and did errands. Errands. I'm not an errand guy. But I guess maybe now I am. We got diapers, grocery shopped, and even picked up new clothes for Tanner since he's growing out of the stuff I bought him weeks ago. Now Tanner is asleep in his crib, and Hadley is napping on the couch, while I'm sitting in the kitchen wrapping my head around the turn my life has taken. My phone vibrates on the table, and I glance at the screen. I wondered when my sister would reach out. Harper.
So, baby, wife, what's next? A dog?
Me. Took you way too long.
I was giving you time to process, and I had to finish growing your niece. Be happy. It's the only reason Mom has stayed away this long. She's waiting for me to deliver. The way I see it, you owe me.
When is the little one coming?
Feels like never. I've walked, I've eaten spicy food, and I've fucked. Still, she won't come.
I can do without the visual of you and Finn.
Who is this Hadley? She's beautiful. I don't remember you liking brunettes.
She's not wrong. I haven't gone for a brunette since Kenzie. There's probably a reason for that if I cared to dig into it. Guess I don't have a type.
How is my nephew? Based on the pics I've seen from Mom, he's such a cutie. You need to post to the cousin chat. They're all pissed off at you.
Me? Why?
You haven't talked to anyone. They're trying to give you space, but they're getting antsy up here.
My family is huge. I have 24 first cousins, and that doesn't include their spouses, plus 16 aunts and uncles. The Baileys are a big deal in Lake Starlight, and although I'm a big deal in Chicago, The attention feels different when there are over 3 million people here versus a fraction of that in Lake Starlight. I'll send something. Hold the line for me a little longer. I'm figuring things out.
I guess I'll do your dirty work. Again.
Thanks. Smiley face emoji.
But Mom is going to corner you for a wedding celebration here after season. Prepare yourself.
I start to type and delete. That won't be happening. I don't know how I'll put it off, but I'll have to. I don't want to rope any more of my family into this charade than necessary.
Hello?
I gotta go. Thanks, Harp. Give Hollis a kiss and let me know when your mini-me makes her appearance.
Why do you say mini-me?
She's clearly as stubborn as you are since she's refusing to come out.
Oh, wait, Finn is going to fuck me again to see if...
I turn off my screen, but it lights up a second later.
LMAO. Love you. Kissing emoji.
I place my phone on the table again, stand, and look over the edge of the couch. There's nothing angelic looking about Hadley right now. And still, I'd do just about anything to have her. She sleeps like Tanner with her legs open like a frog and her arms above her head. What would be the harm if I woke her up by kissing her? A lot, dickhead. She's not yours, not off paper. I go back and grab my phone to send another text. Me. Meet me on the roof? Decker.
Sure. I have a lead for you.
I grab a beer from the fridge and quietly leave my condo, walking up the stairs to the rooftop bar that overlooks Weber Field. There's no one here since it's not a game day. I've just sat in the last row of the stands when Decker arrives with his own beer. He sits a seat down from me, propping his ankle on his knee.
What's up?
What's your lead? I take a sip of my beer.
A friend of mine was with us that night, and the woman was someone he works with.
He hands me a piece of paper.
Here's her name and number.
I stare down at the chicken scratch. Lila Mercer. Doesn't ring a bell at all. Thanks. Did you ask him if she was pregnant? Decker shakes his head.
Wasn't sure you'd want it getting out that you're trying to track down Tanner's mom. Figured he'd just think you were looking for another hookup or whatever.
I nod. Good thinking. Thanks.
I'm not sure I can help you with any of the others, but at least it's one.
I cringe. I feel like a sleaze, you know? I mean, who doesn't know who he slept with? It's been a shitty feeling. Made even worse having to talk to Hadley about it, when, in reality, she knew the score with me. She knew who I was. But it's embarrassing as shit to have to talk about it with people. My mom would be so ashamed.
East, man, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't cheat on anyone. You didn't lead anyone on. They were all willing participants, and honestly, you shouldn't have to go searching to figure out who she is.
Is
it Hadley?
He takes a pull from his beer. What about her? I glance at him. He tilts his head.
None of us are stupid.
My forehead wrinkles. We have to put on an act.
Not sure tongue through the knitting is necessary.
I don't know how to answer him. He has a point. I think it's just sexual tension that's still between us. Plus, Goldie, I don't know the last time I've gone this long. He shakes his head. While I didn't always go home with women, the mine to Decker ratios were heavily in favor of my end over his every time we went out.
Maybe that's it,
he says, staring at the empty stadium in front of us. What is it you want to say but aren't? He turns to face me and sets his beer near his feet.
Listen, you put yourself in this position. You agreed to marry someone for an entire year and have her be your nanny. This isn't something that you can just fuck up and move on, East. You have a son now, and he's growing more and more attached to Hadley, especially since we're in season and he's spending a lot of time with her.
And she's great with him.
She is.
He holds up his hands.
There's no refuting that. We all thought for sure you two would be lost and fumbling your way through it.
I open my mouth, but he continues.
That's not the case. And I know I'm not one to talk. Penelope and I moved fast, but I loved her since I was a kid, and you fucked around with Hadley for 2 years without ever thinking about having a commitment with her.
Again, when I open my mouth, he cuts me off.
Just make sure whatever you want to do is for the right reason, for everyone's sake, but most of all, Tanner's.
I release a breath and stare at the perfectly manicured field. It's the one place in my life I don't second-guess anything. I move on instinct and training and never question my decisions. Most of all, if I make a mistake, I wash it. but I can't wash it with Tanner or Hadley. She's doing more work than me in our arrangement. The only way being married to her affects me is I can't fuck anyone else. And I'm lying to my family. Her schedule and life are completely different than before all this. She's the one carrying us.
I'm not saying it's wrong to want her, or even that feelings don't change. But you're a 2 feet first kind of guy, East, and in this situation, you gotta dip your toes. I know it's not in your nature, but...
He's right. I've never tested the waters in my life, and I'm not sure Hadley has either, which is probably one of the reasons I've always felt this kinship with her. We were one and the same, but now that we're attached to one another for a year, our relationship is changing. We're changing. I can't stop looking at her. Hell, seeing her with Tanner is complete torture. She loves him, I see it. Then the pretzel at the zoo, her wiping her finger on my chin. I wanted to take her finger and suck it. Not only do I want her in my bed more with every day that passes, but I discover something new I like about her every day too. I'm quiet for a beat, lost in my head.
Cute pics at the zoo. Hazel's pissed you didn't ask us to go.
I roll my eyes. I was going to.
But you wanted to be alone with Hadley and Tanner?
His eyebrows raise. I nod.
I told Penelope as much.
And she said,
Are you kidding me? I swear all the women are ready to make her an honorary member of our group whether you do or don't stay married to her. They love her.
What's not to love? She's amazing. Isn't that the exact reason why I'm up here right now? Decker picks up his beer and tips it back, finishing it off.
You can always sleep with her and see.
Really? I whip my head toward him, hopeful.
No!
My shoulders sink. Too good to be true. But I do wonder if I slept with Hadley. Would this weird tension when our eyes lock finally evaporate? I'm sure she's never gone this long without sex before either. She must be on the brink like me. He shakes his head.
Your dick stays out of it until you're sure.
But he doesn't like to be left out. Decker doesn't laugh at my joke. No surprise, he never entertains my deflection. Fine, Dad, I get the point. He stands.
There's a reason you called me and not Foster. Remember that.
You're my best friend.
You already knew it was a bad idea to sleep with your fake wife/nanny. You just needed someone else to tell you. That's why I'm standing here right now. Good luck on the mom search. Let me know how it pans out for you.
He walks down the steps, and my phone vibrates in my pocket. Hadley.
Hey, where are you?
Me. On the rooftop.
I hate to ask you this, but do you mind having dinner with my mom tonight? She's on me and just sent me your schedule with a question mark on today.
I huff. It's the least I can do for her. Sure, I'll be down in a second.
Thanks. I'll fake sick mid-dinner and we can leave early.
I don't respond, finishing my beer. We'll stay as long as we have to. I owe her that much. Even if it kills me a little more to pretend to be her husband, touching her and kissing her. It's like the most torturous form of foreplay I've ever been a part of. Chapter 27. Easton. We take an Uber to the north suburbs of Chicago, where Hadley's mom lives. Tanner's strapped into the car seat between us, but even with Hadley on the other side of the vehicle from me, her anxiety fills the interior of the car. Her gaze has remained outside the entire ride, never entertaining my jokes with more than a small smile before she turns back to the window. Hey. I reach over Tanner and touch her arm. I was meant for this moment. She smiles and puts her hand on Tanner's chest.
You have no idea what she's like.
We pull onto a drive lined with trees on either side, and the house comes into view. My suspicion was correct. Hadley Hargrove comes from money. Her face is visibly stricken when the huge Tudor-style house comes into view and the car rounds the circular driveway. It's decorated for spring. Flower pots lining the steps up to the double front door. A Range Rover is parked in front, along with a Mercedes SUV.
Whit and Sloan are here too.
She opens the door as the driver comes to a stop in front of the house, and I do the same, before unbuckling the carrier to bring Tanner out. I thank the driver and meet her on the other side of the car. She stands in front of the house, staring at it, and I slip my hand in hers, squeezing it to say, I'm here. I'm on your side.
Just so you know, my mom doesn't believe our marriage is real, and me pushing her off all this time with your schedule has made her even more skeptical. She'll nitpick everything we do and how we interact. She wouldn't be sold on this marriage even if you had sex with me on the dining room table, and even then, she'd just critique your performance.
We both know I'd get an A+, but I'll take one for the team if that's what it takes. She leans her head on my shoulder, and out of instinct I kiss the top of her head.
I'll apologize ahead of time, but I do hope it isn't that painful.
You put up with a lot for me. This is nothing. And I mean it. Although nothing on social media has been bad for her, everyone seems to be behind us as a family, but I know how fast that can flip. I've seen it. Callie took a beating with Foster, and I never want Hadley to be in that seat. The double doors open, and I assume this is her mother standing in an expensive flowery dress.
Why are you still out there? Let me meet my son-in-law.
Her body says, welcome. Her smile says, I bite. We walk forward at the same pace. When we reach the doorway and I step into a grand foyer with a spiral staircase along the wall and a huge chandelier, she doesn't hug Hadley or me. Hadley does a quick introduction, and Margot's hand in mine is as cold and unwelcoming.
Oh, I figured you'd bring the baby.
Her mom glances at the carrier in disgust.
It was a last-minute invitation.
I tried to give you enough notice, but his schedule is so busy.
She turns toward me. I find it odd, since she just referred to me in third person when I'm standing right here.
You're a hard man to nail down. Is that for the reason of the impromptu proposal to Hadley?
Holy shit. This woman plays an entirely different game than I've ever played. In-season is pretty busy. I apologize for the delay, and of course, I should have asked you for her hand. I'm sorry. She waves me off.
Well, we all know you won't find her father to ask, and honestly, even if I said no, she would have married you anyway. Our Hadley does what she wants when she wants.
She laughs, but it only echoes in the large foyer, her humor not landing.
Should have known in kindergarten when she refused to color within the lines.
Hadley stiffens next to me.
Well, get the little one out.
She waves at the carrier and walks away.
We're in the dining room. Sloane and Whit got here on time.
Hadley blows out a breath.
Round 1 is over.
I put the carrier by the door and unstrap Tanner, holding him to my chest. I've never seen a mother and daughter so opposite of each other.
Well, she's got Sloane. They're more aligned. Come on.
The dining room is a big room, with 2 huge chandeliers. The table is only being used on one end, and there's a high chair between 2 seats on the right side, which means Tanner will be between us.
Sloane was nice enough to let you use the high chair she uses when she comes for Sunday dinners.
Clearly Hadley doesn't attend them, since she's never left my place on a Sunday to come here. Margot is simply making her point. Thanks, Sloane, I say while Hadley just sits down closest to her mom, as if she's sheltering me from the storm. You're left-handed. Sit on his other side. I put Tanner in the high chair. I see her mom's eyes lift over the fact that I know Hadley is left-handed.
Oh, it's okay.
It's fine. I pull out the chair for Hadley and she sits.
Thanks.
I walk around the back of Margot and put out my hand toward her brother. Easton Bailey.
Whit, nice to meet you. Great proposal.
He winks, already aware that this was all for show.
Yes, it was adorable. My mother would have loved it. I could almost feel all the emotion through the pictures online.
Mom.
You must be Sloane, I say, putting my hand in front of her sister. She daintily takes it, her palm barely touching mine.
Calluses. Such a hard worker you are.
Sloane.
Hadley snaps with annoyance. I'll take it as a compliment. Means I'm getting my job done. I walk back over and take my seat. I see some puffs on Tanner's tray that Hadley must have put out while I was introducing myself.
He's adorable. How's the adjustment been for you two?
Hadley smiles at Tanner.
Good. He loves the bookstore. Adores Felix.
Whit smiles.
Hopefully he and Marco will get matched soon.
Thank goodness Grandma hired good workers for you.
Sloane says pointedly at Hadley. Hadley gives her a saccharine smile, and my hand fists under the table, realizing that she's had to deal with this her entire life. Of course she doesn't want to live in Chicago. I'd run away from home too. The food is already on the table, and Whip picks up dishes, handing them to his mom. She passes them to me, and I pass them to Hadley, not wanting to serve myself before she has her food. My mom would be appalled.
Oh, please, you're our guest. Go ahead. Hadley barely eats. Are you even eating meat nowadays?
Margot asks.
Since I was 18, yes.
Sloane laughs, but it's not genuine.
How are we supposed to keep up with whether you're vegan, vegetarian, or what was that other one, Mother? Flexitarian.
The two of them laugh.
Brea is trying a plant-based diet, and it's really helped her inflammation.
I catch Hadley smiling at her brother. At least there's one person on her team here.
So, Easton, tell me about yourself. Usually I'd know more about my daughter's husband, but being that you swept my daughter off her fleeting feet...
Well, I'm from Alaska.
Yes, I read that. I must be the only mother-in-law who has to read about her new son-in-law online. Big family, right? Saw an ESPN video on you in your hometown. Quaint. Your mom the principal, and your dad a teacher and coach. Just a precious little life up there.
I inhale and pick up my wine glass. Usually I wouldn't have one since I have to play tomorrow, but tonight might have to be an exception.
It's beautiful.
Oh, have you been there? You've met his parents. I'm the only one out of the loop.
Margot narrows her eyes at Hadley. I wipe my mouth with my napkin. No, my sister's pregnant, and she's due any time now, so my parents are waiting for her to deliver before coming down here. We didn't tell anyone except my friends.
And does Honor know?
She looks right at Hadley, then glances down at the table.
I heard her grandmother is on the decline.
Yes, it's getting worse from what I heard.
Sloane adds. Hadley draws in a deep breath.
Yes, I know. I spoke with her yesterday.
Poor girl has been stuck here, never able to go to college or make a life for herself. And then there are other people who just toss away how privileged they are.
Hadley stares at her plate, her fork moving her mashed potatoes around. She scoops some potatoes in a spoon and holds it out to Tanner. I can do it, I say.
I want to.
Her eyes meet mine, and I can see it's her way of having a diversion, so I allow her.
And you've been with the Colts your entire career?
Margot interrupts. 11 years.
Remarkable.
The word lands without any warmth.
And in 11 years, you never thought about settling down before now?
Wit reaches for the breadbasket, eyeing me from across the table. I hadn't met the right person. I look at Hadley when I say it. She smiles, but there's no color on her cheeks. We're acting here, but I don't feel as though I'm acting. Margot follows my gaze to Hadley and back to me.
Of course.
She lifts her wine.
And Tanner.
I feel the energy change in the room.
He's wonderful,
Hadley says quickly, and I hear the way she steps in front of the question as though trying to stop a freight train.
Of course he is. I've seen the pictures.
Margot's smile doesn't waver.
I suppose what I'm wondering about is his mother. It must be quite a situation, not knowing...
We're working through it. My voice is even and polite, just like my mother raised me to be.
Of course.
Margot tilts her head.
It's just that Hadley is now responsible for a child whose mother could appear at any time and completely disrupt...
Hadley and I make decisions about Tanner together. I gently set down my fork. And whatever comes next, we'll handle it together too. The table falls quiet. Sloane glances at Margot as if her reaction were based on her mother's. Wit, to his credit, takes a quiet sip of his wine and says nothing, but I catch the corner of his mouth creep up. Margot holds my gaze for a moment, and I don't look away. I'm not rude about it. My dad would be proud of how not rude I'm being. But fuck if I'm going to back down. She's not going to attack my family.
Well,
she says finally, her tone recalibrating seamlessly.
It sounds like you have it all handled.
We do. I pick my fork back up and glance at Hadley, who has put some small pieces of green beans on Tanner's tray. She looks as though she's fighting a smile. Whit steers the conversation to baseball, which I suspect is deliberate, and for the next 20 minutes dinner is actually pleasant. He knows the game, asks good questions, and even Sloane thaws slightly when I tell a story about Foster and a bullpen incident involving a bird. But I keep checking in on Hadley the entire night. Her demeanor is different at this table than ours. Shoulders higher, chin lower, laugh quieter. She's not the Hadley whose smile lights up the entire room or does cute voices to Tanner that makes him kick his feet. She's smaller here, someone who learned a long time ago to take up less space, to try to go unnoticed. I hate everything about it, and I want to kidnap her away from here, never to return. Somehow we make it through dinner, and on the way out, Whit catches my arm while the women say their goodbyes to Tanner.
"That's as good as it gets with her,"
Whit whispers. Well, that's not saying much. He nods and lowers his voice further.
"For what it's worth, Hadley's never brought anyone home. Ever."
I open my mouth to respond, but he's already moving towards Sloane. I'm not sure why he's telling me. He knows the score. She didn't have a choice. She had to bring me home. So what he felt was a compliment wasn't. I'm just an arrangement for Hadley. In the car on the way home, Hadley is quiet most of the ride.
You didn't have to do that.
Do what? She turns to look at me in the darkness of the back seat.
Stick up for us. I don't care what she thinks.
I shrug. I was just clarifying. And if you think I'm going to sit at that table and allow them to disrespect you, Tanner, and us, then you don't know me at all. She watches me for a moment, then turns back toward the window.
Thank you.
I don't say anything, but I think about Whit's words the whole way home, and I think about how I can't wait to get back in the condo and get my Hadley back. I think that's probably something I should be more worried about than I am.
Chapter 28. Hadley. Easton reached out to Lila Mercer, a woman he slept with roughly 15 months ago, the time frame that is most likely when Tanner was conceived. Now we sit in the cafe around the corner. Him at a table, with me a table away, Tanner's back to Easton in a high chair, and me with a baseball hat on to disguise myself as much as possible. Easton was going to come by himself, but as he was leaving the condo, he started second-guessing himself, his anxiety increasing about whether or not he should be looking for Tanner's mother. So I got Tanner ready and said, we'll all go. I couldn't let him do this alone. He slyly looks at me, sipping his coffee, which will be gone before Lila even turns up, since he can't seem to just sit there and wait. Tanner is happy, at least, having no idea his mother might turn up today. Would he remember her and want to go to her? One of the reasons we both agreed his back should be turned. If he reaches for her, that's a good sign, but one I'm not sure I'm prepared for. So I'm sure Easton isn't either. My laptop is open, so I appear like a busy working mom, even though my concentration is only on the door. It opens, and a woman steps inside, her eyes scouring the area. This must be her. Easton half lifts off the chair, but then a man comes in right behind her, holding a baby carrier off of one arm. Easton sits back down, glancing at me, looking as though he's 1 second from bolting. I know how important this is to him and to Tanner, and I hope this can be a one and done, that Lila Mercer is Tanner's mom. If so, I'm not sure why she'd agreed to coffee, but I didn't want to convey my doubts to Easton when he was hopeful. Maybe she regrets her decision and just needed an opening from Easton to come forward. The woman at the door stops searching when her eyes land on Easton, turning to say something to who I think might be her husband. His gaze lands on Easton, and the two of them walk over. Maybe they're just big fans? Or, holy shit, this is it. Easton straightens. I hate seeing that fun-loving guy disappear. Tanner bangs on the table, and I pass him another puff while watching the scene unfold in front of me. I'm not sure why it took now for that beanstalk of jealousy in my stomach to grow from a seed to a vine. This woman was with Easton, intimately, just as I've been. I always knew the score with Easton, and it never bothered me. So why do I want to scratch out Lila's eyes or dismember her memory of her time with Easton? Not a good sign, since that makes my jealousy less about Tanner and more about Easton. Lila stops at the edge of the table, the man at her back.
Hi, Easton.
He shifts in his seat, standing.
Lila?
I bury my head in the laptop while peeking up to see.
Yeah, this is my husband, Mike.
Easton's gaze falls to the baby carrier. Mine do, too. He holds his hand out to Mike.
Nice to meet you.
The husband shakes his hand, but says nothing, turning to his wife.
I'll get you your tea.
He walks away, and she looks around before sitting. The carrier faces me, so I inch up on the seat to get a glimpse. My eyes widen, and I lower my head, giving my attention to Tanner when I really want to say, "Holy shit! Were you a twin?"
Thanks for meeting me.
You were pretty persistent.
I wanted to ask if you were...
He leans forward.
We hooked up, right?
She blows out a breath.
I tried to strip it from my memory, but yes.
Easton's shoulders lose their tension.
I just had to ask because you look a little different than I remember.
She tilts her head.
Well, that's what happens when you have a baby.
Easton's eyes widen as if he assumes she's the one, but I want to jump in and say she has another baby. And unless she's doing a Parent Trap thing, the baby isn't yours.
Oh, I didn't mean to be insulting. You're still beautiful.
Spare me the meaningless compliments. Why am I here?
Easton sips his coffee again as if he's buying himself time.
Do you have some STI or something that you have to disclose to all your partners?
She touches the baby carrier. Mike returns with 2 cups, placing one in front of her with a packet of sugar and milk, then sitting next to the baby with his own drink. It looks as awkward as the conversation sounds.
No, I don't have anything. I'm sure you've seen the internet stuff.
I try to stay out of your world now.
Man, she's bitter. What did Easton do to her?
Well, someone left a 6-month-old baby at the bar under my condo.
I don't even know where you live, Easton.
Her voice has a frosty edge. He runs his hand through his hair, and I think there's a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. I wish I could be next to him right now, seeing him through this like he did me at my mom's house.
It's kind of, well, a lot of women know where I live.
The dugout.
Mike says. Lila whips her head toward him in disbelief.
What?
He raises his hands.
You know I watch baseball.
He glances at Easton.
Big fan.
Lila's eyes widen and her jaw sets.
Of Hayes Carlisle.
Nice save, Mike.
Listen.
Easton sits up and puts his forearms on the table.
I'm not here because I have an STI or anything. I'm just trying to track down who the mother of my son is. And the timeline for us matched up.
Lila sinks back in her chair.
Well, sorry to tell you, I got pregnant from another one-night stand.
She eyes Mike.
1 month after us.
Mike lifts the carrier and, okay, upon closer inspection, the baby is a tad younger than Tanner.
I won this lottery,
Mike says, putting the carrier back down.
And we got married before she was born. So, I am not the mother of your baby.
She takes the lid off her tea and puts in the sugar and milk, stirring it. Easton looks deflated, finishing off his coffee, and his gaze falls to me. I offer him a comforting smile. Lila catches it and follows his line of vision.
That's his wife.
How do you know so much about him?
Lila's clearly annoyed.
Well, I didn't know you slept with Easton Bailey until 2 days ago. I can't unknow things that I read online.
Lila crosses her arms and huffs. I'm not sure why she's so mad, honestly. Maybe she was hoping for something more after their hookup and Easton didn't deliver? But it wouldn't be like him to promise her a future he knew he wasn't ready to give. Besides, she's married now with another man's child. Hi. I wave like an idiot. Easton stands and pushes in his chair. He tosses some money on the table.
Thanks for coming and being straight with me. And I'm sorry for whatever I did to make you hate me. This should cover the coffees.
He moves to walk over to me, and I hurry to get Tanner out of the high chair and pack up so we can make a quick getaway.
Sorry. I don't know why I'm mad. I was scared when you called and wanted to meet that maybe you did have something sexually, and the what-ifs. But
she looks at her husband, who offers her a smile, and his hand rests on her forearm.
I do hope you find his mother, and I'm glad you finally found someone you love.
Her eyes meet mine. My heart drops to the depth of my stomach. Easton doesn't smile.
I'm happy for you too.
He doesn't confirm us, and he doesn't touch me, because we're not real. Lila Mercer doesn't know that he doesn't love me. And I shouldn't be upset because I definitely don't love him. Right?
Chapter 29. Easton. Hadley puts the key in the door and walks to the back of the store to turn off the alarm. Meanwhile, I take Tanner out of the stroller and walk around the space. I'm embarrassed to say I've only been here twice. The one time she had me meet her here when we were just hooking up, and then the time I proposed to her. The first time I didn't have a kid to appreciate the space, and the second time I was so concerned I was going to fuck up the proposal that I had tunnel vision.
I'll just grab some things and then we can get out of here.
Every one of my off days, we try to do something public to keep up appearances. So we're supposed to go to this food truck festival at Daily Plaza today. I never mind going out in public with her. It's an excuse to touch her. Something I've come to like a little too much. I've convinced myself that my body just knows what it's like to have her, so that's why our hands gravitate to each other a little too easily. Take your time. I sit under the big tree in the reading area and place Tanner on the mat. He's been doing so much better holding himself up, so I put him in the sitting position, with his hands between his legs on the floor. Since there isn't anything to really hold him up, I go to pick him up before he falls.
Oh, wait, I use these.
Hadley runs back into the hallway and returns with 3 pillows, before sandwiching him in them.
He refuses to sit in the stroller during story time now, so Felix has a specific spot for him.
She smiles and taps Tanner's nose with her finger, before standing back up. Thank Felix for me, I say. She glances over her shoulder before going behind the counter.
I will. I'm not sure how I'd do both things without him.
Guilt rises up inside me, that maybe she can't make this bookstore a success because of being Tanner's nanny. And let's be honest, she's so much more than a nanny to him. We've made this little family, and I have to keep reminding myself that it's not real, that things will change at some point. You know, if you want to hire more help. Her gaze lifts off whatever she's looking at.
This store cannot afford to employ anyone else.
I meant for Tanner. I dig into his diaper bag and pull out the soft book Hadley bought him that he seems to love so much. He instantly gets excited, his hands grabbing for it.
No, we have a deal.
She walks around the counter with her laptop tucked under her arm.
Sure, it can be hectic, but Felix and Vera are practically running the store on the daily. I read a story on the story time days, and I'm trying to figure out a way to get it in the black.
Exactly. And if you didn't have Tanner interrupting you all day, you'd probably be able to do it. Hadley sits next to me but leans forward and opens the book for Tanner.
Cow says moo.
She points, and Tanner slaps his hand on the picture.
I'm good, Easton.
She extends her legs and opens her laptop.
One more minute. I have to check the sales from yesterday.
I watch her type on the computer while I point to the animals in the book, saying the animal sounds like Hadley started.
Jeez, another bad day yesterday. Maybe this is a dream that can't come true.
She tosses her laptop on the mat and crawls over to Tanner.
I'd rather play with you anyway.
Tanner smiles at her, as though she's his. To him, she is. But lately I can't stop the feeling that he's not the only one growing attached to her. I look at the laptop, and there is a lot of red on that spreadsheet. Do you mind? I nod toward the laptop.
Be my guest.
She pushes it toward me, and I stretch my legs out, leaning against the fake tree trunk while I look over her numbers. I was a business major in college. Not that it means a lot, but...
Honestly, if you have an idea that I can't think of, I welcome it.
She turns the page.
A duck. Quack, quack.
I scroll through her expenses, and it mostly just comes out to not enough purchases. It looks like her return is good. Her grandma owned the building. If Vera could pay rent, I say, but she's already shaking her head.
My grandma would never. Plus, the apartment is so old and outdated that if she did move out, I'd have to gut it to make any money off it.
The fact she isn't turning a profit when she doesn't have to pay rent isn't the best sign. Sure, she has her taxes and things, but she should be able to sell enough. You have a good spot here, for sure. What kid wouldn't love this store? A giant tree grows straight out of the wall, its branches stretching wide above the reading mat, glowing softly with tiny lights. Butterflies drift through the air, while birds perch along the branches, and fluffy clouds float between them like pieces of a story come to life. It feels as if you stepped inside a book, where anything can happen, and no one's in a hurry to leave. I think it's getting people here. When they come for story time, you have to sell them. She sits back and pulls out a board book for Tanner, as he's growing bored of the felt one.
Which I have no idea how to do.
In all honesty, I'm surprised the proposal didn't bring in more customers. I shut the laptop, pull out my phone, and scroll to my post. I see the problem immediately. Everyone is saying Hadley owns a children's bookstore, but no one is saying which one. I'm shocked no one has tried to dig up this information. Isn't this the kind of thing the internet is good at? It's an easy fix. I have a huge platform I could use to get her customers. But with those customers can come the bad side of what I can offer her, and I don't want to ruin this place for her. I'm happy to invest. I click my phone off and place it on the mat.
No, Easton, you've done enough.
She doesn't even look at me as she says it. Then she stands.
Let's go. We don't want to miss the cupcake place.
She pokes Tanner's stomach. I know she loves my kid, but he's a great way to deflect anything she doesn't want to talk about. We have time. I grab her hand before she can get too far away. Let's talk this out. I want to help. Her shoulders deflate, and she releases a breath.
I don't want saving, Easton. I want to come in here one day and know that it's because of me that it's a success. Plus, you married me. That's enough. Throwing good money into something bad isn't going to fix the problem.
I pat the spot next to me, and she reluctantly sits. Look at how much Tanner loves books. That's why I'm invested. I want him to have this place as he grows up. Somewhere he can go to get away from his world and imagine another place. Escape from his own problems. She raises her eyebrows.
And you're such a big reader?
I shrug. She's got me there. I slide closer to her and put my arm around her back. Hadley, you're important to me. The store is important to you. My kid loves the store. I'm invested. Let me help. She shakes her head. God, I hate how stubborn she can be.
I'm sorry, Easton. I won't take your money.
I pick up my phone. Then you leave me no choice. I flip the camera on, aim it at Tanner, and snap a picture.
Do not.
She warns, her hand shooting out to grab my phone before I can caption and post it. Come on. I lift it out of reach, but she lunges for me anyway. We go down in a tangle, her momentum knocking me back as she climbs over me, reaching for the phone. I shift, trying to keep it away, but it slips from my grip and lands somewhere on the mat. She braces her hands on either side of my face to steady herself, and everything stills. Our eyes lock. And just like that, the rest of the world disappears. Her breath hits my mouth first, soft and uneven. My hands settle at her waist without thinking, holding her, not pulling her closer, but not letting her go like I should. Her gaze flicks to my mouth, then back to my eyes, as though she's right at the brink I've been with us since she came back into my life. Hadley. My voice comes out rougher than I expect. She doesn't move, doesn't blink, just stays, hovering over me, close enough that if either of us shifts even an inch, my thumb presses lightly into her side, and that's all it takes. She inhales sharply, her lips parting as her gaze drops again. The space between us disappears as we lean toward one another. Then my phone vibrates and her eyes pop open. She scurries off my lap, and I snatch the phone, seeing Decker's name on the screen. I'm not sure if I want to kick Decker's ass or kiss his feet, but I'm leaning more toward the broken nose scenario. She felt so good on top of me. It'll be a damn week before I get that visual out of my head.
Let's go, Tan Man. A vanilla cupcake is calling our name.
She lifts him and moves over to the stroller. I slide my thumb over the screen, but it goes to voicemail before I can answer. I sit up and pack Tanner's thing back in the diaper bag. My phone vibrates another time, this time with a text message. Decker.
Come down to Peepers.
Me. Thanks, but I'm going to the food truck festival with Hadley and Tanner.
We have a surprise we can all go after.
Do I want to hang out with all my friends right now? No. But I also can't take the chance that what just happened will happen again. Maybe it's best if we hang out with our friends for the day. I clearly can't trust myself with her.
Ready?
Hadley asks from across the room, her bag packed and Tanner already in his stroller. She seems to be on the same page. The gang wants us to stop at Peepers.
Okay.
She agrees easily. And that's all the answer I need. Kissing is off the table for us, which is good. Okay, not good, but it's the right decision.
Chapter 30. Hadley. The walk from the story jar is quiet, our almost kiss hanging awkwardly in the space between us. We should talk about the tension that's been filling the rooms lately, but isn't the whole reason we've made things work because we don't do the whole feelings thing? Once we reach Peepers, I stop Easton before we go inside to spend the afternoon with friends, where we'll be separated more than we're together. Easton? I place my hand on his, on top of the stroller. He stops and nods.
We're good.
Are we? He smiles, and it's not his full wattage smile, but it's genuine.
Yeah. It's gonna happen, right? We're used to hooking up. It's just habit.
I nod, wishing I could believe him, but things are changing in ways I didn't anticipate, and I'm not sure he did either. Okay, if you say so. I reach around him and open the door so he can wheel in the stroller. I've been to Peepers just once, looking for Easton, but since moving in, I haven't gotten a chance to come down here, mostly because I'm primarily with Tanner. I've heard the other women talking about Ruby and what she's like, so I'm not surprised when she doesn't come out from behind the counter to greet us.
Just so you know.
Easton mutters beside me, pushing Tanner's stroller inside.
Ruby's not talking to me.
I don't look at him. What did you do?
I haven't been in here lately, and she heard about us from someone else.
Tanner kicks his legs, letting out a happy squeal, completely unbothered.
Just let me do the talking.
I glance at him. That feels like a terrible idea. You already upset her. Ruby doesn't look up from behind the bar, where she's polishing a glass. She doesn't acknowledge either of us as we stop at the edge of the bar.
Ruby.
She completely ignores him, placing the finished glass down and reaching for another one, using the same methodical motion as she wipes it down. I bite back a smile. Oh, I like her.
Don't encourage her.
I lean against the bar. So, you're the famous Ruby. Her eyes flick up to me, but there's no welcoming smile. Her gaze is sharp and assessing.
So, you're her.
Easton shifts.
Yes, this is...
Ruby lifts a finger and he shuts his mouth. I press my lips together to stop myself from smiling because I have a feeling that wouldn't go over well. Hadley. Her gaze drags across my face, my hand on the stroller, and the ring for a long beat.
The wife?
I nod. I'm sorry that Easton didn't bring me down here earlier.
You have 2 legs, don't you?
Easton sidles up next to me and wraps his arm around my waist. He's so natural and casual with physical contact, whereas every time he touches me lately, I stiffen as if I were trying to get my body not to react to his touch.
Come on, Rubes, be nice. She's good people, be mad at me.
What do you drink?
Easton smiles as though that's about as good as we're going to get. I'll just do a water right now. She puts the glass down, goes into the fridge under the counter, and hands me a bottle of water.
Smart decision, since you have a baby to look after.
Thanks. I unscrew the top and give Easton a, ha-ha, I got a drink smile.
You get nothing.
She points at Easton and walks down the length of the bar to help one of the men seated there. You really made her mad. He turns us away from the bar.
She can't stay mad at me for long. No one can.
He winks, then wheels Tanner toward the backroom door that says, keep out, on it. I open it for him, and he goes to wheel Tanner inside. I start to follow, but he comes to an abrupt stop.
Mom and Dad.
Surprise!
I hear 2 people say. Easton glances at me, eyebrows in his hairline. I think I'm gonna be sick. Chapter 31. Hadley. Easton walks into the back room while I want to turn around and run. As if he predicts I'm ready to bolt, he grabs my hand. I widen my eyes and shake my head, but he tugs me forward. When I stumble into him, he catches me. His parents are too enamored with Tanner to notice us. They're crouched down, his mom tickling Tanner's stomach, drawing a giggle and squeal from him. She's got red hair and a paler complexion than Easton, maybe because he's in the sun so much while playing. His dad's hair is grayer than on the camera, but there's a lot of brown still mixed in. He spots me first, a smile pulling at his lips as he nudges his wife. Easton's hand tightens on my hip as his parents stand and appraise us.
Hadley.
His mom rounds the stroller and throws her arms around me, pulling me into a warm hug.
I'm so happy to finally meet you in person.
I freeze, my arms stiff at my sides, caught in her embrace, not sure when I've ever been hugged like this by a stranger. Easton nudges my arm, and I take the hint, wrapping my arms around her in return. You too, I croak out. She pulls back and doesn't look away. Her eyes stay locked on mine, and I have no idea if I'm supposed to react or if she's waiting for me to say something.
You're more beautiful in person.
Thank you. My cheeks heat.
Halls,
His dad says.
Oh, sorry.
She waves a hand and presses it to her chest.
I'm Easton's mom, Holly.
Then she gestures to his dad. If I've ever wondered what Easton will look like later in life, it's standing right in front of me.
This is his father, Austin.
Austin steps forward, holding out his hand. Holly smacks his arm.
She's your daughter-in-law. You hug her.
maybe she doesn't want to be hugged.
Austin says.
Nonsense. She's family now.
Oh, that's not necessary. Before I can finish, Austin pulls me into a hug. Not tight like his wife's, but real. And all I can think about is him asking Easton later on why I was so stiff when he hugged me.
Welcome to the family,
He says, stepping back beside his wife.
We're really happy to have you.
Austin is so warm and genuine that tears prick my eyes. I blink them back, refusing to make a scene over the fact that these 2 strangers have made me feel more welcome than my own mother did last week. Thank you, I say, not sure what else to give them.
No hug for me?
Easton asks, breaking the moment.
If you haven't figured it out, Hadley, my son craves attention.
Holly touches my arm as she moves past me to him. They hug, and he closes his eyes for a second, his cheek pressing against the side of her head.
You could have called.
It's obvious to me that though Easton's shocked by their appearance, he really enjoys being in their presence, and he's missed them. She pulls back, cupping his face in both hands.
And ruin the surprise? Never.
Harper had the baby, and we booked the next flight.
His dad says, stepping in to hug Easton.
Congratulations, Uncle.
No one called me?
I glance at Decker sitting quietly at the table. Where are Penelope and Hazel? I could really use the backup right now.
Because we wanted to surprise you, but we have a lot of pictures.
His mom turns back to Tanner, then looks at me.
Is it okay if I take him out?
I almost say it's not my decision. Ask your son.
He's your grandson. I'm surprised you haven't already. Are Harper and the baby okay?
She's fine. Went into labor, and it happened so quick that Finn had to deliver her on the kitchen floor. But all is well.
His dad delivers this news as though it's routine.
Jesus.
Easton pushes his hand through his hair. Austin looks at me.
Finn's a firefighter and paramedic. He's trained.
I nod. That's a relief.
He's also her husband,
Holly adds. She lifts Tanner from the stroller and he doesn't fuss, settling into her as though he knows she's his grandma.
He's the cutest. He has your eyes.
She hugs him close, swaying slightly, her eyes closing just like Easton's did earlier.
I'm your grandma,
she whispers, and my chest tightens as tears threaten again. Austin moves to his wife's side, wrapping an arm around her and resting a hand on Tanner's back. They both look at him as though he's everything. A chair screeches on the floor and we all turn toward Decker.
I gotta get back upstairs. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around.
Thanks for playing our game, Deck. Tell Penelope and Hazel we can't wait to see them.
Will do.
Decker gives Easton a look and heads out. I want to ask if he'd mind grabbing me a paper bag to breathe into before I hyperventilate. I'm unprepared for a parents' meeting. Parents who think that I'm married to their son for real and not for pretend. But turns out I suck at fake marriages too, because I almost kissed him on the mat in my bookstore about a half hour ago. Had we not gotten interrupted, I would have.
Let's sit. I'll go get us some drinks. What does everyone want?
Austin asks, stepping toward the door.
I'll go with you.
My eyes go wide and I shake my head slightly. He walks up to me, and I think he's going to say, "Never mind, I'll stay." But he kisses my cheek instead.
Be right back.
A strangled noise slips out of me.
Oh, they have a high chair,
Holly says, but she can't get it while holding Tanner. I'll get it. I pull it over and set it in front of the table.
I don't want to overstep, you know. I've been here 5 minutes, so I can give him back, and you do whatever you usually do.
She moves to hold him out to me. No, it's fine. Because he's not my kid. And yes, he's my stepson through my faux marriage, but that won't mean anything. In less than a year, I'll probably be out of his life, and you'll have free reign until Easton meets the love of his life. There goes that nausea, churning in my stomach again. I take the diaper bag out of the stroller and put down the plastic tablecloth so he has a clean surface. He really likes these yogurt things lately. I hand her the bag.
Thank you,
she says with as much gratitude as if I just agreed to give her one of my kidneys. She pulls one out of the bag.
Do you like these?
She says to Tanner. I take a seat across the table to give his dad a place to sit on the other side. I'm the outsider in this group, and I need to remember that. Easton and Austin come back into the room, both holding 2 drinks. They're laughing and talking about something. Easton comes to sit next to me, placing a drink in front of me.
Got you something stronger. Vodka soda with a lime.
Thanks. He slides his chair closer, his arm draping along the back of mine, resting on the top of my chair, but his fingers trail along my bare arm as if we really are a couple, and it's natural for him to be touching me like this.
Feed him one of these.
Holly gives one of the yogurt drops to Austin.
He's not a dog, Halls.
He accepts the drop anyway and sets it in front of Tanner. They're used to babies for sure, and Tanner must sense their ease because he hasn't fussed once. Holly sits back and eyes us again, her smile growing the longer she watches.
Go ahead, Mom.
Easton motions with his hand for her to get on with it. Their comfort with one another is envious. She shrugs.
You guys make a cute couple.
And?
I want to tell Easton, let's not push question time, because whatever he's sensing from his mom, I'm not sure we want to address it.
I just have a few questions.
Holly,
Austin continues feeding Tanner, glancing at his wife.
let them be.
I just wondered how you two met.
She looks between us. I turn to Easton and we stare at one another, both of us smiling.
She climbed into my Uber. I asked her out.
All true, but it just happened 2 years ago, and he didn't ask me out. He asked me back to his place. Semantics.
So you've been seeing one another in secret?
She takes a sip of her white wine, and her body language isn't like my mom's. She seems genuinely curious, not waiting to pounce.
Yeah, pretty much.
I watch Easton's hand fist under the table on his thigh. I know it has to be hard to lie to his parents. We've known one another a while. It wasn't anything, and then it was. We were always friends. I chime in, trying to take over the lying for him.
Listen.
Holly sets down her wine glass.
East, you know how your dad and I met, so I'm not saying you two should have been dating for years before proposing. I mean, we had a one-night stand in his Jeep behind a bar.
She playfully rolls her eyes at me. I hold back a laugh, not so much from the story itself, but from trying to picture my own mother ever saying something like this.
FYI, they still have the Jeep.
Easton says. His mom gives him a look, shaking her head but still smiling.
They tried to give it to me when I turned 16. I told them that's their kink show, and I want nothing to do with it.
Austin rolls his eyes, and Tanner pats his wrist to keep the snacks coming.
Oh, excuse me. Are we not giving you enough attention?
He bends down and kisses Tanner's temple.
Anyway, I don't really care how long you knew each other. You seem like you love one another, at least from the pictures online and what I see here.
Holly sips her wine again.
Can I ask you one question? And I'm not doing this for any reason but that I'm curious.
She looks right at me. I straighten in my seat, feeling as if I'm on the stand for some criminal case and I'm the only eyewitness.
Why did you want to marry Easton?
Mom.
Easton sounds exasperated.
I agree. Holly, we aren't those parents.
It's not that I don't think you're good enough for my little boy. Quite the opposite. I love him. He's mine, but he's had a hard time slowing his life down, if you know what I mean.
Easton looks at Austin, eyes wide, but I'm not worried. I can answer this question easily. I think I'm a little like Easton. Commitment hasn't exactly been my strongest skill either. I shrug. I like to travel, and much to my family's disappointment, I've never stayed anywhere long enough to call it home. I glance at Easton. But with him, it doesn't feel like I have to give anything up to stay. My hand settles on his knee, and I stare at him. He makes life fun. And most of all, he sees me. We smile at one another before facing his parents again.
Oh, Mom.
Holly is wiping tears from her face.
I can't believe you won her over. We were worried, his sister most of all. Who would he bring home one day? But I should have known he'd find someone who really saw him and loved him for who he was, too. It makes my mom heart proud.
Austin shakes his head.
How about you give out the gifts?
Holly jolts.
Yes, of course!
While his mom is busy getting something from a bag next to her, Easton's hand squeezes my shoulder, and I turn to him. He leans forward and presses his lips to mine. It catches me off guard for half a second, just long enough to feel it before I give in. It's short, but when he pulls back, his mouth lingers close and he murmurs,
Thank you.
That felt like a mistake I don't want to take back.
Chapter 32. Easton. Did I really just kiss her? Did she really not pull away until I did? That straight line between us is fading, and I'm the one responsible for messing it up. I shouldn't have kissed her, but no one has ever said anything like that about me before. All my life, I've been the one who jumps into everything with both feet, the one who takes nothing seriously. Sure, people love to be around me. Half the time, I'm the life of the party, which sounds cocky, but I've purposely made myself that way. It's easier. But Hadley sees past that side of me, and I couldn't let the moment pass without letting her know how much I love that she sees me.
So, this is for our newest little one.
Mom pulls a stuffed puffin from the bag, placing it in front of Tanner.
It's a puffin.
It's an Alaskan thing, I whisper to Hadley, who is tucked into my side. I'm not even sure if we're trying to sell this marriage or if we both just want to be close to one another. I know my answer, but I'm not sure of hers.
And Hadley, you'll love this.
She pulls out a book.
This is all about Alaska.
She places the board book in front of Tanner.
Hopefully in November, you can come up and see us.
She kisses Tanner's temple just like my dad did. Of course we'll be there. The idea of introducing Tanner and Hadley, if I'm honest, to my entire family, sounds like I won a gold glove. My mom meets my eyes. I know it's hard for her. Me playing ball down in the lower 48. I used to spend the entire off-season in Alaska, but now I don't because I've formed a life here, too. Most of my cousins have stayed up north, so those of us who didn't are always asked when we're returning home for good. Now with Tanner, I'm sure I'll get that question more often, but they don't have a professional baseball team there, so I don't have a lot of choice in the matter.
Hadley, you'll love it. I can't wait to show you Lake Starlight. But until you get there, I was sent here with a few things from the family.
She pulls out a giant basket filled with goodies. Mom, how did you manage to get that on the plane? I ask.
I almost got in a fight with someone over the overhead compartment.
My dad peeks his head close to Tanner.
Grandpa was coming, even with a broken nose.
Tanner touches his face, and my dad stares at his grandson with stars in his eyes.
Austin comes from a big family, and each of his siblings wanted to welcome you into the family with their own little thing.
She pushes the basket toward Hadley, then stands and comes over to sit on the chair on her other side. Hadley shifts away from me, sitting straighter. Thanks, Mom. I was enjoying having Hadley in my arms.
Easton's Aunt Brooklyn has an essential oil line in a lot of hotels. She gave you jasmine for enticing the libido.
I make a sound, and Hadley looks at me over her shoulder, laughing.
His Uncle Rome gave you a bottle of olive oil that he uses in his restaurant. Apparently, he says you shouldn't use anything else. His Aunt Savannah gave you a coffee mug.
My mom goes through the basket, pointing at every item that my aunts and uncles included as a welcome to the Bailey family for Hadley. Hadley's eyes widen in awe with each item my mom pulls out.
I really need to thank them. This is so sweet.
My mom puts her arm around Hadley's shoulders. I can tell that Hadley's still trying to get comfortable with the kind of physical touch that is so common in my family, but not so much in hers.
You can thank them when you come visit in November.
My mom looks at me.
They're upset they missed the ceremony.
We've been over this, Mom. I don't want a big wedding. I've put it on myself so they wouldn't think poorly of Hadley about why we'd choose to get married without my entire huge-ass family there.
What does Hadley want?
My mom turns back to Hadley.
It would just be a party, not a vow renewal or anything like that. We just want to celebrate you. But you say no, and that's it. Not another word from us.
Holly.
My parents would never put someone in a place they don't want to be, but I also know it hurt my mom that she wasn't here.
I'll think about it.
I hate that she's in this position. How about we go upstairs? I ask, to get us out of this room. Tanner probably needs a nap.
Perfect.
My mom hops up.
Do you mind if I carry him up?
Where do you guys usually stay?
Hadley asks, probably assuming a hotel. She's about to get another surprise.
Just in the spare room? Is it still okay? It's taken me so long to get here. I want to be with Tanner every minute I can.
Hadley blinks a few times and plasters on a smile. All I had to do was have a dinner with her family, and here she has to sleep under the same roof as my parents. Tanner is in my room. I stand and push in my chair.
Our room.
My mom corrects me. She rolls her eyes at Hadley.
He'll get there.
After I moved into Austin's family home, it took him forever to use the word our.
She takes Tanner out of the high chair. Hadley pulls off the placemat and grabs a diaper bag. We all leave peepers, Ruby giving my mom, Dad, Hadley, and Tanner a wave and a nice goodbye, while she completely ignores me. Once we're outside, I debate going upstairs with my parents or going out. We were going to the food truck festival. Tanner will probably fall asleep on the way. You guys want to join us? If we're going to sell this, we can't be holed up in my condo. We need to be out in public, where my parents are distracted.
Sure.
Before we reach it, the security gate opens, and all of our friends file out. Decker, Penelope, and Hazel first, then Callie, Foster, and Ellis. They see my parents and each gives them a hug, telling them how good it is to see them again. Perfect. Reinforcements who can help us navigate this.
You guys want to go to the food truck festival?
We must be on the same page. More people means more distractions away from us. Callie and Penelope glance at one another.
Sure.
Babe, I thought...
Ellis would love something sweet.
Callie loops her arm through Foster's.
Okay, we'll put our stuff upstairs quickly and then be ready to go.
My dad looks at me. I leave the stroller with Hadley, helping him take the gifts and their suitcases past the security gate. Once we're away from everyone and standing outside my condo, Dad places his hand on my shoulder.
I like her. She's good for you.
Thanks. I punch the security code into the lock, and we walk into my condo to put their bags in the spare room. My dad goes into the second bedroom and walks right back out.
Are you sure it's okay if we stay here?
He gestures toward the room. Shit. He's probably seen so much of Hadley's things in there. I'm not even sure if she made the bed. Sometimes we stay in there if Tanner isn't sleeping well, and we want to, you know. My dad stares at me for a long beat, just like the time I got caught stealing when I was 13. I want to confess my lie, but I don't want to put them in a bad situation or Hadley.
Okay. We should get downstairs.
He walks past me and opens the door. I'll be right behind you. I'm just going to grab a change of clothes for Tanner. The door shuts and my head rocks back. I can do this. I pull out my phone to text my sister. Me. Thanks for the heads up. Harper.
What? No congratulations?
Congratulations, but you couldn't have told me they were coming?
I was busy pushing a baby out of my vagina. Sorry.
I shut off my screen and pocket my phone. I can do this. I've had to put on an act before. Like the time Kenzie told me she picked my cousin Lance over me. I'm used to acting like everything is okay. And this is no different. Except this affects Hadley too. And I refuse to let her down. Chapter 33. Easton. After the food truck festival, we all Uber back to the condo. We have an afternoon game tomorrow, but I love having my parents here, and they're so hands-on with Tanner that Hadley and I can spend a lot of time with our friends. We climb the stairs and we get inside the condo. The big red flag waves in my mind as Hadley goes to put her stuff in her room. Had. I nod toward my room. She throws her hands in the air, seeing my parents' questioning gaze.
You know, I keep a lot of my stuff in the second bedroom since Easton has so many clothes. No room for me.
My mom looks at me, frowning.
Easton, make room for her.
My dad glances over, then turns away. I know he knows, or at least suspects, that something isn't as it seems. Eventually, he'll call me out on my fake marriage.
It's fine.
Hadley goes into my bedroom.
You guys should move into a bigger place now that you have Tanner.
My mom says. Yeah, for sure. I'm not leaving this condo. After Hadley leaves, I need Tanner to be part of a community with my friends. Can you watch Tanner for a second? I follow Hadley into my bedroom, slowly shutting the door behind me. She's already pacing on the other side of the bed. She stops when she sees me.
What are we going to do?
I sit on the edge of the bed and pat the spot next to me. Home sweet home. She isn't amused.
All of my stuff is in there. They have to know. Your parents aren't stupid.
She sits next to me.
And I feel horrible lying. Maybe we should just tell them.
No. I shake my head.
I'm sure they'll keep it a secret.
then I'm the irresponsible one who agreed to a fake marriage. It's better if they don't know. Plus, they love you.
And they won't when they find out this was all fake.
She gestures between us. All I can think is that there was nothing fake about our kiss. Believe me, the blame will be pointed in my direction. I lie back because I'm exhausted from the heat and all the shitty food I ate. She lies down next to me.
We have to sleep in the same bed.
I turn to her. We've done it before.
Not while wearing clothes.
You don't have to twist my arm, Had. I'll sleep in the nude.
Easton, take this seriously.
A knock lands on the door and she bolts up off the bed. We're not 15 in my childhood bedroom. We're married, remember? I say in a low voice and chuckle. Come in. My dad peeks his head in.
Your mom wants to move Tanner's crib into our room.
What? I stand.
Not necessary.
Hadley says, panic creeping into her voice as if we need Tanner here so we don't fuck one another. She has a point. He might be the only reason we don't tonight.
She's adamant that you two need some sleep. Plus, she wants the extra time with him. So why don't you help me with it?
My dad walks into the room.
Where are your tools?
This is so much work.
Hadley tries again, but it's not worth it. This is happening no matter what excuse we give. I know my parents. My mom joins us in the bedroom.
You guys look tired. And Hadley, would you mind showing me some of the bottles and stuff? Does he wake up at night? What does he like?
Hadley shoots me a look like, fix this, as she smiles at my mom and heads into the kitchen. I'm as desperate as she is to keep Tanner in this room. I don't know where they are. I shrug.
East, I gave you a kit when you moved to Chicago, remember?
It might have been lost before I moved in here. But Dad's not taking no for an answer. He leaves the room and I follow him to the closet by the front door. I just put coats in there. Hadley is explaining the bottles and the formula mixer to my mom, but every time our eyes meet, she widens them and mouths,
Fix it.
It's right here.
My dad stretches up and grabs the toolbox he gave me from the top shelf.
You must have used it to put the crib together in the first place.
He shakes his head and goes back into my bedroom. He's already cranking the bolts loose when I get in there. There's no changing their minds. I'm sleeping with Hadley tonight, without Tanner in a crib next to us. For Tanner's bedtime, my mom gives him the bottle, sitting in the chair, and my dad reads him a bedtime book, while Hadley and I hang out on the couch. She's curled into me because we're supposed to look like a real couple. Her shoulder is soft, too soft. Her knees press into me, inches from my dick. It's torture being this close to her knowing nothing can happen. The feeling is made even worse by the fact that I've already been with her. I know what I'm missing. I know what makes her tick. I know what gets her off. The sounds she makes when she likes something I'm doing, or when she's close to coming. It all runs on repeat in my head, like some kind of punishment. During our away games this season, I've beaten off more than I did in my teens. The worst part is that I don't think it has anything to do with me not being able to have sex. It's that I can't have sex with her. That I don't want anyone but her. After Tanner goes down, passed out in a formula coma, my parents quickly tell us they're going to bed. You're on an earlier time zone than here. I frown.
We're old, hon, and we were up with Harper before we flew down here. Plus, we should sleep while he sleeps. Good night, you two.
My mom smiles and waves before going into the spare room. My dad says goodnight, and the door shuts with a quiet click. Hadley doesn't move away from me. Is it an invitation?
I guess we should go too. I have to head into the bookstore before your game tomorrow.
She stands and stretches. That sliver of exposed skin when her shirt rises makes my dick twitch. I'm not sure I can sleep in my bed with her tonight and not make a move. Sure. I turn off the television, make sure the door is locked. Then we go into my room. We both do our bathroom routine, her first. And when she comes out wearing boxer shorts and a cami top, sans bra, I realize blue balls are definitely in my future. I use the bathroom and strip off my shirt on the way to bed. She's all the way on the other side of the king mattress, as far as she can get. You comfortable? I slide under the covers.
Yeah.
Want me to make a pillow fort? She laughs, breaking the tension.
No, I think I can handle it.
I turn to face her. I'm sorry, I whisper. She rolls over to face me.
You have nothing to be sorry for. Your parents are great.
But you're stuck in bed with me now.
Lots of women would love to be in my position. It's hardly an inconvenience.
Still, I feel bad.
Don't.
There's something intimate about being in the dark room, whispering as we face each other. Hadley is so much more than my fake wife and nanny. She's a friend, and someone I've grown closer to during this whole ordeal. I clear my throat. We're in for a couple days. You up for it?
I think I can handle it. You?
What's a couple more days of blue balls? She laughs, and I can't stop myself from following suit. I hope I didn't make you uncomfortable when I kissed you. It's been on my mind all day, and I want to check in with her.
Not at all. Good thing there was an audience.
We're quiet for a long while. I figure that's my cue that she doesn't want to talk about it anymore, and we're just going to fall asleep instead.
Easton?
Yeah?
We can do this, right? I mean, you feel the tension too?
I chuckle. Hell yes, didn't you catch the blue balls remark?
How are we going to last?
She sounds as strained as I feel. I travel a lot, so that helps. She chuckles, and it makes me want to scoot closer. I want to take her in my arms and kiss her. I don't even care about sex. I just want to give in, just this once, to be close to her and bask in her warmth. But if I do, I'll ruin everything.
Chapter 34. Hadley. I wake to a warm presence behind me. Easton's arm is anchored around my stomach, my back pressed to his chest. His light breathing fans the hair at my ear. My body recognizes him before my mind does, and I relax into him, fitting there as if I belong. And for one stupid second, I allow myself to enjoy it, to have this moment just for myself. I breathe him in and don't move a muscle because I want to savor this time when neither one of us is fighting the pull between us. I want to pretend this isn't fake, that I can have this for real. After all the push and pull, it's no surprise that I wake up in his arms. The surprise is how good it feels, and how much I don't want to slip out of his grasp or out of his bed. Every day, this thing between us gets more and more dangerous. After only temporary satisfaction, I convince myself I can't have this. He isn't mine, and I need to stop pretending he is. So I force myself forward, slipping out of his arms and putting space between us, trying not to wake him. I tiptoe to his closet, grab a sweatshirt, and head to the bedroom door. But I pause for a moment and look at him wrapped in sheets, his chest bare, his lips slightly open, his hair disheveled. He's gorgeous, and despite what some people might think, he's a good person, comes from a good family. One day, I'll make some lucky woman really happy. I'm not sure he knows that yet, but I'm certain of his pure heart. He already makes an incredible dad, and he'll make an adoring husband one day, too. For the right woman, who isn't me. Only allowing myself to go through so much torture, I slowly twist the doorknob and slip out, but I startle at the scene in front of me. As quiet and serene as his bedroom was, out here is like another dimension. Holly is at the toaster buttering toast.
Good morning.
She's already dressed and ready to go for the day. I feel like a slouch. Tanner is in his high chair, eating scrambled eggs. He sees me and kicks his feet, extending his arms, opening and closing his fists. "Hey, buddy," I whisper, my morning voice still groggy. I give him a little kiss on the forehead, and he tries to grab my hair.
How did you sleep?
I slept really well, like a rock. I think it's been 5 years since I've had a sleep like that. Do I tell her that her son might just be my security blanket? Thanks again for taking him last night.
No problem. He slept through the night, but woke up early. I think he'll probably go down for an early nap.
She plates the pancakes and more eggs and hash browns and toast.
Easton told me you had already given him scrambled eggs. I hope that's okay?
I pour myself a cup of coffee. I could get used to this life. Does Easton know how lucky he has it? My mom has never made me a meal in my life. We always had people for that. It's great. This is really nice. Thank you. Holly smiles at me the same way she has since she arrived, as though she's over the moon for Easton and me. If she only knew the truth.
I'm happy to help.
Her hand runs down my arm, and her gaze falls to my sweatshirt.
Oh, that's an oldie.
I look down at the sweatshirt I took from Easton's closet. Lake Starlight High School Baseball.
I tried to give this away once, and he wore it the rest of his visit, even on the plane. It was busting at the seams. He's sentimental about things like that.
She turns and refills her coffee. I wonder if I should change. Easton might not want me to wear it, but if I go back in there, then he might wake up. And if I take it off, I'm in a cami in front of his mom. The safer bet is to keep it on. I fix myself a plate and go to the table, sitting next to Tanner. Again, he stretches his arms out and opens and closes his fists. I take one of his cute, pudgy hands and kiss it, which appeases him.
Let Mama eat.
I freeze with my fork hanging in the air. She must notice, because she corrects herself right away.
I'm sorry. That's my fault. It's just that both incidents, the baby and the marriage, happened so close together, and you're so good with him, and he obviously views you as his mom. But I heard you and Easton refer to you as Hadley, so I apologize.
It's okay. Thank you. I don't know why, but this whole exchange makes me feel as if an arrow is lodged in my chest. Holly leans back in her chair and sips her coffee, staring at her grandson.
Easton said he's trying to find the mother. That the one lead didn't turn out, but there's another person he might hear from when he and his cousins were in Cabo for a bachelor party.
I should probably leave this for Easton to talk about with her. Yeah. She doesn't say anything, continuing to sip her coffee.
Hey, do you mind if I go to the bookstore with you? I've been dying to see it after the proposal. And Austin said he'll watch Tanner until we head to the game.
What I'm really thinking is that I might need a breather from this situation. I mean, if Tanner was mine, and my marriage to Easton was real, I'd want her to come. But I'm afraid I'm going to mess up something I say to her. How on earth do compulsive liars function on a daily basis? Of course. Are you okay to walk? And we can take Tanner. He loves the store. She waves me off.
I'm sure you need a break.
It would be nice, but I don't mind having Tanner around. I find him to be an easy baby. Sure, he has his meltdowns and stuff, but we've gotten into a good routine. I'll go get ready then.
Eat?
She waves.
I'm happy to just be here after having to wait so long. I wanted to come right away, but Easton kept pushing me not to. With Harper due any time, it made more sense to wait. I think this is good for him. He needed a little more responsibility.
The bedroom door creaks open before I can respond, and Easton walks out, shirtless, in a pair of shorts. Just kill me now. If he hadn't sounded so tortured last night when we were talking about the sexual tension between us, I would think he was doing this on purpose. Tanner goes crazy when he sees Easton, his feet bouncing, his butt coming off the high chair, screeching for Easton to come to him.
Good morning. I smell breakfast.
He smiles at his mom and goes over to Tanner.
Morning, buddy. Grandma take good care of you last night?
He kisses him, but Tanner whines when Easton goes to walk away.
I think he wants his daddy.
Holly gives me a smile.
Okay.
Easton unbuckles him, and Tanner can't get in his arms fast enough, wrapping his arms around Easton's neck. If I don't get out of this room soon, I'm going to jump Easton in front of his kid and his mom. My forkfuls move faster, and I finish eating as quickly as I can.
I was thinking we could try pancakes, but I didn't want to overstep,
Holly says. I stand with my plate, going to the sink, but Easton comes around the other side with Tanner, and suddenly we're face to face.
You didn't say good morning to your wife, East. That's a quick way to end up in the doghouse.
Holly watches us from the table. Our eyes meet, and we close the distance between each other. I wrap my arm around him and Tanner, my hand running along his muscled back. His hand lands just above my ass.
Good morning, wife.
As I try to step back, Tanner grips my neck.
Oh, he wants you guys to kiss.
He just wants Hadley.
Nope. He has one hand on each of you. Kiss for the boy.
I lean in, Tanner's fingers running along my neck. Our lips meet, and I so wish Easton would slip me the tongue. God help me, I'm completely out of control. But our kiss is PG, since his mother and Tanner are in attendance. Good morning.
You escaped.
His gaze ventures down to my sweatshirt. I'm sorry. I just grabbed something quick, and your mom said it's sentimental. So now that you're awake, I'm just going to go get changed. I thumb in the direction of his bedroom. He fists the sweatshirt and pulls me back into him.
I like it on you.
He kisses me one more time for no reason, but Tanner loves it, smacking both of our cheeks as our lips meet.
He loves you both so much. I'm going to freshen my makeup before we go.
Holly stands.
Your dad will be back from his run any time now.
Holly goes into the second bedroom, and I pull away from Easton. A second kiss?
We have to make it convincing.
He smirks. I've missed that old arrogance of his. Are you trying to make them go from blue to purple? I ask, and take Tanner while he fixes his plate.
I feel like you're playing games. Wearing my sweatshirt.
He spoons eggs and hash browns onto his plate. I didn't want to come out here in my cami. I grab a pancake to cut up for Tanner.
I get that. But now you're wearing my clothes like you're mine, and it makes me go a little caveman.
He goes over to the table. I sit Tanner on my lap, propping my legs on the other chair. Then I'll take it off.
Keep it on. The cami is worse.
Well, you're shirtless, so we're even. He leans back in his chair, stretching and showing off every muscle.
So you like what you see, huh?
I pick up a piece of pancake and throw it at him. Stop with the games. We have guests. Tanner mimics me, throwing a small piece of pancake, but it goes nowhere. Easton picks up Tanner's piece and pops it in his mouth.
Thanks, bud.
Tanner gets all excited from having his daddy's full attention. I get it, buddy. I like having all his attention, too. Chapter 35. Hadley. Holly and I say goodbye to the men and head to the bookstore. She's easy to be around, and I'm comfortable with her. I just wish I weren't lying to her. We decide to walk since it's a nice day out, and she says she loves coming to Chicago because it's so different from Lake Starlight.
Don't get me wrong. I love our small town, but I didn't grow up there.
We stop at a light.
Are you from Chicago originally?
I am. The bookstore was my grandma's. She died recently and left it to me. For obvious reasons, she doesn't need to know the stipulations of the will. Holly touches my upper arm as we walk across the street.
I'm sorry. How are you doing now?
Honestly, I haven't really had the time to think about it. She's the first person to ask me, probably because my life has taken a turn I didn't see coming. I'm a wife now, and although I'm supposed to just be the nanny for my husband's son, I feel like more to Tanner. At least he feels like more to me than just some kid I'm looking after. I'm okay. It's nice to be in her space. Makes me feel close to her. She squeezes my arm.
Austin's Grandma Dory was a big part of our lives. When she passed, it was hard on everyone in the family. If you ever need to talk. I mean, I'm sure you have friends in your own family, but I'm here.
I nod. Thank you. And I mean it. She's going to make a great mother-in-law one day to whoever Easton settles down with after me. I only hope that if the day comes when I want to marry for real, that I get lucky enough to have in-laws as nice and supportive as her in Austin. We continue walking, and she points out some stores she says she might drag Austin into at some point. Holly smiles when the bookstore comes into view.
Oh, this is adorable. Just how East described it.
I open the door, and she walks in, her hands covering her mouth when she sees the tree reading area.
I could see this in Lake Starlight.
I'm happy to see Felix open today. He's good for distraction and will keep Holly busy. He watches Holly's reaction from behind the counter and turns to me, mouthing,
Investor?
I shake my head and mouth, no. But his assumption means he thinks one day he'll show up to find a for sale sign in the window. Felix, this is Easton's mom, Holly Bailey. Felix squeals and rounds the counter.
The mother-in-law?
He opens his arms and Holly opens hers. I guess this is how it goes when two people are huggers. They like to feel the connection.
Can I just say I love your grandson?
Holly's cheeks pinken as she smiles wide.
I'm biased, but he's great, right?
Felix raises his hand.
I'm the Tanner Whisperer.
He really is great with him, I say, leaning on the checkout counter. I'd be lost without him to help with Tanner when I'm at the store. Felix smiles at me. I hope he knows how much I appreciate him. Where's Vera? I ask, since she usually opens. Felix is a late riser and prefers the later morning or the early afternoon shifts. He cringes.
Pete.
Kidneys? Holly's head whips between us.
Her husband? Is he ill?
It's her cat. He's 21 and hasn't been doing well. Felix shakes his head.
It will be a sad day for all.
Holly nods as if she understands.
It's hard losing a pet.
She looks at me.
When Miles passed, Easton cried for 2 weeks. We said we weren't going to replace him, but we were at the shelter within a month.
She looks at me as if I should know who Miles is. I gather he was a cat or a dog or some kind of family pet, but she thinks I know this. Because when you marry someone, you know things about their life, their past, the pets they lost, and I have no idea who Miles is. I paste on a kind smile to play it off.
Anyway,
she waves.
Give me the tour.
Felix rises on his toes and claps his hands.
I'd love to.
Holly laughs. I think she meant me, but I'm happy to have Felix do it. Just one less conversation when I have to lie to her. I'll be in my office. I walk down the hall. Felix claps his hands again.
Let's start at the front window. I worked my magic with the display this month.
Holly is in good hands with Felix, so I go to the office to get the few orders I need to put in. My phone dings in my pocket, and I pull it out, sitting down at the desk. Honor.
Hello? I thought we were best friends.
I laugh and lean back in the chair. Sorry, it's been crazy.
I see that. The pics with the grandparents were adorable.
I know we've been on a lot of blogs and things, but it's not as though I'm on the 5 o'clock news. Or am I really just not realizing how much of my life is being exposed? Probably looking horrible.
You guys look happy.
I appreciate her kind words, but I really want to know how things are going on her end. Hey, how is your grandma? The 3 dots appear and disappear. Then a text pops up.
Same.
She's had a rough one. And maybe she doesn't like to dwell on it. I don't know. She's the only one who knows about my situationship with Easton all these years. And now the truth of our marriage, except for Whit. When can you do coffee again?
I'll come to you.
She probably needs the break. I can't help but feel like a really shitty friend for not making sure to see her more since I've been back in town. It's hard with Easton's travel schedule and Tanner's day-to-day schedule to fit in much else other than the bookstore. Perfect. I'll text you after his parents leave, and we'll figure it out.
After all these years, it looks like Easton Bailey finally got his head on straight.
I'm unsure how to react to what she's saying. Are the pictures as transparent as I feel lately? That we might both be catching feelings? Can't wait for coffee. Dodging the truth is my only option right now. Holly walks into the office.
This place is magical, Hadley. I see why it means so much to you. Oh, look at all these postcards.
She crosses the room to get a closer look. I put the phone down and join her.
Are these all the places your grandma visited?
Actually, it's all the places I have. I'd send her a postcard from every place I went. She glances at me and back at the wall.
This is what you meant the other day about commitment not being something you were big on?
Yeah. Up until now, Chicago was just a revolving pit stop. After college, I didn't want to use my degree and decided to travel instead. She turns away from the postcards and sits in the chair I usually sit in when Whit sits at the desk.
And now? With Easton and Tanner?
I'm not sure. Everything has changed so fast. I don't think I've thought it all through yet. I have no idea why I'm being so truthful with her right now.
You know, I moved to Lake Starlight with one purpose, to get to know my dad. I took a temporary principal job and thought I'd be there 3 months max. But guess what?
I don't interrupt and allow her to finish.
I met Austin, and I never left.
Her shoulders lift.
Sometimes you don't have to have it all figured out right away.
She glances at the wall and back at me.
You've done a great job of living the life you wanted up until now. Just continue doing what you want, and your heart will guide you in the right direction.
She leans back and crosses her legs, taking The Secret Garden off the shelf.
You and Easton are so similar.
She stares at the book cover.
Since Kenzie, I think he's been running just like you. Neither of you wanting to stay still for a minute in fear of what you might discover. Now he has Tanner and you have this bookstore.
She doesn't mention our marriage at all.
I wonder if you both needed to stay somewhere long enough to see what blooms.
She raises the book, smiling. My first thought is, who is Kenzie? And what was she to Easton? Holly says it as though I should know. Just another thing a real wife would know about her husband. Holly slides the book back on the bookcase.
I'm just a little sentimental. I've never seen Easton this happy with someone before. And I hope you both.
She shakes her head.
Austin would tell me to be quiet and just let it be.
She stands.
You finish up what you need to, and I'll go spend some time with my grandson's honorary uncle.
She laughs. I still haven't had the nerve to say anything.
Little does he know how much competition he has up in Lake Starlight.
She winks and squeezes my shoulder before she walks out of the office.
Felix, load me up with good books for my grandchildren.
I smile and walk over, picking up The Secret Garden. Am I just running from my own life? But the thought of staying is terrifying.
Chapter 36. Easton. My parents have been in town for this entire home series, and I've loved having them at the games. Today is the same as the last 2 home games. I head to the fence line with Decker to say hello before the game starts. As usual, Lincoln, Hazel, and Monroe come down to say hello. My mom brings Tanner down since she's pretty much taken over all Tanner-related tasks since she's been in town. Hadley and I have had to sleep together for 3 nights, and tonight will be our 4th. The first night, we spooned. The second night, my hand was on her ass when we woke up, and this morning she was snuggled up to my side, her hand on my chest and her leg wrapped around me. Each time I woke up with a hard-on that refused to go down. With a household full of people, I can't even find a private moment to beat off either. There's been no taking the edge off. It's all making me want her without caring about the consequences. So as much as I love our fan group, I'd really like Hadley to come down here and give me a good luck kiss. But as she has, since my parents have been in town, she stays up in the stands with my dad, giving me a wave. "How is he doing?" I ask my mom, taking Tanner's hand and kissing his palm. His little fingers wrap around the netting, and my mom pulls him back.
He's perfect.
To you, he always will be.
He's my grandson. What do you expect?
She smiles.
Can I just take him back to Lake Starlight with me?
I shake my head and chuckle. Knew that was coming. She laughs.
You can't blame me. He's too cute not to want to.
She puts her face in his, and he latches onto her hair on both sides of her head.
Help!
Serves you right, trying to take my kid away. Monroe and Hazel help my mom, laughing at Tanner and playing with him as my mom holds him out to them.
I like her.
Talk about an abrupt subject change. But I knew she'd corner me at some point about Hadley. I just didn't think it would be right before my game. Decker glances at us.
You're good for each other.
My mom gives me her most honest, heartfelt smile. I glance at Decker mostly so my mom can't see my look of panic. I know my parents have questions on the whole marriage thing. Why do we rush into it? Why didn't I mention Hadley before? My dad is more skeptical than my mom, but neither has outright asked me what's going on. To them, I wouldn't marry her unless I loved her, especially when I've been so adamant that I didn't want to be married until after my baseball career is over. My mom has been so concerned about whether I'll ever settle down, and did the Kenzie and Lance thing screw me up for good, that she's probably just happy to ignore the signs that something isn't quite right. I nod. I think so too. Hadley and I are good together. Look what we're making work. Seeing my mom so happy at me supposedly being in love makes me sad for the day I have to tell her we're getting a divorce. She bonds quickly with everyone, but she's really attached herself to Hadley. This morning when I came out of the bedroom, the two of them were drinking coffee and talking on the couch. Last night my mom FaceTimed Harper for them to have a proper introduction. When I agreed to this marriage, I didn't realize how much it would soak into my family life, or how much I don't mind Hadley being intertwined with my family.
We gotta go.
Decker slaps me on the shoulder.
Have a great game.
My mom lifts Tanner's arm.
Say good luck, Daddy.
Daddy doesn't need luck. I wink, and my mom rolls her eyes. I look past my mom and Tanner and meet Hadley's eyes. She smiles and blows me a kiss. All I want to do is scale this net, climb up the stairs and kiss the living shit out of her. And not just to prove to everyone that we're legit. On the way to the dugout, I try to get my head on straight. We need to be platonic. We cannot cross the line. We've got a good thing going, and sex will only fuck things up. Hayes comes over to me, all geared up after coming from the bullpen with McIntosh.
Thinking pretty hard there. Want to talk about it?
I jog down the steps and sit on the bench. Hayes sits next to me. The game will start soon, and I need to push all this other shit to the side. I glance around. Since my parents got here, we have to share a bed, I whisper. Decker comes and sits on the other side of me. I kind of want to tell him to move along. He's like the good angel on my shoulder that never goes away.
How's the morning wood?
It could hold up the Willis Tower. He laughs again and smacks me on the back, lowering his voice.
Well, you guys used to do it.
Decker leans in, acting like my conscience.
That was before the whole marriage and nanny thing.
Hayes shrugs.
Yeah, but if they kept it just sex before, what's changed?
I like Hayes' opinion more, so I turn to him. That's what I'm thinking, I say. Decker shakes his head.
That's what your dick is thinking.
You guys are really touchy-feely. I'm surprised you've lasted this long.
Hayes eyes Decker. I study him for a beat. You losing a bet or something?
No, I'm an honorable friend. I don't bet on things like that.
Hayes' crooked smile says that my assumption is right. What day did you pick? I arch an eyebrow.
I didn't bet.
Decker raises a hand.
Because I knew you'd be an admirable guy and know when to keep your dick in your pants.
I whip around in his direction. Did you keep your dick in your pants with Penelope? He shakes his head.
Let's be honest, we've all crossed the line when we shouldn't have.
Hayes interjects between Decker and me.
If you both know the score, I don't see the problem.
See? I smile wide at Decker, but he only grunts. You're my go-to advice giver from now on, Haymaker.
He's just telling you what you want to hear.
Decker stands.
And he picked tomorrow, FYI.
We all get ushered out for the Star-Spangled Banner, and that ends our conversation. I think what Hayes says makes sense, but on my way back to the dugout, My gaze snags on Hadley. She's got Tanner standing on her lap, his two hands in hers, and she kisses his cheek. Sex has always been about pleasure, but it's also been fleeting. So if I sleep with Hadley, where does that put us for the rest of our year together? It complicates things, and I'm not ready to lose what we have. Or lose her. Period. Which means my dick stays in my pants, I guess. Chapter 37. Easton. I played some of my best games with my parents in the stands, whether it's because I want to make them proud, prove that their sacrifices were worth it, or have them cheering me on. I don't know. With Hadley and Tanner with them, these last 3 games have been my best of the season. The game is almost over, though, and my parents are going to return to Lake Starlight. Hadley will move back into her bedroom. Tanner will come back into my room, and we'll be back to where we were before they showed up. And though I should feel relief about getting rid of the temptation, I don't. All this sexual tension will lessen when we don't have to pretend every minute of every day. Hadley not sleeping in my bed will feel weird now, but at least I'll be able to beat off and take the edge off. I have a lead on a woman who could be Tanner's mom to follow up on after my parents are gone, so that's what I should be focusing on. We're in the top of the 9th, up by 1 run with runners on first and second. I'm unlucky enough to have Cade Reston standing on second for St. Louis. I hate the guy, mostly because he was the #1 draft pick my year, and I was second. He got a bigger contract than me. I should let the chip go now. I outplay him and make more than him and have more endorsements. But we've been rivals since college. Me at Ole Miss and him at LSU. 2 shortstops, 2 great bats. It's probably mostly me, but I've never gotten over the ego hit of him being drafted over me.
Bailey, heard the news. Congratulations.
He nods in my direction as Foster comes in for Jesper, taking his warm-up pitches. Thanks.
Marrying up. Good for you.
Torres, our second baseman, glances at us, knowing this might not go well. I don't say anything. Reston's right. Although my marriage isn't real, if Hadley were mine, I would be marrying up. Nothing fake about that. Plus, I just want to get out of this inning without getting into a fight with the guy. But Foster is taking forever to warm up.
So what do you think? Like a couple months?
Reston asks.
Give it a rest.
Torres mutters.
Come on.
Reston goes on, ignoring him.
We all know Bailey isn't the settling down type. Look at him. Baby with 1 woman, ring on another.
He smirks.
You collecting or just hoping one sticks?
I inhale slowly through my nose, forcing my shoulders loose. He's not worth a stain on my career.
I'm not being offensive.
He adds as if that makes it better.
I'm just wondering when you're going to toss her back in the pond.
My jaw tightens. Foster's still taking his time on the mound. Let's get on with this. Reston shifts closer, lowering his voice just enough.
So what is she? PR?
He tilts his head.
Or did you finally find someone who hasn't known you long enough to want to leave yet?
That insult hits harder than I'd like. A little too close to home. My foot moves a step in his direction. For a second, I feel the old snap. The instinct to step up, to make this physical, to shut him up with my fists. I walk over, stopping just close enough that he has to look at me. Careful, I say, in a low, even tone. You're real interested in my life? I pause. Some would say obsessive.
Just calling it like we all see it.
No. I shake my head. You're talking out of your ass. His jaw ticks. Foster comes set. Thank fucking God. Reston leans in.
Let me know when you get bored. That's usually how this ends, right?
You'll have moved on by then, clearing out another locker. Then I step back, brushing past him. Conversation's over. Better stay close. Torres cracks up. I can feel Reston still watching me, still stewing over the exchange he started. Foster fires his pitch, and the ball cracks off the bat, shooting into the gap. Reston takes off, thinking I've got no shot at it. I dive, glove out. I catch it, and fire it to Torres at second base. Double play, and the Colts take the game and the series. Reston stands on third, staring me down.
That's what you get.
Torres mutters, jogging past.
Don't poke a man about the woman he loves.
Decker and Torres laugh as they head into the dugout. I join them, but Reston did what he wanted to. He scratched an old wound, making me second-guess where Hadley and I stand. Take the sex out of it for us? Where does that leave two people afraid of the word commitment? All my teammates congratulate me, some of them doing the ESPN highlight wheel jingle. We file out of the dugout and into the locker room and take showers, and I'm selected to go into the media room. I'm antsy the entire time, wanting to get out and celebrate with my family. By the time I make it to the family room, I'm the last Colt to arrive. My mom is rocking Tanner to sleep. My dad is talking with Decker, Hayes, and Foster. Hadley is sitting at the table with the other wives and fiancés. I stopped for a moment, realizing how much I like this, having someone to come to the family room for, someone to walk back to the condo with, someone who is on Team Easton. Hadley either senses me or she just happens to look up, but our gazes meet, and she smiles. That smile kills me every time, as if she's been sitting there waiting for me to appear. I break across the room, but my mom intercepts me with Tanner.
He's about to fall asleep.
She nods, and I see that he's one breath away from passing out.
Your dad and I wanted to talk to you and Hadley.
About?
You'll see.
She smiles.
Did you want to take him?
Do you want me to take him?
Is that even a question?
She laughs and walks away, rocking him as I imagine she did me. I walk over to the table and sit in the arm of the chair Hadley's in. Hey. I lean down to kiss her on the cheek, but she tilts her head and our lips meet. Neither of us pulls away, and if we didn't have an audience, I'd be chancing some tongue action.
Get a room, you two.
They have one. Austin?
My dad breaks apart from the guys. Hadley looks at me, as though she doesn't understand what's going on.
Congratulations on your marriage. We couldn't think of what to get you, so we hope you enjoy.
My dad passes me a piece of paper. Before I can open it, my mom tells us,
It's a suite at the St. Regis for tonight.
She beams. The guys all laugh, and when my mom turns toward them, they play it off as though they're talking among themselves when I know they heard. Mom. Dad.
We don't need this.
I hear the panic in Hadley's voice. Thankfully, my mom can't really see Leighton and Callie, since their backs are to her, because they're biting their lips and their eyes are wide.
We wanted to get you a wedding gift. We're here. Tanner is used to us now.
Mom glances at him asleep against her.
Easton doesn't have a game tomorrow. Go enjoy yourselves, and we don't want to see you back until late tomorrow.
That one noise Hadley always makes when she's nervous comes out, and I stand, wanting to make this better for her. Mom, honestly...
We're not taking no for an answer. You two deserve it. Go enjoy yourselves.
Hayes grins.
Yeah, go enjoy yourselves. Room service, champagne.
Robes and a bubble bath, maybe some strawberries.
But stop for condoms. You don't need another little one so soon.
Hayes eyes Tanner. Both Leighton and Callie turn around and glare at the guys. Decker says nothing, but Penelope pats Hadley's hand.
It will be nice for you guys to get away.
I guess Penelope isn't as big a rule follower as her husband.
Exactly. Penelope understands, and I'm sure Leighton and Callie do too. Parents need to get away. They need time to connect.
I glance at Hadley. We really have no choice here. We're going to the St. Regis. Thanks, Mom and Dad, I say. Hadley stands from the table.
Yes, thanks, Holly and Austin.
You're more than welcome. Then you two can go on an actual honeymoon when the season's done, after the celebration in Lake Starlight.
Love how you snuck that in there. I chuckle.
Celebration in Lake Starlight? Sign me up.
I glare at her, and she just laughs.
Let's go so you can pack and be on your way.
My dad gets the diaper bag and the stroller. Everyone gets up to leave, and I take Hadley's hand, leaning in and whispering, "I'm sorry."
We've made it the past 3 nights. We can handle a hotel room.
Her smile doesn't reach her eyes, though. She has to be doubting our willpower as much as I am right now. Tonight might mark something memorable. The day we broke and fucked up this whole thing. The problem is, I'm not sure I want to stop it at this point.
Chapter 38. Hadley. Oh, Easton, your parents spent way too much money on us. The suite is gorgeous, with a view of the Chicago River, the downtown skyline, and a sunset that's just starting.
I'll find a way to reimburse them.
He wheels our bags to the wall with the couch and comes to the window. We stand shoulder to shoulder, not one part of our bodies touching, but still, the tension that's been with us since we both walked out of his condo, leaving Tanner with his grandparents, is like a live wire between us. I'm not sure either of us even knew how much Tanner's presence keeps that tension under the surface, where we don't have to address it. Or maybe it's just been brewing so long that it's about to bubble over. Now we have nothing to hide behind.
I love this city.
I do too. I haven't appreciated it enough, though. I watched the tour boats go down the river, remembering how much I loved downtown when I was younger, always finding an excuse to come down here. And because of my family, I've said goodbye more than I've ever shown it love. Now I'm married to a Chicago Colt. I walk away from the window, the view a little too romantic, as are the bottle of champagne and the strawberries that his parents must have ordered for us. If I concentrate on any of those things, I'm bound to overthink tonight.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Easton follows me into the bedroom.
I'll have you know that you're married to the most popular Colts player.
I stop at the sight of the king-size bed. Even Easton pauses. He doesn't make a joke or jump on the bed and invite me. We both stare at it. What are you thinking? I turn to face him. He stuffs his hands in his pockets.
I'm thinking it's no different than where we've slept the last 3 nights.
Really?
Fuck no. I'm thinking it's a Tempur-Pedic temptation.
I laugh and knock his shoulder with mine. It is. He laughs too, and the mood lightens.
Hey.
He sits on the edge of the bed and pats the spot next to him.
Baby steps. We sit. Get used to it.
Easton, it's a bed, not a dog.
It was worth a try. I'm in uncharted territory these last few days. You need to cut me some slack.
I sit next to him. Slack given.
I'm still thinking about this morning when you woke up with your leg over my dick.
I bolt up. No talking body parts on the Tempur-Pedic temptation. I point at the mattress. And you started it. Your hand on my ass the morning before.
Yeah, that was a good morning.
He smirks. That arrogant one that gets me all hot and achy between the thighs. And no smirking. I shift my pointer finger from the mattress to him.
I can't smile now?
Nope. I walk over to the minibar and peer inside, since I'm not a champagne drinker. The wine and beer look appetizing, but I slam it shut. Alcohol is a bad idea.
So what do you propose? We sit here all night and let it get worse?
I lean back on the dresser, crossing my arms. I don't know. He stands.
I say we go out. Let's go experience why we love this city so much.
I cringe. There are people out there. People who think we're married.
Yeah, we're not hiding anything from them.
I raise my eyebrows and he laughs, taking my hand.
The question is, do you want the privileges that come with being married to Easton Bailey, or do you want to hide out?
I glance down at my jeans and t-shirt. I'm thinking the hideout option. I've rarely gone out with Easton in public, at least not without Tanner. We've met at a bar here or there and eaten out a few times, but mostly our time was spent at his place.
All right. No rolling out the red carpet tonight.
He stops me in the doorway from the bedroom to the sitting area.
If you promise one thing.
Promise? He's yet to let go of my hand, holding it between his on his chest.
You allow me one night when I can use my name and show you the doors it opens in this town.
Easton, I'm not into all that fancy stuff. He steps closer. If we don't get out of this room soon, I'm going to strip down and tell him to take me. And I'm pretty sure he'd welcome it.
I'm not either, but I've never really done it. Not with a woman. And I want my first time to be with you.
My heart flutters. And who will watch Tanner if your nanny is dressed up, dining at a Michelin star restaurant? He pulls me into him.
That's what our friends are for.
He says the word our, as if they're mine too. But let's be honest. The minute this fake marriage contract is done, my friendship with them is too. He'll go on with his life and find some woman they'll like just as much. And one day, I'll see pictures of them all at a ski resort or something and think I knew them all when.
So what do you say?
Easton bends at the knees, so his eyes are level with mine. I'd agree to just about anything to get out of this room right now, so I say, yes. Now, let's go get some greasy pizza or something. He smiles, and it's wicked and full of promise that tonight will be one to remember. And that's exactly what I'm afraid of. Tonight will haunt me forever, because I'll never have another one like it again. Chapter 39. Hadley. Easton tips his baseball hat down as we leave the St. Regis and turn right, my hand tucked into his. He definitely has a plan on where we're going, and he walks us to a street that isn't filled with people.
Do you like Mexican?
He asks. Our pace not leisurely, but determined. Clearly, he doesn't want us to be stopped. Who doesn't? He squeezes my hand.
People I don't want to be friends with.
We get to a quieter part of the city, and he stops in front of a cozy-looking Mexican restaurant with a red-painted door and a small ceramic chili pepper as the handle. You've been here before?
I wouldn't have chanced it tonight with you if I hadn't.
He opens the door, and I step inside. The scent alone could end me. The restaurant is small and filled with conversation. Lit strings of bare bulbs hang low over mismatched tables. Every seat is taken, and nobody is looking at their phone. The music is live, a trio in the corner playing something that makes my hips want to move. A man behind the host stand looks up, and his face splits into a grin.
Easton.
He comes around the stand, arms open, and pulls Easton into a hug that Easton returns without hesitation. He's maybe 60, with silver at his temples and deep laugh lines. His eyes are warm and not judging when he sees me next to him.
The missus?
He looks at Easton first, then me.
Roberto, this is Hadley.
Easton's hand finds the small of my back.
The missus.
Surprise moves through Roberto's expression first, then something I can't name. He looks between us once, quickly, then takes my hand in both of his.
Welcome.
He says it as though I'm his daughter-in-law.
Come, come.
He entwines my arm through his and leads us through the restaurant, weaving between tables, past the bar where two bartenders are shaking margaritas aggressively, past an older lady pressing handmade tortillas, past the kitchen where I catch a glimpse of flames, and then through a narrow hallway to a small corner table, half hidden by a painted screen and a hanging curtain of dried flowers. The table is for two. The noise from the main part of the restaurant is dampened slightly.
Enjoy.
Roberto squeezes my hand, then pulls out my chair. Easton sits across from me as Roberto leaves us alone. Our eyes meet across the table, the small tea light in a red vase leaving us in shadows. Is this where you take all your dates? My question comes out before I realize that I don't want the answer. I don't want to picture him at this table with anyone else.
Decker isn't much of a conversationalist, but...
I pick up my menu, feeling the need to cut off our connection, but his finger pulls my menu back down.
You know you're the only woman I've ever gone on dates with, right?
I don't answer, and he releases the menu. I don't know what to say, because him bringing me, sharing this place with me, I think it means something to him. Chips arrive before we order. A basket of them, still hot and salty, with a bowl of salsa that Roberto sets down without a word, walking away. I dip the homemade chip into the salsa and crunch down on it, sinking back in my chair, my eyes closing briefly to savor the taste. Easton grins.
Right?
You've ruined me for all other tortilla chips now.
Deck gets them to go.
He scoops his own chip into the salsa and pops it into his mouth. We order tacos, more than we'll ever finish, and 2 margaritas that arrive in glasses so large I have to hold mine with both hands. Easton leans back in his chair as though he's as relaxed as ever, and the music from the trio drifts back to us through the curtain of dried flowers. For the first time in recent memory, I feel the particular easiness of an impromptu night where there are no expectations. The same as when I would first arrive in a new city. I smile across the table at Easton. This place is great.
Tell me somewhere.
Somewhere?
You've been everywhere. Tell me somewhere that beats this.
I give it real thought. Not the obvious answers. Not the classic tourist places people expect you to say, like Rome, Paris, or Sydney. There's a restaurant in Oaxaca. No sign on the door. Actually, pretty similar to this one. Family run. Grandmother does all the cooking. Grandkids are the servers. There's this beautiful courtyard with iron tables, and the sun filters through the wooden slatted pergola. I wrap my hands around my glass. The food takes a while to come out, but you don't care because the music and impromptu dances of the dad pulling his wife or daughters into it keep you entertained. I pause, smiling as I remember it. I ate there 4 nights in a row.
Alone?
Alone. He watches me carefully.
Do you ever get lonely?
I take a sip of my margarita before I answer. Sometimes. Traveling alone can be lonely. I meet people, locals of course, friends from where I find a job, but sometimes you want to share the new stuff with someone, bond over discovering some new amazing place in this world. He's quiet for a moment, twisting his margarita glass in a circle on the table.
I've mostly gone back to Lake Starlight in the off-season, except for the past couple years. I love it. But I've been thinking lately that I want Tanner to see the world as he grows up, and I have the means and the time during the off-season. There's so much I haven't seen because I was always either in season or going home.
He looks at the table and back at me.
I want to make memories with him.
My chest aches, then tightens. He'd love it, I say.
We could use a tour guide.
His eyebrows lift and my heart beats faster. Is he thinking a trip would sell this marriage thing? Don't overthink it, Hadley. I smile and stare at my plate, not trusting my face to not give me away.
Can I ask you something?
He says, leaning closer. Yeah?
Why don't you stay anywhere long enough?
I open my mouth, not even sure how I'll answer. Before I have to, Roberto comes over and offers his hand, as though maybe he knew I needed the escape. I don't even wonder where he's taking me. I just give him my hand. I glance at Easton, who looks as though he can't decide whether to be annoyed or amused. Roberto gently pulls me up from the table. He leads me to the dance floor, putting a hand on my waist and gripping my other hand. I'm laughing before I've even found the beat. He spins me out and back and says something to me in Spanish that I don't understand. We dance for half a song, and I'm finally keeping up with him, but he says,
I knew he wouldn't let me steal you.
He spins me out again, but he releases my hand, and I fall into Easton's arms. Easton's hand shifts to my waist, his other hand finding mine. His thigh settles between my legs as the music continues. I don't fight it. The rhythm and song carrying us around the small dance floor. He spins me and I'm laughing, my head flung back as the string lights blur above me. And when he pulls me back in, I'm slightly breathless. He grins at me as though I'm the best dance partner in the world. You dance, I say, surprised.
I can do more than just hit a baseball.
He spins me again.
I'm surprised you let me lead.
I come back to him, and we find the rhythm together. I'm not sure why I'm surprised it's easy. Everything with Easton is easy. Isn't that the most terrifying part? The song ends, and we remain there for another song. The rhythm slows, and he tucks our hands between our bodies, his mouth close to my ear and mine close to his jaw. Neither of us pull away or pretend we don't know what this is between us. I'm lost in Easton and the sway of our bodies to the soft melody that I'm sure is a love song played by the 3 guitarists in the corner. I never want it to end. I could stay here in his arms forever. But the song does end, and he spins me out one more time. When I come back, Easton catches me with both hands at my waist, holding me close as the music fades. His eyes fall to mine, and that question he asked right before Roberto took me away feels heavier than ever, as though there were meaning there and not general curiosity. He brushes the hair back from my face.
Why do you never stay anywhere long enough to develop roots?
I'm starting to think I just hadn't found anyone worth staying for before now.
Chapter 40. Easton. We leave the Mexican restaurant, stuffed full of tacos and tortilla chips and freshly made salsa. I would have danced with her the entire night if she had let me. I'll have to thank Roberto one day for putting that into action, as if I would have let him have the pleasure of dancing with Hadley and not get to experience it myself.
You're pretty good at navigating these streets.
Hadley looks at me, her hand snug in mine. You get good at dodging crowds and finding streets off the beaten path, so you aren't stopped every 2 minutes. As I say it, I turn us down a side street, toward an ice cream place where I'm sure we'll run into fans, but I don't plan on us eating the ice cream there, so we'll manage.
I can't imagine how difficult it must be.
I shrug. It's part of the deal. I've grown used to it, and honestly, most people are respectful. I remember what it was like being young and looking up to the players. If I'd gotten a chance to meet one of them in Alaska and they'd been a dick, it would have crushed me. She leans a little closer, her shoulder brushing mine.
That's a good way to think about it. I'm stuffed, by the way.
Find some room. We're getting ice cream.
Easton, I don't think I can eat anything more.
Then you can have a few licks of mine. The two of us laugh. She shakes her head at me.
Seriously?
I honestly didn't mean it like that. We reach the ice cream place, and as I expected, a lot of people are inside. But thankfully, the line isn't too long.
Are you sure you want to go in there?
It's not like we have to worry they'll take pictures. You're my wife, remember? I tighten my hand in hers, opening the door. Plus, we're not staying. I have another destination in mind. She turns back toward me, waiting for me to follow her in.
I like this night of fun with Easton Bailey.
Better than your other ones? I waggle my eyebrows. Just the memory of us together makes my dick twitch, which isn't ideal when you're headed into an ice cream place filled with families.
They both have their upsides.
Her eyes shine with mischief. I want to tell her we're taking the ice cream back to the hotel room so I can lick it off every inch of her body. She sets her hand on my chest.
Time to cool things down before we ditch the ice cream.
I was actually thinking we could mix the two things up. We get into line behind another couple.
That doesn't surprise me.
She stares at the menu as we inch up in line. I wrap my arms around her because I have almost no self-control when it comes to Hadley these days. It's not for anyone to snap a photo. It's strictly because I want to touch her, hold her, and feel her softness against my hardness. I don't know how much longer I can pretend there isn't more between us. She sets her hands over my linked arms, which I take as a sign that she's okay with this. What are you going to get? I whisper in her ear.
Raspberry with dark chocolate. Just a scoop.
Are you going to let me have a lick? I whisper. My head is tipped so far down I could run my tongue along her neck. I hear her breath hitch.
You're playing games.
No games. I've never tried that flavor. It's an honest question. Hadley turns her head toward me, and I'm sure she's going to say some smart-ass comment, but I press my lips to hers before she can. She doesn't draw back or stop the kiss. We don't go any further than a chaste kiss, and as we pull away when the young cashier calls for the next customer, our eyes remain on one another's. Things are shifting. We both know it, and it seems I'm the one pushing it there. Hadley snaps her head forward and breaks out of my embrace, placing her order. I decide on a salted caramel chocolate scoop and pay for the two of us. We file down to the waiting area, and I hear the murmurs and whispers, knowing I've been spotted before Hadley does. We're about to be bombarded, I whisper in her ear. She glances around us as two boys and a girl run up to us.
Easton Bailey?
The oldest one asks. They all have napkins in hand and a pen that their mom probably dug out of her purse. How are you guys tonight? I bend down so I'm at their level. They tell me their favorite ice cream flavors and I sign their napkins. Then I take pictures with them. Apparently they were the bravest ones because after them, more kids and adults come over to tell me how much they love the Colts and how great of a player I am. No one criticizes me tonight, but I've been on that side of it too. After we lost the World Series last year, not all Chicago fans were nice about it. It's always the ones who think they could coach better than Ripley or make a play I didn't that have the loudest voices. I'm not even sure how long it takes, but when I'm finally done, Hadley isn't at my side anymore. She waves to me from a nearby table, both of our ice creams in front of her. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I know I have to share you.
She spoons some of her raspberry chocolate ice cream into her mouth. Let's get out of here. I pick up my ice cream, clasp her hand, and lead us out of the shop before I get bombarded again. Once we're outside, I say, I'm sorry again. I guide us to the river walk, hoping we'll have more peace down there to talk and be alone. I wish I had a genie at my disposal who could stop time so tonight never ends. Hadley shrugs.
You don't have to apologize. I get it.
We head down the steps to get off Michigan Avenue and to a quieter area. Mission accomplished. There aren't as many people here. With the lights being warm and dim, the darkness will be our friend.
Why baseball?
She asks once we're walking along the river. What do you mean? I hold out a spoonful of my ice cream, and she opens her mouth. She makes a sound of approval low in her throat that I attempt to ignore before my libido takes over.
Oh, that's yummy. I mean, what made you want to be a baseball player?
I laugh because once she hears the story, she'll realize there was no other choice. First, let me try yours.
Dodging the question?
She spoons her ice cream and holds it out to me. I wrap my lips around her spoon, and she slides it out, her eyes fixated on my mouth. Maybe ice cream was a bad idea. That is good. I'm gonna want another bite.
So?
Oh, yes, baseball. Well, my name is Easton, so that should give you a clue as to how big baseball is in my family. It takes her a minute, but I see in her expression when she puts the name of the baseball company together with how I was named. My dad played ball. He went to USC on a scholarship, but his parents died when he was 21, just as he was about to enter the draft, and he went home to raise his siblings. He's the oldest of 9. He and my aunt made a deal. He would raise the kids and she would take over the family lumber business. Then, when my aunts, who are twins, were about to graduate high school, he met my mom. He got offered a coaching position at USC, but turned it down to stay on Lake Starlight with my mom. I think of all the sacrifices my parents made to get me here. Now I have a child, and don't know who the mom is, and I'm in a fake marriage. My dad gave up his dream twice for the ones he loved most, and I wonder if I'd do the same.
Wow, that's so admirable.
We find a bench away from anyone else. I wait for her to sit, then I sit next to her. Yeah, big shoes to fill being raised in a town where your dad is treated like a king. She squeezes my knee, and I let the silence fall. I love it, though. I mean, I'm sure my dad would have understood had I not wanted to play. Maybe because he had me throwing a ball as soon as I could as part of it. But I love the game. And this is going to sound really arrogant, but the more success I have with it, the more I love it. I've been really fortunate.
The city's favorite Colt.
She knocks shoulders with me, lightening the mood. I glance at her. I guess. I laugh.
Isn't it hard to be on so much?
She spoons the last of her ice cream and holds it out to me. Nah, it's the last bit. She inches it closer to my lips.
I want you to have it.
Then you have mine. I scoop the rest of mine and hold the spoon to her. We both open our mouths, feeding each other, our eyes locked. Once we finish, I take our cups and throw them away in the trash can before returning to her. Her legs are up and tucked into her body, her arms around them. I sit a little closer to her, wrapping my arm around her shoulders. I'm never not myself. I feed off people's energy. I'm an extrovert, so it's not hard. But there are times that it gets a little much, like tonight, when we can't just be a normal couple on a date. It's always in the back of my head, trying not to get recognized or not wanting anything to interrupt us. I haven't felt that way in a long time, though. Her head falls back, and she looks at me.
I had a really great night.
I want to kiss her. But we don't have any witnesses here that I have to sell us to. There would be no reason to kiss her, except me wanting to. Me too, I whisper, pressing my lips to her forehead. I pull back, and I swear that's disappointment in her eyes. How long can we really keep this act going? Holding back isn't a me thing. So why am I doing it now?
Chapter 41. Hadley. I stare at myself in the bathroom mirror. This should do it. Thank you, Grandma. I open the door and step into the room. Easton is leaned along the headboard in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, his legs stretched out in front of him, the remote in his hand as he flips through channels.
You know what I hate about hotels?
He glances my way and stops talking. His gaze roams down and back up my body. A slow, easy smirk makes his lips quirk.
You think that's going to change anything?
I glance down. I think this should do it. The floor-length, pale yellow, quilted zip-up nightcoat with flowers embroidered around the neckline doesn't exactly scream, seduce me. My grandmother bought it for me at a little boutique in Lake Geneva one Christmas and laughed when she gifted it to me. I remember her saying,
"For the cold nights, darling, wherever you end up."
I haven't worn it until this moment. But as I was packing my bag, I figured if I went to bed wearing this, there would be less of a chance I'd end up sleeping with Easton. Now, seeing the way he's looking at me, I know it wouldn't matter what I wore. The tension between us isn't going anywhere.
First of all, I can restrain myself. Second of all, you could wear a suit of armor, and my dick will still salute you.
I shrug. I figured it was my best shot. He's still looking at me in that way he does that I can never fully decode. And tonight, I'm too tired to try to figure out where his mind is. The entire room is set up for romance. The champagne his parents ordered is still sitting in its bucket, the city lights reflecting through the window and the enormous bed between us. I move toward my suitcase to grab my charger, ignoring that Easton hasn't taken his eyes off me. He goes to his suitcase to get his own. I turn to walk back, but the hem catches under my foot. It happens so fast. 1 second, I'm upright, and the next, I'm pitching forward with nothing to grab. Then his hands are on me, and I'm not falling anymore. I'm in his arms. My hands are on his chest, fingers curling into the soft cotton of his t-shirt. His hands grip my arms, steadying me, and we're close. So close. My eyes slowly lift, and he's already looking at me. Say something funny. Thank him. Step away. You're good at running. But I don't have it in me. The last of my fight was putting on this ridiculous old lady nightcoat. I lift on my tiptoes, never stripping my gaze off Easton's, and kiss him. It's soft at first, tentative, a question lingering. His hands tighten on my arms, but he doesn't move, doesn't push me away or pull me closer, leaving me as the decision-maker. I'm done. Done pretending this is nothing. I press closer, and his hands slide from my arms to my waist, and the kiss deepens, dissolving the question between us. He pulls back a fraction of space, just enough to look at me. I open my eyes. His hand slowly rises and lands on the zipper at my throat. He only holds it between his fingers and thumb, drawing in a deep breath. I nod. He lowers it slowly, all the way down until my nightcoat parts.
Fuck, Hadley,
he says, his eyes filled with desire I've missed. He pushes the coat off my shoulders and it falls to the floor. I stand in front of him in a thin cami and shorts, and he looks at me the way he looked at me in the bookstore, as though I'm his.
You're so stunning.
I tried. I really tried.
Me too.
Our gazes hold.
I guess we're just too hot for one another.
I laugh, but he swallows it down by kissing me again. This time there's nothing tentative about his lips. His hands find my hips, and he walks me backward until my knees hit the bed and we go down together, his weight settling over me in a way that is so familiar and so completely new at the same time.
You have no idea how hard I've fought.
His mouth moves to my jaw, my neck, the place below my ear. He remembers all my favorite spots. Of course he does. He's the one man with a roadmap to my body.
You still like this?
Yes, I breathe. His hands find the hem of my cami, and he looks at me once more before slowly raising it up my chest and over my head. I reach for his shirt, and he helps me pull it off by grabbing the back collar. My fingertips run down his bare chest, and I rise up to give the hollow of his neck a kiss. Nothing about this is new, but maybe the pace. We've had 2 years of getting to know each other's bodies, of finding what works and coming back to one another, mastering what gets one another off every time. But tonight feels nothing like what's come before it. We both know it, but neither of us will address it, because that would make it too real. He takes his time in a way he never has before. His mouth moves over my collarbone, the curve of my shoulder. I run my hands through his hair, and he exhales against my skin as though he's been holding his breath for weeks. Maybe he has. I think we both have.
Hadley.
My name falls from his lips, quiet and rough, and it undoes my last scrap of control. I know. He doesn't need to finish the sentence. I know. I feel it too. Whatever this is, it's not nothing, and it hasn't been for a while. Eventually, we're going to have to talk about it, but not right now. Right now, his hands are on my skin, and his mouth is at my throat, and I pull him closer with the hopes my mind shuts off and I can just be in my body with him. I don't want him to rush. I want every second of this moment with him to linger. The weight of him over me, the warmth of his skin against mine, the way he says my name when he pulls my shorts off my hips and down my legs. He stares at me, lifting one of my legs and trailing kisses down my inner thigh. His body lowers an inch at a time until he's between my thighs, still looking at me through his thick eyelashes.
I've missed your taste.
He tongues my clit. My pelvis rises off the mattress, and he chuckles into my pussy, one arm holding me down. He knows how to get me off with his mouth. He can probably get me there in 2 seconds, especially after all the months of sexual tension, but he doesn't rush. He increases the pressure of his tongue on my clit and runs it down and back up. He teases me, playing a game. You do know I'll pay you back. My hand dives into his hair, the wavy threads slipping through my fingers.
I'm counting on it.
He presses his entire face into my pussy. I lift my knees, opening myself wider, and his finger plays with my opening as he licks me, sucks me, and blows on my clit in the most torturous but glorious way. East. My hand clenches the comforter as my other one clings to his hair. He doesn't relent, increasing his pace, getting me right to the brink. And I fear he's going to stop and tease me again, but his hand grabs my breast, his calloused thumb running along my nipple, and that's all it takes for me to bolt off the mattress on a moan. He slows his pace, but doesn't abandon me, his tongue circling my clit, his finger slipping out of me. When I finally come back to myself, he's staring up at me with my juices on his lips. Oh, fuck, he's so hot. Come here, I whisper. He kisses his way up my body, hovering over me, and I wrap my hand around the back of his neck, pulling him down to me. His tongue wastes no time diving through my lips, and I open for him. I taste myself on his tongue, and it only fuels my desire. I need you to get these off. I push with my feet at the waist of his shorts. Easton helps me, his muscles flexing as he lifts up and uses one hand to get them off. He sits back afterward, his glorious length hard and proudly erect. Then his smile dims.
We have a problem.
I still. No.
Much like your night coat theory, I didn't bring condoms for the same reason.
My head falls back onto the pillows, and I want to scream, no, because it's taken us so long to get here, and I need him. Then I think, what if... Which is probably a bad idea, but my pussy is aching, and all my senses are on the brink of the orgasm I'm in desperation for. When is the last time you were tested? Hope fills his eyes, and his hands run along my outer thighs.
Right before Tanner. And I've slept with no one else since. You?
Well, this is embarrassing. I haven't been with anyone but you in the past year. His eyes bulge.
Really?
I nod, my cheeks heating, and not from the orgasm he just gave me.
Fuck. You were waiting for me.
He smiles, that one that says he's joking, but there's a note of satisfaction behind it. If you want to have sex tonight, I suggest you get that smug look off your face. He slides down on top of me, the tip of his cock between my thighs.
I don't blame you. Afraid no man would compare. I'm sorry for being such a great lover.
I playfully smack his arm. I'll push you off right now. He laughs and kisses me, pulling back before it gets too heated.
And you're still on the pill?
I shake my head. Disappointment fills his eyes.
How do we make sure not to make another Tanner?
I put an IUD in a couple months ago. But is that good enough for you? He stills, and I see his mind working behind those hazel eyes. I'm sure the whole Lollapalooza thing is in the forefront of his thoughts.
I want this.
Easton, are you sure? You can run down to the drugstore.
No, I want this. And I trust you.
He presses his lips to mine. There's not much else he could have said that would break all those walls around me.
So...
He arches an eyebrow. I laugh. So we're good. He lifts, his cock pressing at my opening, sliding in an inch. Easton watches my face as he slips through my wetness, and I meet his gaze, which is new for me. Tonight, I don't have the energy to guard my heart. He waits a second, allowing me to get used to his girth, then slowly slips out and back in. His chin drops to his chest.
Fuck. I hope I don't embarrass myself.
I laugh, but it's cut off when his mouth finds mine. Just like every other time, we know each other too well for anything to feel too new. But it's all the more satisfying, because as he rocks in and out of me, I know that he loves the feel of my short nails along his back. He knows I love it when he nibbles on my ear. He takes my hips, flipping us so I'm on top, because he knows I get off faster in this position. Using his chest for leverage, I move. He plays with my breasts while our eyes are locked on one another. When I get close and my pace increases, he grips my waist, pulling me up and down. My eyes close, and he whispers all the things I love. How fucking hot I am, how wet I am, how he loves watching me get off, how he'll beat off about this image during his next away series, how no one ever gets him as hot as I do. My orgasm crests with his name slipping past my lips, and my body loses all tension. I know he hasn't come yet, so I clench down on his length, allowing him to manipulate the pace, and he brings me down, sucking my nipple as he grabs my ass and thrusts up and down until he finds his own release, cursing into my ear. As we come down, my face presses to the curve of his neck, and he holds me, as though he doesn't want this to end. Easton's hand drifts slowly up and down my back. I inhale his scent, never wanting to forget this moment. I pull my chest off him, and our gazes meet.
Hey.
His voice is gravelly in a way it only ever is after sex. Hey. Neither of us says anything else. Neither of us says what it means or asks what comes next, or whether this changes the arrangement or complicates it, or any of the other 100 practical things we're going to have to address at some point. He pulls me down, and I let him tuck me against his chest. I listen to his heartbeat slow back to normal while his hands run along my naked body. Sometimes you have to live in the moment, even when you know it's going to cost you later.
Chapter 42. Easton. I wake up with a naked Hadley slung over me, and her drool on my chest, and not one part of me wants to slip out and leave her here. I actually don't want to move at all, so that we don't have to wake up in case her thoughts don't line up with mine. After we fell into bed together, we opened this champagne. When she told me she doesn't really like champagne, I told her it didn't really matter because my plan was to spill it all over her and lick it off. That turned into a shower, and me taking her against the glass wall. This no-condom thing is free. Because in the middle of the night, I reached for her to cuddle, but one push of her ass against my hard-on, and we were right back at it. I'm not even exhausted or done with her. I want her again right now, my dick already at half salute. That's not surprising, though, because Hadley and I never had sex once and were done for the night. Maybe that was a sign all these years. My phone vibrates and I reach for it, trying not to move my body too much. It's a message from the guys asking me what happened. I send them a big middle finger. Then I realize I should check on my son. Me. How is he doing? My mom sends back a picture of Tanner eating small pieces of pancake with a big gummy smile, except for his bottom 2 teeth. Me. Won't be long. Mom.
No rush. We have plans today.
Being...
Don't you worry. Just spoil your wife. Smiley face.
I slip out of bed and go into the living room area of our suite. I stare at the Chicago River while the weekday workforce litters the street along with the tourists. That's the one thing that took me a while to get used to when I started in the league, having days off during the week and working most weekends. I pick up the phone, dial room service, and order almost one of everything, unsure what Hadley would prefer. I've actually never really seen her eat breakfast. She feeds Tanner with a coffee in her hand, but other than the other day when my mom made breakfast, I can't remember a time when she ate it. And the other morning, she probably felt forced to eat what my mom made. I walk back in the bedroom area to grab my shorts, but Hadley's awake and staring at my empty side of the bed. "Hey," I say. Her head whips toward me, and I see the relief in her face, but I'm not going to say anything to her about it. "Missing me already?" I jump into bed and take her in my arms, kissing her. "Good morning," I whisper, kissing her again.
Good morning.
She curls into me for a second, her arms giving me a tight squeeze before she unwinds herself.
Bathroom.
She gets up and goes into the bathroom. I give her a moment to come to the realization that I'm still here and would never just leave this morning. Or maybe I misconstrued what I saw, and she really just had to go to the bathroom. This whole guessing game is not one I've ever played before, nor ever wanted to play. She walks out and picks up her cami and shorts off the floor. "Done with me already?" I ask.
I figure we should get back.
I pull my phone out and show her the picture of Tanner. He's living his best life, and my mom said they have plans. I pat the bed. "But I did order breakfast." I raise my hands. "Now, I'd love nothing more than to eat my breakfast off your body, but the ball's in your court." She smiles and giggles. Nothing is better than pulling that out of her. I make a lot of people laugh, but no one but her makes me want to do it over and over. To my disappointment, she does get dressed.
You shouldn't want the room service guy seeing your wife's body.
She crawls across the bed, and I push my fingers through her unruly hair. Very true. I'm not a sharer. She nods, and I guide her lips to mine, kissing her briefly, wanting to deepen it and have her again, hating that with my job, I have to worry about some leak in the press about me answering the room service door in a sheet because I'm busy fucking my wife.
What are we doing?
I was prepared for this conversation, and surprised it didn't come up after the first time we had sex last night. It was as if we silently agreed to push all the adult, responsible conversations to the morning. "What do you want to do?" She sits back on her heels and stares at me for a moment. My hand falls to her legs, addicted to her smooth skin. "What's going on in that head of yours?" She inhales, her eyes never leaving mine.
I want to ask you something. And if you don't want to talk about it, it's no business of mine, but...
I let my head fall back along the headboard. There aren't many things in my life that I keep a secret. "What is it?"
Your mom mentioned something the day I took her to the story jar.
Dread washes down my body.
She thought I knew because we're married, and married people talk about previous relationships.
Since I've never had a relationship before, there's only one person my mom would have brought up, and it has to do with why my parents have always believed I didn't get into relationships. Are they right? Maybe. Okay, probably. It was the precursor, but maybe I was always going to be like this. "Kenzie?" I ask. She nods, and I'm sure it's taking all her courage to ask me about it. Neither of us has dug into each other's life over the years. A knock on the door interrupts us, and I climb out of bed to go answer the door.
I guess you're saved.
She watches me head toward the bedroom door. "I'm going to answer the door. Then we'll talk." I walk out of the bedroom, thankful to have a little time to think it through. Chapter 43. Easton. The hotel employee smiles at me the minute I open the door. He carries the tray in and places it on the table by the window. I can tell he knows who I am, but he's not saying anything while he waits for me to sign the bill. "Thank you." I hand it back to him and walk him out. After he's gone, I go to the bedroom archway and lean against it. "How about we talk over breakfast?" She slowly climbs out of bed, and I hold my hand out to her, bringing her to the table, where I pull out the chair for her and tuck it in. "What do you want?" I sit on the other side of the table, feeling way too far away from her.
Honestly, I'm not a huge breakfast person unless it's a bagel from Heroes.
I lift the lid off one plate. Probably not the same, but I did get a bagel. I continue taking the metal lids off the plates.
And apparently everything else, too.
She's got one leg propped up on the chair, and I force my eyes away from her nipple poking through her cami, while I wait for her to decide what she wants to eat.
Are you a food sharer?
She takes her silverware off the napkin, positioning it in her lap. Why?
Well,
Her cheeks blush. She's worried about asking me.
I was thinking we just kind of eat off the plates together. I mean, we shared ice cream last night, but this...
I take my silverware out and place the napkin in my lap. Let's dig in. She picks up a salt container.
Okay if I add some on the eggs?
I nod and lean back against the chair, watching her. She asks me which jelly I want in the toast, if I want syrup, and if so, do I butter my pancakes first. She has no idea what a natural caregiver she is. Not that I want her to care for me, but I saw it with how she adapted to Tanner so easily. The more time we spend together, the more I've realized it's just a part of who she is. I pour her coffee, and then my own, not eating right away, because I don't want her to think I'm dodging the Kenzie conversation. Kenzie is my cousin's wife. Might as well just get right into it. Her head lifts from spreading grape jelly on a piece of toast. I told you about all the cousins I have, but 3 of us are the exact same age, born on the exact same day. Her eyes widen and I nod. Lake Starlight residents and our family refer to the 3 of us as the Bailey triplets. It's me, my cousin Lance, and my cousin Brinley. She eats, forking little pieces here and there. Brinley had a best friend.
Kenzie,
She adds, piecing together the obvious. Yeah, in high school we kind of liked each other. Now this was our freshman year, but then one night at my Grandma Dory's birthday party, Kenzie slipped on the ice and Lance caught her. She frowns.
you lost the girl.
I laugh because I didn't lose the girl. I might have thought that at the time, but I was wrong. I lost.
Where were you?
I shrug. Not there. Probably causing trouble somewhere.
Probably.
She smiles across the table at me.
Eat.
She uses her fork to point at my plate, so I appease her and fork off some pancakes. After I chew and swallow, I continue, eager to get this next part over with. They dated all through high school, and I was good with it, honestly. Sure, everyone thought I was dying a slow heartbreak, but I was fine. She eyes me, as though she's not sure about that. I shake my head with a smile. Anyway, for some reason, Lance and Kenzie decided that they wanted to split up for college and do one of those, if you return to me, it was meant to be bullshit things.
Uh-oh.
She takes a big bite of bagel smeared with cream cheese. Then Kenzie and I both ended up at Ole Miss.
No.
Her eyes widen, and she halts with a bagel halfway to her mouth.
You didn't.
My shoulders fall. I did. The bagel drops down to her plate. I didn't sleep with her. Her head rolls back.
I was going to kick your ass for Lance.
I chuckle. He's married with a kid now. Plus, just so you know, my cousin is Lance Whitmore. Her head cocks to the side.
Is this one of their hotels?
I shake my head. Don't feel too sorry for the guy. He's rich as fuck and happily married now.
Some might say the same of you.
She arches an eyebrow and I laugh.
All right, continue.
One drunken night, I ran into Kenzie at a frat party. She was crying, saying how much she missed him. I walked her home.
You didn't, Easton.
I nod, still ashamed by my actions. I'm not sure if it was just that we were both homesick or the tequila we drank, but I know we kissed. But we were clothed when we woke up.
One sliver of good.
Anyway, Lance eventually forgave me because, hello, I'm awesome. She rolls her eyes.
I'm sure that's the reason.
Want to know the worst part?
Of course.
After the kiss, she called me Lance. She takes her fork and pretends to stab herself with it. Yep. Anyway, years later they got back together, married, and now have a kid.
And this shaped you how?
I set my fork down. My parents think that I didn't like not being picked.
Is that true?
No. I sipped my coffee and put it on the table. I just never wanted the mess that seemed to come with a relationship. The ups and downs, breakups and makeups seemed too stressful and too much drama. I just wanted to focus on my baseball career, and I didn't want to end up doing something that might hurt someone like I'd hurt my cousin. Sure, it hurt when Kenzie didn't want me back and picked Lance, but I almost lost my cousin for what? A kiss? How stupid could I be? She touches my forearm.
It was years ago. I think you can let the guilt go.
After that, I preferred to keep things casual with women. No strings. It's not like my heart was involved, but I just decided to close myself off from all of it before I hurt someone else. Add on the fact that I never know if a woman's intentions are pure with me, and then there's my parents' happily ever after fairy tale. I shrug. It's pressure I didn't want. Until...
Hearts and feelings suck.
She interrupts me, and I'm not sure if it was on purpose or not. I laugh and put down my coffee. I agree. So, do you think less of me?
Not at all.
She pushes a plate.
I thought she was the love of your life, and you were still pining away for her.
Not at all. But I'm kind of pining for someone else lately. She looks up, and her fork falls to the plate.
Easton.
Come on, Hadley. You know it. I know it. All of our friends know it. Shit, Tanner probably knows it. I suck in a deep breath and ask what it is I really want to ask. What do you say? Want to give this an honest try? She pushes back from the table and stares at me. Not the reaction I was hoping for.
Chapter 44. Hadley. Easton's eyes close when I push back from the table.
Let's give this an honest try?
He stays seated, patiently watching me, not pushing or filling the silence with a joke, just waiting for me to say something more, anything. My mouth opens but closes. You have the Kenzie thing that was holding you back, but I have my family, I say, because he needs to know what he's getting into. I'm sure at the dinner you could tell that I'm the odd one out in the Hargrove family. First, I have no idea where my dad is. I haven't seen him since I was 5. But regardless, he's been a constant presence in my life because I've always been told that I got all his genes. I swallow hard. Can you imagine? The man walked out on his family, never to be heard from again, but everyone has compared me to him my entire life. I rebelled in high school, like I imagine most teenage girls do, but my mom just put her thumb that much firmer down on me. I stare into my lap, aware that Easton hasn't said a word. So I did what they wanted. I went to my mom's alma mater, got my degree. At my graduation party, which was mostly just my mom's way of networking to get me a job, I couldn't stomach the rest of my life being dictated by her. And I knew that was what was going to happen if I stuck around. My mom would get me the job, she'd be on me to impress whatever friend she had pestered enough, and I would never live up to her expectations. I'd mess it up somehow. So when I finally had a break from shaking hands and smiling and pretending I'd be an asset to their business, I went upstairs to my room, packed a bag, and left. Went to the airport and booked a flight with the graduation money I got. I glance at him, and his hazel eyes shine with sympathy. And I've been running ever since. I've never had a serious relationship. Sure, I've dated guys here or there, but as crazy as it is, I've slept with you more than any other guy in my life. That cocky smirk returns.
You're only feeding my ego and proving my point.
Maybe. But it's just... Easton, we're two people who have never had a serious relationship with anyone. Why do we think this is going to work? He doesn't look away when he says,
Because I've never felt this way about anyone.
I look at the table. The shared plates, the coffee he poured for me without asking how I take it because he already knows. I think about last night. Not just the physical, though that's a vivid and warm memory I'll reach for many times, but the restaurant, the dancing, the river walk, the way he's been so honest with me about his family, the public, and Kenzie. All of it feels like evidence of us getting to this place where we're ready to do this. Most of all, it's the 3 words from last night. I trust you. Cracked open something inside me that has never opened for anyone before him. Underneath all of that, it's a solid yes. Loud and clear, my answer is yes. But I can't just jump in with him without warning him. It's the yes that scares me, not the no. I'm terrified, I admit, my voice quieter than I intend. I clench my fists to stop my hands from shaking.
Me too.
I stand, unable to sit anymore. What if I say yes? Then I ruin it. What if I stay, and one day it starts to feel like every place I've stayed too long? What if I start to feel like the walls are closing in and I need air? What if Tanner's mom shows up and rearranges everything? What if we're only good at this because there's an expiration date?
I have the same worries, Had. I also have a son to consider. What if I fuck this up and he loses you?
I shake my head. He won't. Whatever happens, Tanner doesn't lose me. A look of relief crosses his face. I don't have a good track record with staying, I say. I'm not going to pretend I've figured out something about myself overnight that I haven't in the past 30 years. He nods.
I know.
But...
What?
He straightens at the word. I want this. I do. Tears well in my eyes.
Hadley.
His voice is gentle as he takes my hands.
I know all of it. I'm not asking you to have it all figured out. I'm just asking you to stop pretending there's nothing here.
I look at our hands, his thumbs running along the back of my hand. When I get scared, and if I do something stupid or pull back or say the wrong thing, I look at him. I'm going to need you to give me grace. He squeezes my hands.
Done. And I'll need the same, because I'm going to mess this up. I don't know how yet, but I most likely will. And I need to know you're not going to disappear the first time I do.
I'm not going to disappear. I will him to see that I mean it. He exhales as if he's been holding that breath since this conversation started. We stand in the middle of the room, staring at our entwined hands.
So...
I lift my gaze to his. Okay.
Just what every guy wants to hear when they lay their heart on the line.
He smiles. You know what I mean.
Does this mean I can stop torturing myself every morning when you're wrapped around me?
We have Tanner to consider.
He can have his own room now.
Easton.
Fine, I'll still share with him. But can I make nightly visits to your room?
We take this slow. I put my hand on his chest, and he covers it with his own.
I'll take whatever you'll give me.
Isn't that the thing with Easton? He flies in and out of things without fully thinking them through. But if this is going to work, I need to trust that he's thinking that what's between us is different. Can we even go slow? So we date. I give him a firm nod.
Dating.
He says the word as if it's in another language, and he's getting used to the way it wraps around his tongue. Slow.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
He releases my hand and wraps his arms around me, hugging me. I run my palms along his sides, closing my eyes, relishing the feeling of his arms around me.
I know you think I'm crazy and impatient and irrational, but I see this working between us.
I lift my head and look up at him. He looks down, our eyes meeting. I know he means it. Easton doesn't say things he doesn't mean. This is something I've never felt before. But I'm not sure I can just let all the walls around me fall away that easily. But for him, for Tanner, for us, I'll try. Because this is the first time I don't want to run. I want to see what happens if I stay.
Chapter 45. Easton. It's the worst timing to start dating someone. I've gone months keeping Hadley an arm's length away, and now that she's mine, I'm on the road for the next 7 days. I knock on Hayes' hotel room door since the four of us are going to dinner tonight. Decker opens the door, eating a container of nuts. Raiding the minibar? I walk in, finding I'm the last to arrive, but Hayes isn't in the room. Where's Haymaker?
In the shower. Problem at home.
Decker cringes. Foster's in the chair by the window, remote in his hand.
Deckman, pass me a bag of chips.
Decker grabs one and tosses it to him. Foster catches it. What's the problem? Hayes comes out of the bathroom in a towel.
The problem is that Lake thinks she's too good to babysit her siblings.
His face is still red. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Decker shakes his head, sitting in the chair opposite Foster, cracking open a can. Hayes points at Foster and Decker.
You fuckers are paying for this shit.
They dig out cash and toss it on the table with identical looks of, "There, are you satisfied?" Twin moment, I say, pointing at them. It's amazing how the twin thing is starting to show now that they're close again.
Anyway, I think we've given you enough time of dodging our questions.
Decker says, eyeing Foster and Hayes.
Hold on, wait.
Hayes takes a stack of clothes into the bathroom, returning in jeans and a t-shirt, and sits on the bed.
Okay, let's hear it.
My forehead wrinkles. I don't kiss and tell.
Bullshit.
Decker tosses a nut in the air and catches it in his mouth.
Try me.
Foster says, opening his mouth. Decker aims and throws, but it knocks off Foster's teeth and shoots toward the window.
Again.
I think I'm in the clear, that they're too distracted playing juvenile games, that I won't have to talk to them about Hadley. Not that I don't want to brag.
So what's up?
Hayes eyes me. Leave it to him. He's our captain for a reason. I shrug. We're together now. The Davis twins stop what they're doing and stare at me.
Like, you hooked up?
I shake my head and their mouths slowly fall open. We're together. We're giving it a real shot. Even Hayes' eyes widen, but he nods, as if it took him a while to think about it.
Okay. You sure?
Fuck you.
You can't blame us, Kodiak.
Decker says, pushing away the nuts.
I mean, you fake married her, and she's your nanny, and you're still contracted to her for how long?
I've done the math. I did it before I asked her. If this goes south and I fuck this up, I'll still own my end of the bargain, but I don't see it going bad. It's fine. We're on the same page. But I'm telling you guys, the feelings are there. Hayes walks over and holds out his hand.
I'm happy for you. Truly.
Foster nods, crumpling his empty bag of chips.
Yeah, I'm proof it only takes the right woman.
Decker doesn't say much, but he's never been a fan of this idea, so I'm not surprised. My phone dings in my pocket, and I pull it out, seeing Hadley's name.
Hadley?
I nod.
Well, there's a difference. When is the last time he smiled when a woman messaged him?
Hadley.
I think I found her.
I blow out a breath, unsure why I started this search in the first place.
What?
I must be transparent with my facial expression.
Check out this Insta profile. Do you remember if this was her?
I click on the links she sent. The girl is a blonde with bright blue eyes.
She was in Cabo with you. There are pictures on her feed, and you're in the background.
She's made this her mission, after I heard from my cousin with more details. Maybe.
You should reach out to her. I think she lives in the suburbs, which is weird, right? Like she moved to the Chicago area right before or something.
Now that she mentions it, it sounds vaguely familiar. Like I told the girl we could meet up or I'd show her around. Fuck.
Oh, give me 10. Tanner is a very unhappy boy right now.
I blow out a breath. When I look up from my phone, all my friends are staring at me. It's the Tanner's mother thing. My cousin got back to me and got me a name. Hadley has been searching and I lift my phone. Found her.
You're still looking for her?
Foster asks, going to the minibar and taking a drink.
Hey, asshole. We're leaving.
Foster tips the can in my direction.
Clearly not yet. Kodiak needs a little intervention.
He sits back down. I sigh. He deserves a mom. Foster's eyebrows lift as he cracks open the can.
Seems like he already has one.
Hadley isn't his mom. Decker doesn't say anything. When I look at him, he's got an expression on his face I can't read. What?
I'm kind of with my brother here. Maybe because Hazel is mine in every sense but blood, but I don't think it matters. She loves Tanner like he's hers.
Hadley's never said that. We've never discussed anything like that, and I would never presume to put that on her. Although it is a reality that if she's going to seriously date me, Tanner will be a part of our lives.
I feel the same. I mean, Lake, Link, and Monroe, they're mine as much as Flora.
Hayes shoves his hands in his pockets. I flip my phone around in my hand. It felt weird when I brought the search up to Hadley yesterday, but she was excited, going for her phone immediately, as if she wanted to find out just as badly as I once did. Just because she's with me doesn't mean she wants a kid. I drop my insecurity right into the middle of our conversation. They all stare at me as though I missed a routine ground ball.
Half the reason you fell for her is how she is with your kid.
I open my mouth.
Don't try to deny it. It's true.
He continues, tipping back his head. Sure, that was part of it, but it's more than that. Hayes sits down.
Hey, you don't have to describe it to us. We all get it.
You think I can explain why the hell I love Callie?
Hey, now.
Foster gives him an annoyed expression.
I have reasons and could list them, but I can't explain how I knew she was the one. It was just this feeling that came over me and has only grown every day.
Someone get Reap some tissues, I say. Always more comfortable with humor than feelings, but I'm not sure he could have described it better. It's just this thing I can't put my finger on. Like there should have been some big moment or flash of lightning that told me she's the one. Instead, it was more like a slow storm on the horizon, moving in over days and weeks. And sure, seeing her with Tanner is indescribable. But it's just us, together. We fit.
So cut the mom search.
That affects Tanner.
How? His mother didn't want him. I mean, if she hasn't come back for him by now.
Foster's voice is knowing.
Foster.
Foster raises his hand.
I get it, and I'm in a good place with Mom now, but I also understand what it's like to feel unwanted. Why search out a woman who left him at a bar?
She probably thought he had money to take care of him.
Hayes says, always the softer one.
But I kind of agree.
Me too.
Decker says, I must give him a look because he continues.
What, you're surprised? Hazel's dad hasn't wanted her since day one. I'd never allow that piece of shit to try and come into her life. I'm her dad.
The more they talk about it, the more I think maybe I should let this search die. Maybe you're right, I say to no one in particular.
We're always right.
Foster stands and throws away the chip bag and drink.
Let's go. We can talk more at the restaurant. I'm starving. Arguing with Lake makes me hungry.
We all stand, but Hayes stops in front of the door and points at Decker.
Clean up your shit.
Foster smiles at me.
See? I grew up without a mom, and I clean up my shit. He had our mom, and he's a slob.
Once we're in the hallway, we see the Dicks about to walk in the elevator. One more week, and then you'll be taking us to dinner. I love egging them on about our monthly bet over which three of us can tag as many bases. We've beaten them every month this year so far.
And this time I'm coming.
We're not paying for you, Reap.
You owe me after you almost blew the Colorado game when you let that ball get past you in the 8th and 2 runs scored on your error.
Drew says nothing, but his jaw flexes. I pull on my phone and text Hadley. Me. I think I'm gonna let it be.
What?
The whole mom search. Why do I care? The 3 dots appear and disappear before her response comes in.
Okay, if you're sure.
And then a video comes in. Hadley is showing Tanner my picture and repeating Dada over and over. And then Tanner repeats Dada. Or at least, I think he does. It sounds like it.
Crying emoji, heart emoji, crying emoji. So damn cute, this little man. Heart emoji.
The guys are right. He doesn't need a mom. Because if this thing goes all the way with Hadley, she's his mom. Which scares the hell out of me. Because I want that more than I wanted to be the #1 draft pick my year. Chapter 46. Easton. I used to like away game series, but I've never been so happy to be home. The three of us walked through our security gate, none of us even caring about the sign, having no energy to tear it down. It's late, and I'm pretty sure we're all coming home to quiet, dark condos.
I have to see the contractor tomorrow.
Decker grumbles, stopping at his door. Sucks for you, I say, climbing the stairs. You'll miss this commute when you move.
That's for sure. I'd be with Hayes in an Uber right now.
Decker leaving the condo building is going to be so weird. We've been here together since day one, but I know the house renovation will be finished by the end of the season. Things are changing, whether I want them to or not. Night, Goldie.
Night.
I hear him walk through his door, and it shuts behind him. Foster's already halfway between my place and his when I reach my condo. See you, Reap, I say, knowing he's going to keep moving without a word. The minute the plane landed, Foster was on a mission. Get home to his girls. Me too. But Hadley and I aren't where he and Callie are. Things with us are still up in the air, since we decided to give this a try. Then I immediately left town. I hate not knowing what I'm walking into. I have no idea if she'll be in her room and we'll wake up tomorrow and see each other, or if I'm supposed to go to her, or not. I hate uncertainty in my life, and telling a woman you want to date her, then leaving for 7 days, is not ideal for me to feel anything but off balance. I press in my code. Stepping inside, the light in the living room is on, and I catch a note on the table where I usually put my wallet and stuff. It reads, "Welcome home," with a heart. So what does that mean exactly? I'll catch you in the morning? I drop my bag by the front door and peek my head into my room. Tanner is sprawled on his back, out cold, with his pacifier half in, half out of his mouth. God, I missed him. I get it. Why all the guys have struggled so much when the season starts. Having a life here makes you feel like you're missing out on your kid growing up. And it's more than him here, too.
Hey.
Hadley's whispered voice has me whipping around. She's resting her shoulder on the doorframe. Just like that. All the "how do I play this" questions that have sat tight in my chest loosen. I thought you were sleeping. I don't wait for an answer. My hands are already on her, gripping her hips, walking her backward before lifting her in my arms. She wraps her legs around me, her fingers sliding into my hair as though she's been waiting for this moment like I have.
My vibrator isn't cutting it. So lucky timing for you.
That smile. Fuck. I like the outfit. My voice is lower now, my eyes dragging down the soft dip between her breasts. Not lace, but a silky satin. Totally her and perfect.
Are you taking me to bed? Or are you thinking the counter?
She has no idea what that question does to me. A million scenarios run through my head. Bed, I say, already moving toward her room. My mouth is on hers before we step into the room. It's all teeth and heat and need, as though we've both been holding back too long. Her fingers tighten in my hair, tugging, and I grip her ass harder, pressing her against me. Fuck, I mutter against her mouth. I love your ass.
Is that all you love?
If I start listing things, we won't make it to the good part.
How about you show me instead? You can kiss them all.
That I can do. I lay her on the bed, and stepping away, even for a second, kills me. But I force myself to shut the door, the soft glow of Tanner's monitor catching my eye on her nightstand. I turn back, and she's watching me as if I'm her favorite show. I take my time, slowing my pace, being deliberate with my movements, because if I don't, this will be over too fast and I'm not done with her. Not even close. I strip my shirt off, and her gaze drops, tracking every muscle. That shouldn't get to me, but it does. So I drag it out further, let her watch me as I flick the button of my jeans. Her hand slowly lowers down her chest, her finger running along the waistband of her shorts before she slips it underneath. My dick presses against my zipper. Her back arches as her fingers move, and something low and possessive tightens in my chest. Jesus. Hadley. Let me see. Now it's me desperate to see all of her. She smiles, slow and knowing, and pushes her shorts down, spreading her thighs. All for me. I unzip and shove off my jeans, stepping out of them, my cock already straining against my boxer briefs. She bites her lip, as though she wants it. And God, do I want her to have it.
Take them off.
Bossy, I murmur.
You asked me first. It's your turn now.
Yeah, she's got me there. I slide down my briefs, my cock springing free. Her breathing hitches and fuck. It makes the last of my restraint evaporate.
Remember when you said I could have a few licks of yours?
I almost laugh, remembering our trip to the ice cream shop. Come here. I crook my finger at her. She crawls toward me, slow and deliberate, and I tug her cami up and off, leaving her bare in front of me. God, she is so fucking beautiful. I should take control here. I should flip her, pin her down, and make her take what I give. But then it'll be over too fast, and I'm not about that tonight. I want to have her for hours, not minutes. She lifts her hand, the one that was between her legs only minutes ago, and I catch it, bringing her fingers to my mouth. I suck her juices, slowly, dragging my tongue around her fingers, watching her unravel a little more with every second that passes.
East.
That sound, her saying my name like that, it pinches something inside me I can't dissect right now. So I don't. Her other hand wraps around me, stroking, spreading my pre-cum against the tip, and I swear if I don't put a stop to this, it will be over before it begins. I'm not going to last, I mutter. She laughs, then leans down, taking me into her mouth just long enough to make my head fall back.
Just a taste for later.
She drops onto her back, open, waiting for me, as if she's mine for the taking. I crawl over her, my body covering her as my cock pressing at her entrance. You have no idea how much I missed this, I say, my voice rougher than I mean it to be. For some reason, I can never keep my true feelings quiet around her. I push inside her, slow and deep, and she clenches around me. Then I pull out before I lose it and flip us, bracing my back against the headboard. Straddle me. She does, one leg swinging over mine, and when she lowers herself back down, taking me fully again, I swear stars and galaxies fill my vision. Fuck, I breathe. We don't rush it, because her above me, moving slow and controlled, like she knows exactly how to undo me, is something I want to drag out as long as possible. Her hands press into my chest as she moves, every roll of her hips pulling something tighter in me. I'm going to need something for away games, I say, Because I need to break the intensity before I drown in it. Her brow lifts.
Are you asking for nudes?
We're sexting. I'm not picky. She presses her finger to my lips.
Later. Right now, you have me right here.
She's right. So I shut up and pull her down. I take her breast into my mouth, sucking, and she gasps, her body tightening, before melting again.
I love when you do that.
I caught on to that, our second time together. She loves any kind of breast and nipple play. My hands move over her body, up her spine, down to her ass, gripping, guiding her pace, making it deeper, slower, harder. She breaks first. I feel the way her body tightens around me, her rhythm faltering for a second.
God, Easton. Fuck.
Her nails dig into my shoulders, her entire body locking as she comes, clenching around me so hard she nearly takes me with her. I flip her onto her back, before I lose control completely, hooking her leg over my shoulder and driving into her, chasing my own release. You're so fucking beautiful when you come. I finish, hard, my mouth on hers, swallowing whatever sound she makes as I come apart. Afterward, we're both breathing heavily, her fingers sliding through my hair, softer now.
I missed you.
You missed my dick, I tease, deflecting, because that's what I do. She shakes her head, her expression shifting.
No, I missed you.
A small smile curves her lips.
Your dick is just a bonus.
Something warm spreads through me, catching me off guard. I almost say it back, but I pull her into a kiss before my confession can slip out.
Chapter 47. Hadley. A month has passed, and things have been good. Easton has been away more than home, but we've been making up for it when he is around. Every day off, we do something together with Tanner. Last week, Penelope and Decker babysat, and we went out, just the two of us, which was weird, but really nice. He keeps saying he's going to take me out using his name around town, but I think we should save that for after the season is over. I lie on Easton in my bed that has become ours for the most part. We haven't talked about officially changing our sleeping arrangements, but every time Easton is playing from home, he's in this bed. When he comes home late at night after being in an away series, it's my bed he slips into, usually waking me with sweet kisses. I roll over, and Easton comes with me, spooning me, his hand slipping under my cami and cupping my breast. He was gone for 10 days, so I know that one time wasn't going to cut it. I press my ass into his hard length, and he thrusts into me, his breath hot at my ear, his lips on my earlobe. That's all it takes for me to be game on. His hand slips down my stomach, past the waistband of my shorts. I turn slightly in his arms, opening my legs, offering myself to him. He moans, and his fingers slide through my wetness. It doesn't take much these days. We don't talk, and it feels more intimate that way. I crawl over him, ready to take his length in my mouth, when the sound of Tanner screaming rings out from the monitor. My head shoots up, and I look at the screen. I squint and see that he's standing at the crib railing. I climb off Easton, and he groans.
Give him a few minutes.
But I'm already off the bed. He was a little sniffly today. I wonder if he's getting sick. I'm at the door when Easton gets up, pulling on his shorts and following me. You can stay here. You got home late. I'll take this one. I put my hand on his bare chest, glancing at his still hard cock under his shorts. You can take care of that. Tanner screams again, and I don't need the monitor to hear him this time.
I'll wait until you can take care of it, and I'm already up.
That's apparent. I open the door, walking through the dark condo to Easton's room. Tanner has tears falling down his cheeks, and his arms rise the minute he sees us. "Oh, baby, what's going on?" I pick him up, but he doesn't relax in my arms like normal. He squirms and cries. Easton touches his forehead.
He feels a little hot, and he definitely sounds congested.
Tanner sees Easton and holds his arms out, so I hand him over. He paces.
There's a bin in the bathroom of stuff Penelope said was a must.
I go to the bathroom, while Tanner continues to scream. I hear Easton trying to calm him when I find a container with everything for a sick baby. There's one of those sucky syringes, a thermometer, and I grab the baby medicine we use when his teething has been really bad. "Do you think he's cutting another tooth?" I ask when I return. Easton's sitting on the edge of the bed. Tanner is crawling on the bed, but getting frustrated and falling face forward, crying, his little fists gripping the comforter. Easton puts his hand on Tanner's back. "Let's take his temperature first." I search in the bin for the thermometer. Easton grabs Tanner and flips him over on the bed.
I feel like we've been lucky not to have had to do this yet.
I take out the rectal thermometer and the jelly. He undoes Tanner's pajamas and gets his legs out, then opens his diaper. The entire time sighing and acting as though he'd rather take a 100-mile-per-hour fastball to the thigh than take his son's temperature in the butt. "You got this," I say, and he quirks an eyebrow at me. I position Tanner stomach down on the bed and lie by him, face to face, placing kisses on his cheek and telling him it will be okay.
Okay, here it goes.
I look at Easton and nod, giving him a thumbs up before pulling my phone out and starting the timer. He practically shuts his eyes as he inserts it, his head rocking back as he holds the thermometer in place, and I start the timer. As Easton looks as though he's having an internal crisis, Tanner has found a loose thread on the comforter and is pulling at it with complete focus, seemingly unbothered.
He doesn't even care.
He's 8 months old.
Still, he has something up there.
"So, you're not into the butt play?" He glares at me. Now is not the time. Noted. The buzzer on my phone goes off, and Easton takes out the thermometer, taking it to the small lamp and reading the temperature.
102. He's definitely got a cold or something.
Nothing like it happening in the middle of the night. I pick up Tanner and grab a diaper and wipe to get him dressed again.
Do I call the pediatrician?
I hear in Easton's voice that he wants to. "Callie?" I suggest, since she's only upstairs. "Or Penelope."
Not Foster or Decker.
His eyebrows rise as though he's implying something. "Or them, I suppose." He laughs.
I'm just saying dads are parents too. I'm here with you right now, not hiding in the other room.
Technically, you're the only parent here. I'm only the nanny. He tilts his head and gives me an expression to say that's not true.
We both know you're more to him than a nanny.
Oh, really? What am I?
You're Daddy's girlfriend.
Tanner doesn't like it, so he starts crying again. I hand Tanner to Easton. "I'm going to look up some stuff online. I feel like the pediatrician is overkill, and I don't want to wake up Foster and Decker, since they just got back like you." Easton smirks, walking him around the room. I shouldn't be so hung up on what I'm labeled as in Tanner's life. I know that. I decide to put that aside and look up what we can do to help him. "Okay," I say, scrolling. "It could be a common cold."
Good.
Or RSV, which is basically like a cold but worse. I bring my fingers to my lips, biting my nails. Easton's head snaps up. Or hand, foot, and mouth. My heart rate picks up speed. Maybe the pediatrician is the way to go.
Hadley.
Or, I scroll further. Okay, we're ignoring that one. That's not it.
What was it?
Doesn't matter. Do we have saline drops?
I don't know. Were they in the bin?
I can hear the panic edging into Easton's voice. I wave him off. Never mind. It says to try a steam shower, but first, pain meds to get the fever down. I grab the baby medicine, double-checking the dosage. Once we get him to take the medicine from the syringe, which is a little too easy, we hope that works to calm him down as much as possible. Steam shower? I suggest, never knowing when I might be overstepping, since I'm not Tanner's parent.
Okay.
He hands Tanner to me and goes into the bathroom. I rock Tanner, whispering to him that it'll be okay, knowing full well nothing I say matters. He calms slightly, but then he coughs and cries again. I hate seeing him so upset. It makes me want to cry. I join Easton in the bathroom. The steam is building, so I sit on the bathroom floor and Easton shuts the door, sitting across from me. The steam seems to be helping Tanner. His crying has dulled to a congested whimper, but I feel my eyelids drooping.
Here, give him to me.
Easton takes him, and I stretch out my legs.
I'm not built to see him upset. I'm in a world of hurt as he gets older.
I feel like I'm in a world of hurt watching you with him. He waggles his eyebrows.
Sexy?
Shirtless, with a baby on your chest who looks like he's about to fall asleep? Very sexy.
I like the steam making you bead with sweat. I'm hoping your shirt becomes see-through soon.
His gaze zeroes in on my chest.
Come here.
He pats the spot next to him, and I slide across the tiled floor. I lean my head on his shoulder and put a hand on Tanner's back. I'm glad you were here.
Me too. I would have still been trying to find the nerve to put the thermometer in his butt if you weren't.
I laugh, and Tanner jolts a little before calming back down. You would have done fine.
You would have too. But I think we're better as a team, don't you?
Easton rests his head on top of mine. He's right. We are a good team.
We're a family,
he says. And for a minute, I freeze, my hand almost slipping off of Tanner. Family. I've been running from that word my whole life, but it sounds like something I want when Easton says it. Chapter 48. Hadley. Honor is already seated when I push through the door, both hands wrapped around a coffee. She looks up, and the smile she gives me is real, but doesn't quite reach her eyes. She rises up, but I shush her back down with my hand, hugging her from behind. How are you? I slide into the chair across from her and see she's already ordered our faves.
I ordered you the iced one. And an everything bagel with cream cheese, because I figured you'd say you weren't hungry and then eat half of mine.
We laugh. Thanks. Next time it's on me. She looks terrible, and I love her too much not to say so. You look...
like shit. Thanks.
I was going to say exhausted.
That's just a kinder way of saying like shit. You look incredible, as always. It's very annoying.
She sips her coffee.
Sorry. It's been a week. Hospice is so unpredictable. She's on oxygen now, and nobody told me what that meant. So I Googled it at 2 a.m. like an idiot, which I do not recommend.
Honor.
I'm okay.
She puts her hand up.
I promise. Her friends have been incredible. Mrs. Papadopoulos has basically moved in, and between her and the hospice nurse, Mary, I feel useless.
The corner of her mouth tips up.
And she keeps calling me by my mother's name, which Mary says is normal, but it's...
She shakes her head.
Anyway, I didn't come all the way into the city to talk about that.
We will absolutely talk about that.
No.
She points at me.
We can't. Because if I start, I'm going to cry, and I already did the whole way on the train. The barista gave me a free muffin out of pity.
She nods to the pastry bag in the middle of the table.
Take it home to Easton.
She wraps both hands around her mug.
Speaking of...
There's nothing to talk about. The last thing I'm going to tell her is how things are changing. How my life is going great while she's about to lose her grandma, who was more of a mother to her. She stares at me. What? Without a word, she reaches into her bag and pulls out her phone, turning the screen toward me. It's a picture taken from a distance, grainy the way fan pictures always are. Easton and me on the river walk, our ice cream cups abandoned on the bench beside us, his arm around my shoulders and my head tipped back, laughing at something he said. Here we thought we dodged the pictures.
It was on 3 different baseball fan accounts.
She sets the phone face down on the table.
I've been watching your life unfold on my phone screen like some kind of hit reality show for months. So tell me what is going on? Because from out here...
She gestures at the phone.
It doesn't look like swapping favors anymore.
I pull off a piece of bagel, and the seeds go everywhere on the table. It's complicated.
It doesn't look that complicated. It looks the opposite of complicated.
I stare at her, unsure how to tell her. She waits. I've never once been able to outlast Honor's silences, and she's playing it to her advantage right now. She just looks at me with that unhurried expression she's had since the 3rd grade, waiting for me to crack. And of course, I felt like an egg that's just been taped to the edge of a bowl. It's going well, I say. Better than I thought it would.
Better how?
I shrug. We get along. I mean, we always did. But it's different now. Living with someone is different. You learn things about one another. I pick at the bagel. He makes coffee before I'm even up. He knows I don't eat breakfast, but he always puts something on the counter anyway, just in case. I glance up. He makes me laugh, and I can't even put it all into words. Honor's expression doesn't change.
And the baby?
What about him?
How is he doing?
He's so happy. I feel the smile before I can stop it, which does not go unnoticed by Honor, since a small smile forms on her lips. He's at this stage right now where everything is funny to him, like he thinks the word no is hilarious. You say no, and he just laughs. Easton thinks it's adorable, and I keep telling him that's going to be a problem in about 6 months when he's getting into everything, and the word no needs to mean something. I shake my head. He threw half his lunch at me yesterday, and then looked so pleased with himself.
He sounds like a handful?
She poses it as a question, and that familiar wound gets pressed on, that she, too, believes I'm going to have enough and leave. He kind of is. I pause. He kind of isn't, though. He sleeps well, and he's not a crier. Not really. I look at the table. He's very easy to love. Honor turns her coffee mug in a slow circle on the table.
Who does he see you as?
The question catches me off guard. I stop. Look at her. Why?
In the videos people post, he's always reaching for you or sleeping on you. With no mom in the picture, I just wondered.
I'm his nanny. Honor nods.
Does it freak you out? How dependent he is on you?
She must notice something cross my face, because she's quick to continue.
I don't mean to poke at you. It's just things from this end.
She lifts her phone.
Says either things have shifted or someone is getting hurt at the end of this. And I just want to make sure it's not you.
No, it doesn't freak me out. And the truth of that still surprises me every time I'm alone with my thoughts. She studies me that way for a second, and I wait for more interrogation. Here I thought I was coming here to comfort her, but she's being the best friend right now.
I just want to check in because I know firsthand what it's like when someone depends solely on you, and it can be draining.
That's the thing. It doesn't.
In all the pictures, you look different.
Different how? I ask, finally popping a piece of bagel into my mouth.
Just...
She tilts her head.
Like, happy being settled?
You say that word like you expect me to start itching. She doesn't let me deflect with humor, but continues to wait on me to say more. We agreed to see where things go. We're dating?
Is that a question?
Her first smile of the day barely touches her lips. No, It's just new and I don't know. You know me.
I wondered if it was real or you two were just good actors. Glad I still know you like a book.
I look at my coffee for a long moment.
Had, I'm your person. You can always tell me what you're feeling.
I listen to the sounds of the cafe. The hushed conversations, the espresso machine running, the dings of phones, trying to figure out how to word exactly what I'm feeling. I think I'm falling for him, I say. Quiet, like not saying it loud changes anything. I didn't plan to, and I know that probably sounds insane given the whole situation, but I shake my head. I'm falling for both of them. Honor doesn't say anything for a moment. She picks up her bagel and takes a big bite of it.
I knew it.
Her voice is warm and careful at the same time, as if she worries I'm going to run.
I saw it in every single picture.
Don't make it a thing.
I'm not making it a thing.
You have your making it a thing face on.
I don't have a face.
She picks up her mug.
I'm just sitting here, relishing that I was right.
Honor.
I'm happy for you.
She sets the mug down, looks at the table for just a beat before she looks back at me.
I really am. You know that, right?
I know you're happy. But now do your best friend thing and tell me that I'm living on a cloud and not in reality.
I so will not. Who says this can't work out?
I eye her phone. Other than all the people online. She waves off my concern.
So, after the year, what happens then?
What do you mean?
The arrangement, the timeline your grandmother put in place. After the year, what do you do?
I open my mouth to give her the answer I've been giving everyone, that we'll figure it out, that it's too early to say, that we'll cross that bridge. And then I stop. Because sitting here with her in this moment, having just said out loud for the first time that I'm falling for him, the old answer doesn't fit anymore. I think I'm staying, I admit, and saying it out loud makes it feel more real than it was 10 seconds ago. Because if we're actually doing this, if Easton and I are actually trying, then the year was never the point. Honor stills. I'm staying in Chicago. I watch her face. The bookstore will be mine. Tanner is... I shake my head, not wanting to go there. I'm not going anywhere. She holds my gaze for a long moment. Something moves through her expression that I can't fully name. Relief, maybe. She probably wants me back here. And I get it now that her life will take on a whole new prospect when her grandma passes.
That's awesome, Had.
She squeezes my hand.
My God, smile. You've found your place.
I take a big piece of my bagel, my admission shocking me a little.
I'm glad you found it.
Found what? I laugh, mumbling over my chewing. She lifts her eyes to mine.
Your reason to stay.
I don't know what to say to that. So I just look at her, and my heart feels tender that she believes in me, that I am fulfilled here with Easton and Tanner. But I need to change the subject. A break from me second-guessing if Easton feels the same as me. How are you doing? I ask. Really?
Really? I don't know. I think I've been in this holding period for so much of my life, I'm scared of what will happen. Then I feel guilty for thinking that way.
She glances toward the window.
But it's almost over, you know? And I hate that I'm relieved by that. I hate feeling that way. I love her.
Don't. I reach across and take her hand. You're not relieved she's dying. You're relieved she won't be suffering anymore. Those are completely different things. Her eyes fill. She blinks the tears back.
She keeps saying she had a good life. Every single day she says it, that she had a good life. She says we only get one, and to make it a good one.
She squeezes my hand and lets go, sitting back.
Okay. Enough of that.
She picks up the last of her bagel.
Tell me something good.
I already told you something good.
Tell me something with the bookstore good.
I think for a second. Felix has started doing different character voices for each book at story time. And Monroe came in last week specifically to request he do the one from The Pigeon Has Feelings Too, and he performed it like he was accepting an award. One of the moms filmed it, asked me if she could post it, and our followers went up. I'm thinking about doing live tidbits on social to drive in more people.
Felix is like sitting on a pile of gold. He should be your spotlight.
I know. It's slowly coming, but we have a long way to go.
You'll get there.
I wish I had her belief. I can't help but think, if I have Easton and Tanner, can I really have the bookstore be a success too? Isn't that asking too much for this life? We finish our coffees, and she wraps her bagel in a napkin to take with her. Outside the window, the morning is bright, and the street is starting to fill with the lunch crowd arriving early. We stand outside on the sidewalk, and she pulls me into a hug. Holds on a little longer than usual. When she pulls back, her hands go to my face, which feels slightly foolish on the streets of Chicago, with the Colts foot traffic overflowing the sidewalks.
You're exactly where you're supposed to be.
Something in her voice makes me look at her more carefully. Her eyes are bright and she's smiling, but there's a gravity underneath it that doesn't quite match the warmth. I hate that things are so great for me and so difficult for her right now. Honor.
It's all going to work out.
She hugs me one more time before pulling away. Call me tonight, I say, even just to check in.
I will.
She squeezes my arm once and turns, heading toward the train. Then I turn and pull up the Uber app. My phone shows the car 3 minutes away. I step to the curb and wait, thinking about what she said. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. I think she might be right. The car pulls up. I get in to go back to the people I think I might love.
Chapter 49. Easton. Tanner got through his first cold like a Bailey. He was a little whiny, but pulled through by making sure Hadley and I knew how horrible it was for him. Hadley went to get coffee with her friend Honor this morning, and she's due back any time, so that I can get to the field for the game. Tanner is busy pulling himself up on every surface, and I've spent the whole morning watching him and trying to install some childproofing stuff around the condo. I never thought I'd restrict my kid to a certain area, but it turns out my condo isn't baby-proofed in the least. My phone dings. Hadley.
I'm gonna be late. I asked Penelope to watch Tanner so you can get to the game. Sorry I can't give you a good luck kiss. Kissing emoji.
I think she's crazy, buddy. She thinks she can tell me she's late and not give me a reason why. Tanner lets out a sound I'll take as an agreement. Me. How long will you be? I can wait a bit.
I have no idea. That's the problem. I might have to meet Penelope at the game.
Hadley, what's going on?
I'm good. You go and have a great game.
You do know I'm not going to stop harassing you until you fess up?
I don't want to tell you.
Now you have to tell me. She's keeping something from us, little man, I say to Tanner, who is too enthralled with his new toy to care what I have to say.
I was on my way home in an Uber, and there was a little fender bender. I'm fine, though.
Sorry, fender bender?
A moving truck might have hit my Uber.
I bolt to my feet, and Tanner turns to look at me. My heartbeat is like a bass drum in my chest. Might have or did?
Did. I'm perfectly fine. It's just all precaution.
What is precaution? No answer. Hadley. The 3 dots appear and disappear, and my chest gets tight as panic sets in. Had? The doorbell rings and I rush to the door, opening it to find Penelope. She walks right in with a smile. Does she not know that Hadley could be on a stretcher right now on her way to having life-saving surgery?
Hey, I'm here for Tanner.
She goes into the family room, her face lighting up.
How about me and you have some fun?
She says to him, then turns to me.
Did you pack his bag?
Mom!
Hazel comes through the still open door.
Oh, hey, Easton.
She gives me a fleeting look.
Tanner!
She climbs into the hexagon fencing thing I bought to keep him contained.
Why is he in jail?
Penelope laughs and looks at me. And when she sees I'm staring at my phone waiting for a text back, she laughs again. I frown. What are you laughing at?
She told me it's fine, but she has to deal with the ambulance and police. You know how it goes.
Penelope waves me off. Ambulance? Police? And she thinks that's gonna calm me? She has to be fucking kidding me. Where is she? Penelope shrugs.
She said they'd just pulled out from the coffee place.
I rack my brain, trying to remember whether Hadley told me the name of the coffee place she was meeting Honor at.
You better get going. Decker just left.
She nods toward the door.
You'll be late. Hazel and I have this handled.
She smiles at where Hazel is in the hexagon, playing with Tanner. Hadley.
Go to your game. I'm good.
Me. Tell me where you are.
No.
No?
A pic of her smiling at the scene. See? All good.
I scan the picture, zooming in, and I see 2 letters on a sign to her right. He. Heroes, I say.
The best bagels, right? She got me hooked on them.
Penelope smiles again. Of course she'd meet her friend there. I grab my bag off the floor and rush over to give Tanner a kiss. Thanks, Penelope.
You're going to her, aren't you?
Yep. I stalk toward the door.
You're going to be late.
Where is he going, Mom?
To make sure his princess is safe.
I wave as my answer, sprinting out of the condo and down the steps, pushing through the security gate and interrupting 3 women leaving notes.
Kodiak!
One of them shouts.
We'll make it quick.
Her friends laugh.
A little good luck before your game.
I flip them off.
You're off my list.
I hear her say from behind me. Good. I jog down the street until I find a taxi and flag it down. Once I'm seated in the back of the cab, I fire off a message to Hadley. Me. I'm coming. My foot taps, my knee bouncing, and my phone is tight in my palm.
You're Easton Bailey, right?
The driver asks. I nod, anxious to get there and see that she's okay with my own eyes.
You have a game today. Why are you going the opposite way of the stadium?
Just have an errand to do. I stare through the windshield, wishing I could fly over this fucking game day traffic.
Well, good luck today. Tough series, but you never miss a ball. Have you ever had an off-season?
I don't want to be rude, especially since the guy's a fan, but my mind is only on one thing. Or person. Hadley. The closer we get, the more traffic we encounter, and I assume it's from her accident, so I pay the cab driver and get out. He wishes me luck another time, and I duck my head to say a quick thank you. I run down the street, hating that I forgot my hat since I'm passing fans wearing my fucking jersey, so of course they recognize me. Some people try to stop me, but I shake my head or just plain ignore them. After today, I'll be rumored to be an asshole for sure. I have no choice but to stop at a traffic light for a crosswalk, and that's when I see the moving truck that hit the passenger side back door of a sedan. My stomach rolls over as I scan the area, searching for Hadley and coming up empty, until I see her sitting on the edge of an ambulance just behind the moving truck. I bolt. The car honks and I press on the hood and jump back before almost getting run over.
Hey, asshole! You almost ran over Easton Bailey!
A fan shouts from the sidewalk.
Well, he shouldn't walk into traffic,
the driver shouts back. I weave between the cars trying to turn right and make it to the other side without getting run over. The airbag on the passenger side of the Uber car has gone off and the side of the car is crushed in. She better have been behind the driver. I jog toward the ambulance and see the paramedic working on her hand. I break the distance and weave around the paramedic.
East, you have a game.
The paramedic glances at me.
Easton Bailey?
I ignore him and allow my eyes to scan over her body. Where are you hurt?
I'm fine.
But I need to see it for myself.
It's going to bruise, but she'll be fine.
the paramedic says. I place my hands on her face, turning her face side to side and examining her again.
East.
She searches my face.
Let the man make sure his woman is okay.
The paramedic says. Finally, someone who gets it. I glance at his badge. Bianco, I'll have 2 tickets at will call for you.
I've got 2 brothers. Can we make it 3?
I quirk an eyebrow, and he chuckles.
One of them is going to ask your wife for a statement in a second, and the other was the first to arrive at the scene.
The firefighter?
I narrow my eyes at her, and she laughs.
3 brothers. Me, a firefighter, and a police officer. And we're all very happily married with kids.
He winks at Hadley, and she laughs.
But I get it. If I saw a hot paramedic like me touching my wife, I'd be the same.
I'm not jealous, but my tone makes it sound as though maybe I am. The paramedic packs up a few things.
Okay.
He walks away, giving us some privacy. Are you sure you're okay? I pull her into a hug, needing to feel her in my arms. I saw the car and thought, and you were being so uninformative. I draw back and glare at her. She smiles.
Because I'm fine, and you have to get to the stadium.
They can play without me. My heart hasn't stopped hammering since I saw that car.
No, they can't. Now go.
She pushes at me, but I hug her again, until a police officer comes over and asks for a statement. And lo and behold, the same name is on his nameplate as the paramedic, Bianco. She answers the questions, and I write my number on the back of his business card, telling him to let me know when he and his brothers want to go to a game. Hadley really is okay, and the truth is, I don't even want to go to the game after this scare. I just want to hold her, and touch her, and keep her safe. When we get back to the condo, we stop at the security gate. I push a strand of her hair from her face. You really okay?
East, I'm fine. Go!
I kiss her, allowing my lips to linger on hers. Then she pushes me away.
Go.
I step back. We're picking that up when I'm done rocking it on the field today, making plays that make you hot. I wink and she smiles at me.
A double play might do it.
Maybe a home run. I continue walking backward, not wanting her out of my sight.
Watch out.
She points behind me where a big swarm of Colts fans are about to swallow me up. Until tonight, I say.
Until tonight.
I turn and sprint away, heading to the player entrance, an apology for Ripley prepared in my head. I get to the locker room and Ripley isn't happy. The team's already dressed in their uniforms. I missed all the warm-ups and batting practice, and I'm probably going to get benched. But it was worth it.
Where were you?
Hadley was in a car accident. I go to my locker and strip out of my street clothes.
Is she okay?
She is, but it was the scariest thing ever. I mean, I thought she was really hurt. My buddies all look at one another and turn back to me. What? I ask, pulling on my pants and fastening them and my belt.
I hear wedding bells.
They already rang, remember?
Leave it to Kodiak to say I do before I love you.
I stand with my jersey half-buttoned. Love. Fuck. That's a big word. Is that what this is?
Chapter 50. Hadley. I catch Easton as he comes out of the shower. Tanner is napping, and Easton has to leave for an away series in half an hour. He grabbed his clothes to change in my room before we put Tanner down. We'll have to address the room situation at some point. The minute he comes into the room and shuts the door, I push him against it. His phone topples to the floor. He looks at me and slowly understands what's about to happen.
Fuck me.
I'm dressed in a sheer bra and panties, see-through, so my nipples press against the mesh. I think you asked for new beat-off material? His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows hard.
I did.
God, I love this part. The second it clicks for him what I'm about to do, the glimmer in his eyes, the way his entire body tightens. Well, I fall to my knees in front of him and stare up at him. Hands at your side. His hands twitch at his sides, fingers curling as though they have a mind of their own. He's fighting it.
You're not going to let me touch?
I shake my head, my hands tiptoeing up his legs until they rest at the knot on his towel.
What fun is that for you?
He asks, his hands remaining on the door. Oh, I can't wait to get you off. I tilt my head just enough, dragging this out on purpose, letting the moment stretch until it's unbearable. He exhales a rough breath as if it's being ripped out of him.
Jesus.
A slow smile curves my lips. When I undo the towel, I bite my lip, watching his length harden further right in front of me. I fist him, watching him the entire time, tracking every reaction. His head tips back as though he can't even look if he can't touch me. That only makes me want to tease him further. I tighten my grip on his base and he groans, his head falling to the door. Careful now. You'll wake up your son and this will all be over.
Can you give me the towel to bite down on then?
I chuckle and lean forward, sliding my tongue up his engorged length, wrapping my mouth over his tip.
Fuck.
I'm already growing wet as I swallow him all the way down and come back up. I catch his fingers clenching, his hands turning into fists at his sides. I pump his length and suck him off, saliva dripping from my mouth and coating him and my chin. The more noise he makes, the hotter I get, the more effort I put in, the more determined I am to blow his mind. I continue to manipulate him just the way he likes. Over the years, I've learned when to push him, when to pull back. It's one of the best things about being with him. We've both learned how each other's bodies tick, and it makes our sex so much better. When he's close, he warns me, like always, even though I've never once backed away. His palms slam on the door, and he reaches above him, grabbing the top of the door frame, pushing himself farther down my throat. I ease the control and give him a little. But then his stomach sinks in, and a guttural grunt rips out of him as he floods my mouth. When he slips free, I keep it on my tongue, grab his phone from the floor, and snap a picture. His release, my nipples hard against the bra. Easton's eyes are wide, pupils blown.
No way, Had. Fuck.
I swallow, and he helps me to my feet. Then I push up on my tiptoes and hand him his phone. You said you wanted beat-off material. I give him a kiss and go to walk away, but he grabs me and carries me over to the bed, dropping on it. He strips my panties off and pays me back with the best oral he's ever given me. Yeah, I'm never going to be done with this man. 10 minutes later, Easton is showering again, this time in the bathroom attached to my room, and Tanner wakes up, standing in his crib. I see him through the monitor, so I go get him so he's changed and happy before his daddy leaves for 3 days. It's always a double-edged sword whether we want Tanner to wake up or not. I peek my head in, and he jumps up and down on his mattress, his pacifier falling out of his mouth. Hey, you. I smile and make my way over. As I get closer, his fists open and close again.
Mama?
I freeze mid-stride. What did he just say? Where did he even learn that word, let alone to call me it?
Mama?
He repeats when I reach him. Tears prick my eyes as I pick him up out of the crib and hug him, kissing the top of his head and inhaling his scent. He lays his head on my shoulder for a moment, then pushes back from me. Both his hands land on my face, and he stares into my eyes, his daddy's eyes.
Mama?
He says, as if he's asking it. I smile and put one hand over his. I don't correct him. I'm not sure I could, even if I wanted to. Yeah, I whisper. Mama. And just like that, Without planning it, without truly deciding, I have my answer. I hug this little boy as though he's my whole world. Something I've been outrunning my entire life catches up with me all at once. I want this. Not just him. Not just the bookstore or the city or the friends who feel like family. I want all of it. The zoo days and the shared plates and the away game texts and the man currently showering who ran through game day traffic to make sure I was okay. I want to be Tanner's mom. I want to be Easton's wife. Not on paper. Not for a year. Forever. The thought should terrify me. And it does. But not enough to make me want to run anymore.
Chapter 51. Easton. I swear good things always happen right when I'm about to leave for an away series. Thankfully, this time it's only 3 days away, but standing in what is supposed to be Hadley's room, I can barely contain myself after what I hear.
Mama?
He called her Mama. I shouldn't watch through the monitor like some techno-peeping Tom, but it was still on when I came in from taking a shower after the best blowjob I've ever gotten in my entire life. I thought it would just be one of those moments I got to see them together that would put a smile on my face. Then Tanner said Mama, and I stopped in my tracks, worried about Hadley's reaction. I watch her stop for a second, and he repeats himself, holding his arms out for her. This isn't my moment to see or witness. I should let it be between them. And I know I'm being really fucking selfish right now, but I can't pull myself away. She picks him up, hugging him and kissing his cheek. That has to be a good sign. He places his hands on her cheeks and stares at her, repeating the word as if he's questioning his use of it. I have no idea where he heard that word, except that he's around Ellis and Flora and all the other kids who have moms and refer to them as such. Or maybe it's all the books Hadley and Felix read to him that have mom in them. Regardless, Tanner's appointed Hadley his mom, and though it feels so right to me, I'm fixated on what Hadley's response will be. She smiles and covers one of his hands with hers.
Yeah, Mama.
All the air leaves my lungs in a rush. Holy shit. Did she really just tell him she is his mama? I wait for her to come in and tell me so we can share this moment together. Will she be excited? Terrified? Turning off the monitor, I get dressed while I wait. But she never comes. I overhear her in the kitchen, putting Tanner in the high chair and fixing him a snack, while they talk about what they're going to do while Daddy's away. When I'm finished getting ready, I go out to the kitchen. She glances at me, but says nothing. Dread fills my stomach. Why isn't she telling me? It's exciting, isn't it? Then the other side of the coin makes me realize that maybe she doesn't know what to do with it. He's up. I try to keep my voice even. She looks over from cutting up some bananas for him.
Yeah, got up while you were in the shower.
I gotta go. I walk over to her and her hands are busy, but she wraps them around my neck. I hope I'm not raw when I get back after that picture you took. And I mean it. I'm going to beat off to that picture, remembering her sucking me off every night until I'm home again.
Then I'm going to be disappointed when you get back.
I stick out my tongue. I always have this.
But I much prefer the other part.
I kiss her. Not too long, not too much tongue, and she hugs me goodbye. This is the worst part of my job right here. I walk over to Tanner and kiss him goodbye as he tries to grab my cheeks, and then I whisper in his ear, "Good boy." I swear he grins at me as though he understands. I say another quick goodbye, dragging it out before I finally leave and meet Foster and Decker downstairs. We all walk out of the security gate to head to the bus that will pick us up at the stadium and take us to the airport. Hey guys. They each turn around, and I want to ask them for advice. Why wouldn't she tell me? But I decide no. I'm not going to read anything into it. When I first heard it, it was a shock. It might be even more so for her, Tanner picking her. She might not have told me, but she didn't run. I'll be patient and wait a few days to see what happens. I guess my son takes after me. When he finds the one he wants to keep, he makes sure to lock her down.
Chapter 52. Hadley. I ask Penelope to watch Tanner so I can go to Honor's house, since her grandma is falling in and out of consciousness. I stop on the way to pick up a care package of items. Then I take the train first, then an Uber. The moment Honor's childhood home comes into view and the car stops on the side of the street, a rush of memories comes back. Playing in her yard with all the neighbor kids when I'd sleep over during the summer. I hated being home and loved being here. Not surprisingly, that hasn't changed in the years since. Honor was raised by her grandma, but during our senior year, her grandma was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease that spiraled into other illnesses and diagnoses. Honor's been her caregiver ever since. I walk up the cracked concrete sidewalk and ring the doorbell, remembering how we'd ding-dong ditch and how upset her grandma would get at us for interrupting her television time. Honor opens the door. The first thing I notice is the bags under her eyes. Her hair is thrown into a messy ponytail, and she's in shorts and a tank top. "Hey," I say, stepping through the screen door she's opened for me.
You didn't need to bring anything.
She glances at the basket. I set it on the floor and draw her into a hug. Yes, I did. I'm so sorry. She hugs me, but not nearly as tightly as she usually does, which says she's probably sick of hugging everyone who's been stopping by to say their goodbyes to her grandma. I would be.
She's sleeping. Do you want to go out on the screen porch?
I pick up the basket. Sure.
I can make us some sandwiches.
I pull a bag from Hero's coffee bar out of my bag. No need. I brought food. Her shoulders fall, and she stares at me for a long moment. That familiar guilt hits and rests in my heart that I haven't kept up with her as much as I should have over the years. Sure, we'd text here and call there, but months would pass when we didn't talk. She was here, and I was everywhere. We walk through her house, which hasn't changed much since our senior year. Although there's a new couch and recliner, it's still the same wallpaper and wooden trim on the walls. We pass her grandma's room, and Honor stops. I can see she's sleeping. There's a nurse in the room with her, and she glances up from her book, smiling at us.
I'll just be...
Honor whispers and points in the direction we're headed. The nurse nods, and I smile at her. I follow Honor to the screened-in porch I always loved. I'd love that we could be out here where no bugs could get to us as the weather warmed in Chicago. She shuts the glass door, giving us total privacy, and I place the bag of bagel sandwiches on the table between the chairs. How are you? I touch her leg. She nods, digging into the bag.
Surprisingly, I'm okay. I mean, it's so final, but...
She glances toward her grandma's room that has a window in the back of the house.
I think she's tired, and I am too. As shitty as that is to say.
No, it's not. It's been a long road. She hands me my usual sandwich and takes out hers.
Hold on, I'll get some water.
She goes over to a small fridge in the corner and returns with 2 waters.
I've spent a lot of time out here lately. It's peaceful.
Is there anything I can do? She shakes her head.
No, it's actually a little more manageable right now, if you can believe it. It's just a waiting game. She's sleeping most of the time.
She's so matter-of-fact. And although I see her fatigue and tiredness physically, she seems to be handling it well.
It's nice when the nurse is here. I don't have to do as much. But then I feel guilty.
It's just a roller coaster of emotions on the daily. But my grandma doesn't seem to be in pain or anxious anymore, so that's a blessing. She told me at the hospital that she was done, that it was time for her to move on. I've had to make peace with that.
I don't open my sandwich, leaving it unopened on my lap and placing one leg under the other. Remember how she used to sit out here and smoke cigarettes, watching us on the swing set?
And then you went home smelling of smoke, and your mom called my grandma saying she was endangering your lungs.
I roll my eyes. Leave it to my mom. I think she just knew I was having more fun over here.
Yeah, you always wanted to come here. I never got to enjoy that mansion much or see Wit swim.
First of all, it's not a mansion, and your crush on Wit was out of control.
Everyone had a crush on Wit.
Honor puts her hand over her heart.
When he married Brea, hearts were breaking all over this town.
I shake my head. He's a typical middle-aged man now.
Well, I'd still take it. It's lonely over here, Had.
She glances at her grandma's window. Let's fix that. Practically the entire Colts team is single.
Not all of them. You're married to one. Speaking of, can I just live vicariously through you today?
There's a lot I want to gush to Honor about, because maybe she can help me get my head on straight. But I'm not going to come here and make it about me. There isn't much to say. She tilts her head.
Come on, fill me in while I stuff my face with this glorious sandwich you brought me.
I cross my legs on the chair and take a sip of the water. Honestly, I don't know what to tell you.
Let's see. The pictures at the game when he's staring at you. The picture of when you were in the Uber accident and he's at the ambulance with you. Someone said he almost got run over getting to you.
My head rocks back. Seriously? That's crazy. I told him not to even come. She throws a piece of tomato at me. I manage to dodge it. Hey!
He loves you. You can see it on his face in every picture. Oh, they got this one of you and Tanner at a park, and Easton is looking at you. Not his kid, at you holding his kid.
I feel my face heat as she continues to eat her sandwich. Geez, are you stalking us? I laugh. She narrows her eyes at me.
I don't have much else to do. Plus, I think it's more like, holy shit, my best friend is married to a Colts player and raising his baby.
When she says it like that, it is crazy. Sure, I know Easton is a Colt, and obviously I'm a nanny for him. But if 16-year-old me would have known this, she would have squealed. But he's just Easton to me, not Easton Bailey, the Chicago Colts shortstop.
Have you told him that you love him?
She points at my face. I haven't told anyone. Although I love all the girls in Easton's friend group, I haven't really divulged my feelings to them because I'm scared that if it doesn't turn out the way I want, then I'll look like an idiot. But Honor would be there to console me if it went bad. I haven't. I cover my face with my hands. How stupid am I? I mean, I used to have a friends with benefits relationship, and now I'm in love with him. Neither of us has ever had a serious relationship. And then Tanner called me Mama yesterday. I groan. I peek through my fingers, and her eyebrows are raised, but there's a smile on her lips. So I drop my hands from my face.
What's going on with the mom search?
Easton called it off. Said if she doesn't want to be found, then why is he trying? But what if she just shows up one day and wants custody of him? I mean, can he be mine and hers? Honor reaches over to touch my thigh, but spills her bottle of water.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Hold that thought.
She rushes inside, but I see the nurse come out to talk to her in the doorway. I dig in the bag for napkins, trying to get the water soaked up, but I don't have much else. Honor's shoulders fall, and the nurse touches her arm, continuing to talk to her. I forget about the water, the bagel, and everything we were talking about. I go through the glass door, and I hug Honor from behind. She turns in my arms.
She said it will be soon.
She pulls back.
I have to call her friends. They made a pact to be here when it was close.
I'll stay. I'm not sure if Penelope can watch Tanner for that long, but I'll figure something out.
No.
Honor shakes her head.
You have the baby to get back to.
Honor, I want to. But she's already shaking her head, pulling out her phone. Her thumbs move across the screen, and she holds it up for me to see.
Crazy, right? All of her friends in one group chat. It gets a little insane sometimes because technology isn't always their friend, but they'll all be here shortly.
She goes into the screened-in room.
I got all this. Seriously, Hadley, I'll call you when it's all over.
She balls it all up, even my bagel that's half soaked with water, and walks back into the kitchen.
Believe me, you don't want to be here when they get here.
She heads to the front door and opens it for me. Okay, well... I give her a hug, and she holds me tightly, her back racking with a few tears. I'm sorry, Honor. Call me if you need anything. She straightens and wipes her eyes.
Thank you for coming. I'll call you.
I don't want to leave, but she pushes open the screen door and waits for me to walk down the steps.
Bye, Hadley. Love you.
And the door shuts. Okay. What the hell just happened? Chapter 53. Hadley. When Easton returns from his away series, he has one day off before his home series starts. Then he's back on the road for a week.
I never realized how grueling a season of baseball is. I should have been a football player. At most, you play 21 games.
He brings over the avocado for Tanner on his tray. Then you'd be bruised up all the time, I say, scrolling through my phone.
Did you see the bruise on my thigh?
I kissed it, didn't I? I smirk at the screen.
So if I was a football player, you'd have more boo-boos to kiss?
I glance up, and he winks at me.
Seriously, I'm gone all the damn time.
I guess you didn't realize it until you had people to come home to. I flutter my lashes. He bends over and kisses me, making Tanner squeal. That's Tanner's new thing, and I swear I think Easton taught it to him just to have an excuse to kiss me. Not that I'm complaining.
My favorite days are my off days now.
He goes back into the kitchen. I think right now might be the perfect time to tell him that Tanner called me Mama, but I don't want Easton to think I'm expecting him to put me in that role. Honor asked me something the other day.
Yeah?
I wonder if he really even heard me, because he's busy cutting up a grilled cheese sandwich into the tiniest of squares for Tanner. I understand his obsessiveness, though. I'm afraid every time I feed him that he's going to choke. She asked about the search for Tanner's mom.
Okay.
Are you still not going to look for her? I reach forward to help Tanner pick up a piece of avocado and put it in his mouth. It's a new food for him, and he's enjoying playing with it more than actually eating it. He pushes away my hand.
Mama?
This I should have expected. Here I am tiptoeing up to tell Easton, and the little man just outed me. Easton says nothing, but when I peek at him in the kitchen, he's staring at me instead of cutting the sandwich. So, I didn't tell you. I sit back in my chair. Actually, can you come here? I don't want to have this conversation with him across the room. It's too important. He brings the plate and the grilled cheese over to the table before sitting on the other side of Tanner.
I know,
he says as soon as he sits.
I heard it on the monitor, and I didn't want to tell you or freak you out. I didn't know how you felt about it, and you didn't tell me, so...
I laugh because this is so us. I really hope one day we can actually stop putting up our guards. I was shocked, though honestly I don't know why. He's probably like, this woman who's around me all the time, you must be my mama. Easton squints.
I'm not sure that's it.
He just thinks he should have one. Every show has one. Every book has one. Every one of his friends has one.
When did Tanner get friends?
He places a piece of the grilled cheese on Tanner's tray. You know what I mean. Hazel is always with her mom, for one. He puts up his hands.
I think the real question is, how do you feel about it?
My eyes widen. How do I feel about it? How do you feel about it? Easton hooks his foot under my chair and slides it toward him. He pushes away the plate, invades my space, and whispers,
I fucking loved it.
Then he leans back, giving Tanner another piece of grilled cheese.
I'd love for you to be Tanner's mom, but I'm not going to put that pressure on you.
Of course he isn't. He's probably afraid I'll bolt. The old me would have. I press my lips together. It doesn't really scare me. Isn't that weird?
Well, I made a pretty kick-ass kid.
I tilt my head. I don't want to take this lightly. I know we're married on paper, and we've started this whole relationship to see where it goes, and it's going great. I'm really happy. He waves, grinning.
Keep going.
I guess what I'm saying is that regardless of what happens with us, I'm in Tanner's life for as long as he allows me.
Lucky him. What do I have to do to get the same assurance?
I straddle him, running my nails through the hair at the back of his head. I want to keep you too, but I just want you to know this means something to me. I thought about it the last 3 days, and I can't control who Tanner views me as. And I love it every time he says it. But just so you know, if you ever want out or anything like that and worry about Tanner being collateral damage, he won't be. His hands fall down to my ass, and he pushes me closer to him.
I'd never expect any different. But does that mean you're staying?
I give him a firm nod. I'm staying.
What are our chances we get him to go down for a second nap?
He looks over my shoulder, and I turn to look at Tanner staring right at us. Slim. Easton hooks his foot under Tanner's high chair and wheels it over.
Who is this?
He points at me. Tanner's busy eating the avocado, but Easton won't let it go. By the third time Easton asks, Tanner finally says,
Mama.
And who is this? I point at Easton.
Dada?
And you?
Tanner stares at him blankly. I don't think we're there yet. I chuckle. Easton pokes his stomach.
You're ours.
Yeah, he is, I say softly. My phone vibrates on the table, and I give Easton a kiss, and then Tanner one before grabbing it and seeing a text from my mom. Mom.
I know you're busy, and I would hate for you to miss it. Here's a link to the funeral information for Honor's grandma.
Me. Yes, I know. I grunt and toss my phone on the table.
Who's that?
Easton frowns. My mom. My forehead falls onto his shoulder, and he runs his hand down my back. I think she's going to Honor's grandma's funeral tomorrow, too.
Well, makes sense, since Honor was your best friend.
I draw back, but his hand continues to run up and down my back. I love the way he's always touching me when we're close. It's the way she delivers information. Like, hey, Hadley, I know you don't have your shit together, so just in case you didn't know, her grandma died. He leans in and kisses my forehead. Just as things are going good. We're good. Tanner is good. And we actually made a profit at the bookstore last month. The little teases of live storytelling on social media are helping. More kids are showing up with their moms. It's promising, but of course my mom has this way to just make me feel less than. This is just her damage from a text. Imagine tomorrow in person. He kisses me again.
I wish I was going with you.
You have a game tomorrow. Besides, you need to get more boo-boos for me to kiss. I place a quick kiss on his lips and move to stand, but he tightens his arms around me, not letting me.
Another.
I kiss him, and Tanner squeals. When I go to move, he doesn't set me free.
Another.
East. I hook my hand around the back of his neck, and kiss him hard enough to steal whatever smart remark he had waiting. When we finally separate, I'm still close enough to feel the heat of him. Happy?
In front of our son, geez, do you have no self-control?
I slap his shoulder and get up. This time he lets me, laughing the entire time.
Mommy can't get enough of Daddy,
he tells Tanner. Man, you get the green light, and you go from 0 to 60. I shake my head at him.
Don't pretend you don't know the man you married.
I stand in the kitchen and watch him leisurely give Tanner little pieces of sandwich. For a man who was so closed off to commitment, Easton sure knows how to love freely. Isn't that the problem with both of us? We both jump into things without thinking about the consequences until they hit us right in the face.
Chapter 54. Easton. The minute our game gets rescheduled due to weather, I ask Callie if she can keep watching Tanner so I can meet Hadley at her friend's grandma's funeral. I'm sure her mom is at her side right now, lobbing one passive-aggressive insult after another. I want to show Hadley that I can be present. Sure, my schedule sucks, and she's practically raising our kid on her own some weeks, but there are times the universe is on our side, and we can be a normal couple. Attending a funeral together, hand in hand, my shoulder there for her to lean on. Callie happily agrees, joking that Tanner loves his girlfriend, Ellis. I joke back that he would be the stud to nail an older girl. In the Uber, I send Hadley a quick message. Me. Game delayed until tomorrow. I'll be there in 20 minutes. I'm thankful that last night we discussed the details of the funeral, so I know the exact funeral home where it's happening. The rain slows down traffic, pounding on the windshield and spraying up from the tires. I didn't expect an answer from Hadley since I'm sure she has her phone silenced, but what I thought would be 20 minutes takes 40 minutes. I try to remind myself that any time is better than none. The Uber stops outside the funeral home, and the parking lot is full. The street parking non-existent. This woman must have really been loved. I thank the driver, pay, and tip him on the app, then put my phone in the inside pocket of my suit and walk up to the doors. A lot of people, most of them elderly, fill the lobby. Hadley isn't there, nor her mom. None of the elderly people even give me a second glance. They're all sitting on couches and chairs, some on their walkers, too engrossed in their conversations to care about me. Thank goodness. I go to the viewing room, and the casket sits at the front, one end open. I scan the room for Hadley. Then I see her in a small circle in the back of the room with her mom, Sloane, and Whit. The entire Hargrove family has shown up. They're all in black, all impeccably dressed, with not one hair out of place. Margot's eyes lift, probably clocking everyone who walks into the room. I don't know her that well, but she seems like the kind of person who can find an opportunity even in a room full of grief. It's really shitty that I lack any love from my mother-in-law. She touches Hadley's hand and nods in my direction. This is the entire reason I came. Her. Hadley sees me, and her lips tip in a smile, her tense shoulders relaxing. God, I love that I give her that look. I cross the room and she breaks apart from her family. She's in my arms and I'm kissing her temple immediately.
You came?
She says, and I hold her tighter.
I heard something about a rain delay.
Yeah, someone's looking out for us today. She holds me, like she does when I return from an away series, as though she thought I'd never get back. How bad is it? She laughs in my neck.
So far, you and I need to have a celebration at the country club, and we should be looking into me adopting Tanner, because why wouldn't I want it all to be legal?
She draws back.
I'm already mentally exhausted.
I push a strand of her hair behind her ear. I've never loved Mother Nature more than right now. Do you think they'll stay the entire time?
Thank goodness they're leaving soon. Just showing their faces.
Then it's almost over. I slip my hand in hers.
Yes.
She looks around the room.
Here, let me introduce you to Honor.
I try to follow her line of vision, but there are a lot of people here. Sure, most are gray-haired, so it's not exactly a Where's Waldo for the under-60 crowd.
Oh, she's talking to someone. We'll give it a minute or two.
She points at a woman with sandy blonde hair, talking to an older man. He has her hand in his, and he's talking intently. I remember my grandma's funeral, and how much I hated the way everyone thought they had to tell me something insightful. It sucked. We lost her. No poem or advice would bring her back.
Oh, here, let's go now.
The man kisses the woman's cheek and walks away. Hadley practically drags me across the room, clearly trying to get us in before someone else gets to honor first. I remember that, too. No break, just a constant stream of people. Lance, Brinley, and I hid out in the family room until one of our parents told us we had to go join everyone.
Honor.
She whispers as we get closer, raising her hand, then pointing toward me. Honor's eyes widen. I'm sure Hadley's told her about me on their coffee visits, so whether or not she was a fan before, who knows? But she clearly knows who I am now. I'd kind of prefer if she weren't a fan. It was one worry about coming here. I never want my presence to be a disturbance and take away from the reason everyone is here.
This is Easton.
Hadley winds her arm through mine.
I know.
We all laugh, but sober quickly. Hadley's head tilts side to side.
Of course.
I kind of like the way she seems proud to introduce me to her friend, as though she's proud to call me her husband. I hold my hand out, and Honors falls into mine.
You've been the main topic of conversation for years.
She gives me a tight smile. I shake her hand and catch a tattoo on the inside of her wrist, a bird of some kind. I smile at her, then glance at Honor. Sorry, she's a bragger.
That she is.
Honor agrees, and a sour feeling rests in my stomach.
Hey.
Hadley says with mock offense.
I'm kidding. Most times I have to pull her stories out of her. She lives such an adventurous life, much more exciting than mine.
I release Honor's hand, my eye snagging on that tattoo again. It's old enough that the ink has softened slightly at the edges. I'm very sorry for your loss. Honor turns toward the casket.
Thank you.
Then someone else comes up to her.
Excuse me. Thank you for coming.
Our entire interaction is normal. She seems friendly enough, but something nags at me. Thankfully, the minister comes in and the rest of the Hargroves quickly say their goodbyes. Hadley and I take our seats, her hand in mine. My eyes keep snagging on Honor in the front row. Something about her is familiar. I try to push it off and just be there for Hadley, who wants to be here for Honor but is teary-eyed as the ceremony goes on. We get a ride with one of Honor's grandma's friends to the house for the reception. I've never in my life felt like I was in that much danger. At least if we did get into an accident, we'd only be going 10 miles per hour. Honor's grandmother's friends have taken over the kitchen, screened-in porch, and living area. The dining room table is covered in food that people are grazing over while talking about their ailments, grandkids, and what they can and cannot eat now. Dairy seems to be public enemy number one. Hadley stands with Honor in the corner of the living room, their heads close together in conversation. Honor's shoulders are down in a way they weren't at the service, as though she's finally allowed to exhale. I remember seeing that in my dad and aunts and uncles when my grandma passed too. The guilt of the relief, which makes sense. From what Hadley has said, Honor has put her life on hold for her grandma. I get a plate and stand near the window. When I see the hummingbird feeders scattered around the trees in the backyard, I finally connect the tattoo on Honor's wrist. It's a hummingbird. I have no idea why I'm stuck on this, but something is tugging at me. But Honor didn't act as though she'd met me before. That happens sometimes. Someone says, I met you here, and I don't remember. Maybe she's hoping I would notice first. I watch Honor across the room again. She's laughing at something Hadley says. Her laugh lines crinkle at the corners of her eyes. Something shifts in my chest. I've been with a lot of women, and at this point in my life, I'm not proud of the amount. But I'm really hoping this feeling I'm having is for naught. Hadley breaks apart from Honor, crossing the room, and I'm happy for the distraction.
I'm just grabbing Honor a drink. Want anything?
She touches my hand, but is about to walk away. Hey. I grip her hand a little tighter. Have I met Honor before, at a bar with you? She stops and thinks, but shakes her head.
No, she's had to spend most of her time here.
Hadley glances around the house and I nod, remembering Hadley telling me how rarely Honor goes into the city. I'm being paranoid. I shake my head. Two older women settle into a pair of chairs near the window I'm standing by. We smile politely at one another, neither of them saying anything about who I am. Probably Trojans fans. They talk about Honor's grandma and the house for a bit, gossiping about the life she lived, how sad it was at the end. I'm about to walk away, not wanting to eavesdrop on their conversation, when the one wearing a yellow cardigan leans closer to the other one.
Such a shame.
She thinks she's whispering, but she's not.
What will she do now?
I assume they're talking about Honor. The one in jeans says,
My question is, what happened to the baby?
I freeze. I have no idea who they're talking about or what baby specifically, but my stomach clenches painfully nonetheless.
One day here, the next day gone.
Yellow cardigan glances around.
No one realizes how much babies take over your life. I know. I wonder where he ended up. Faye said with someone who had the means, but money doesn't mean love.
The other woman nods. They let the subject drop and talk about how there are too many eggs in the potato salad. I don't move. I'm frozen in place, heart pounding so loud it sounds like a death march. I stand at the window with my plate in hand and look at Honor across the room, at her blue eyes, at her sandy-colored hair, remembering the small hummingbird on the inside of her wrist, and the word that's been on the tip of my tongue for the last hour finally arrives. Cabo. The week after Cabo, a club with Decker, her finding me in the bathroom, her fingers unbuttoning my pants, her hand pulling out my cock. That hand with the hummingbird tattoo. I gasp. No. It comes out before I can stop it. The two women look at me, and I feel heat crawl up the back of my neck. Sorry. I shake my head. Just thinking out loud. I step away and search the room for Hadley. She's smiling at something Honor is telling her, her hand on her friend's arm, completely present and supportive and completely unaware of who her friend really is. My gaze shifts to Honor. She either senses me or is checking the room, but when our eyes meet, her smile fades. It's almost as if she knows I've figured it out, and she's confirming it with the way that she holds my gaze. But it's over so quickly I fear I'm seeing things. But I know. It's her. She's Tanner's mom. I almost double over from the sick feeling in my stomach. My blood pressure spikes, and I can feel my heartbeat in my neck. It's all I can do to stay outwardly composed, to not ask Honor to talk in private, to not tell Hadley. As I stand there, the night with Honor unfolds in my mind. The dancing, the flirting, the way she was there every time I turned around. The night keeps replaying in sharper detail with every miserable second of the day. At least 10 times I almost tell Hadley I need to leave, but somehow I gut it out. By the time she's ready to go, most of the guests are gone, and her grandma's friends are packing up leftovers. I wait by the door, watching Honor hug Hadley goodbye. They hold each other for a long moment, and Honor says something quietly into Hadley's hair, and Hadley nods. Honor's eyes find me over Hadley's shoulder. I don't look away. Neither does she. I give her a wave and step outside. It probably makes me look like an asshole, but I'm about a second away from throwing up in the bushes. The street is quiet. The streetlight's just starting to come on. Hadley takes my hand as we walk down the front steps.
Are you okay?
No. I stop on the sidewalk and look at the house, wondering if Honor is peering out at us from behind some curtain. Then I look at the woman who said, "I'm staying," who answered to Mama, who has been pouring herself into my son and my life and my friends. And I think of the destruction my confession is going to cause. I want to save her from it, but I can't. and it's the most agonizing feeling I've ever had. I think I know who Tanner's biological mom is. My voice comes out thick and stilted. She goes completely still, and I don't want to say it. At this point, anyone would cause an upset, but this is an extra layer of torture. I think it's Honor. A car passes. Hadley stares at me, and I watch her process the information.
No.
She shakes her head and steps back. I nod, swallowing hard.
Why?
So I tell her. The familiar face I couldn't place, the handshake, the hummingbird tattoo I'd seen before and finally placed, the night at the club when I got back from Cabo, and then the two old women by the window and their conversation. I watch the pain settle into Hadley's eyes as the information sinks in.
You're sure?
She glances over her shoulder to the house. I close my eyes briefly, then nod. I'm positive. She turns back to me, and my heart breaks, seeing the devastation lining her beautiful face. I've never hated the man I used to be more.
Chapter 55. Hadley. I don't remember getting in the Uber, and I don't remember our ride home. I do remember Easton's hand in mine. I do remember him asking me if I was okay. All I can do is nod, but I'm not. I'm not okay. He slept with my best friend. My best friend slept with him. Now, we're on the sidewalk outside the condo building, about to walk through the security gate, and it dawns on me. She knew about you. A sharp pain has me clutching my chest. He stops, holding the gate open for me, but I don't step in. I told her the first time I slept with you. I told her, and every time after that. She knew who you were to me. Tears prick my eyes. Whether from anger or sadness, I can't be sure. Probably both. I walk past the gate, and he wraps his arm around my shoulders as we make our way up to his unit. I feel terribly selfish right now. He just found out who Tanner's mom is. This is a big thing for him, too. How are you doing? I ask. He laughs softly, pressing the code into the keypad.
I don't really know.
We walk in, and seeing all of Tanner's things scattered around the room breaks me. How could she? She had to know what she was doing when she slept with Easton that night. There is no chance she didn't know who he was. Why? I ask, picking up Tanner's blanket and hugging it to my body. I told her so much about you, Easton. This entire time, I've told her everything about us. My feelings, and that Tanner called me Mama. I feel dizzy, so I sit on the couch. Oh, God, Easton. I told her that her son called me his mom. My head falls into my hands, tears streaking down my face. I don't want to cry. I don't want to make this about me, but everything feels so heavy. I have no idea what to think. Why wouldn't she tell me? Easton sits on the couch.
Why did she leave him? There are a lot of questions that we're not going to know the answer until we talk to her.
Which I want to right now. Easton gives me a look. Why can't we? I ask.
She's grieving her grandma,
He says, so in control, so unbothered. Aren't you mad? I stand and stalk to the window, staring at the street.
Of course I'm mad.
Well, could you act like it? My voice comes out sharper than I mean it to. Because I'm standing here feeling like the world just fell out from under me, and you're just... I gesture at him. Sitting there. He doesn't react to my attitude, and somehow that makes it worse. I bring my hands up and massage my forehead. I'm sorry, That wasn't fair.
It's okay.
I shake my head. It's not. And that's when more tears prick my eyes. Not from what he said or what I said, but from the fact that I almost said something cruel to the one person who doesn't deserve it. And I still can't stop the ground from moving under my feet.
I slept with the best friend of the woman I love and conceived a baby with her that I wish was my wife's. Believe me, I'm more than pissed.
My shoulders fall, and we stare at one another from across the room. I want to go to Easton. I want to crawl into his lap. I want to feel the safety I always do in his arms and have him whisper how it will all be okay. But how can it be? We can't turn back time. For just a second, my brain goes somewhere I don't want it to go. It asks a question I'm desperate for an answer to. Does this change what we are? I shut it down immediately. It doesn't. I know it doesn't. But the fact that I asked it at all frightens me. We should get Tanner. I make a break for it across the room.
We shouldn't.
He cuts me off, standing in my way.
Callie is fine. Said he's good. Sleeping on the floor with Ellis right next to him. She sent me a picture.
He goes to pull out his phone. No, I need to see him. I push back from his hands and slide by him.
You don't.
He's so steady right now. And I hate him for it, even though I know that's not fair. Excuse me? I whip around and glare at him.
Forget what I said.
I throw my hands in the air. I don't understand. How has this happened? The tears I've been pushing back flood out of my eyes, cascading down my cheeks. I look at Easton and shake my head. He wraps his arms around me.
I know. But we're going to get through this. It's not going to be easy, but nothing changes here. You understand?
He draws back, his eyes meeting mine.
Us.
He waves his finger between us.
The three of us. Nothing touches this.
The only thing that's ever helped is leaving. His arms tighten around me and I close my eyes. For the first time in my life, the instinct to bolt feels like the wrong one. I don't want to leave. I want to stay exactly where I am. The buzzer rings. My eyes snap open and meet his. We both know who it is. Don't answer it, I whisper. He looks at me for a long moment.
Remember? Nothing touches this. But we'll never get back to where we were without seeing this through.
He presses the button that invites her into our lives. Chapter 56. Hadley. I don't know what I expected. That she'd come through the door with horns and giant fangs, maybe green skin to showcase the monster she is. Honor should look different now. Not like her, still in her black dress from burying her grandma. Easton holds the door open, but she doesn't step in right away. Her hair is still pinned up, but her eyes are red from crying. And I hate the feeling that still makes me want to help her through this. Like the friendship between us is still there. It should have been shattered into a million pieces. She steps into the condo, and I instinctively draw back. Easton closes the door behind her and steps back, giving us the room. I'm grateful for that and furious at the same time, because I don't know what to do with this much of a chasm between my best friend and me. Neither of us says anything. Honor's eyes fill, and she presses her lips together the way she does when she's trying not to cry. The same expression I've seen thousands of times. When she would tell stories about her mom leaving, or how overwhelmed she felt when her grandma first got sick. Don't, I think. I cannot feel bad for her. Why? My voice comes out steadier than I feel. She glances at her feet.
That's a hard question to answer.
Why don't you guys sit? I'll get some waters.
We both move to the family room, and I watch her look around the space. All of Tanner's things are strewn around, but I don't see any emotion cross her face. Is she dead inside? She left her kid here, and this is where he's growing up without her.
Is he here?
Easton comes over and hands us both a water before sitting on the arm of the couch.
He's with friends.
He answers, which I'm grateful for. Honor. The word is a demand for her to explain how she could betray me like this, how she could betray her son. She looks at Easton.
How did you figure it out?
Is that really her question right now?
Your tattoo. And I just felt like I knew you. But then I overheard two women saying something about a baby.
She nods and sucks in her bottom lip.
Where do you want me to start?
Anger boils in my blood because I feel like she's dodging the reason this all went down. From the beginning, you knew I'd been with Easton.
I did, but I thought he was just a fuckboy.
She glances at Easton.
No offense.
It's okay. I was.
He looks at me.
Then. Not now.
I nod, knowing what he's saying. He doesn't need to reassure me.
I don't even know how to explain it. Jealousy? Loneliness? Depression over what my life turned out to be like? You'd always breeze into town and tell me all about the amazing things you'd done while you were away. The people you met, the beaches so white, the water so blue, the food so good, the sex so amazing.
Easton raises his eyebrows at me, and I tilt my head like now is not the time.
I wanted that life. I wanted to see the world, but I wasn't going to leave the woman who gave up her life to raise me, to fend for herself. I felt so stuck. Then I'd feel guilty for thinking that way. You had come over and told me about...
Honor looks at Easton.
You? And would tell me all these things about him. How nice a guy he was, how much fun he was, where he hung out, what he did in bed.
Again, Easton glances in my direction, eyebrows raised.
How you always felt like you were in the moment with him. No stress about anything. And then... Eric broke up with me. I lost my job for missing too much time. My grandma was in the hospital after a fall, and I was just scrolling on my phone. A picture of Easton came up, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice to live Hadley's life for just one night?
My stomach sinks.
So I got dressed up, and I went to the club you told me he'd invited you to a bunch of times before. I swindled my way into the VIP lounge with some other guy who paid attention to me in the booth next to yours. And, well...
Her eyes lift and meet mine. At least I see some guilt there.
It happened.
Did we use something?
I huff. Clearly. She nods.
We did. At least you had a condom, and I saw the wrapper on the floor after, so I assume so. But then I was late.
I want to keep hammering her with questions, but I let her continue to tell the story. Honor says to Easton,
I thought about telling you, but then I thought you probably wouldn't believe me. I'd have to prove myself and do a paternity test. My grandma was in and out of the hospital, and I had this new job that was already not happy with my time away. I was embarrassed because you were really drunk, and I didn't think you would remember me. And then if I told you, I'd have to tell Hadley, and I felt so guilty for what I'd done. I thought I could do it, raise him on my own.
So you were never going to tell me?
She nods. He blows out a breath and goes to the kitchen. I say nothing, giving him the space he needs to come to terms with the fact that he might never have known Tanner had she not left him. Why did you leave Tanner? I ask. More tears fall down her cheeks, but she glances at Easton, who's returning with a beer.
I couldn't do it. It was so much work, and I was drowning. My grandma said that the best thing that ever happened to her was raising me. Here I thought I was always this nuisance and the person who stopped her from living her life when my mom left me with her. For the first time, I understood what my mom must have felt. I almost wanted to thank her for knowing she couldn't take care of me because my grandma gave me such a loving, safe home.
She looks at Easton.
When I left him, Grandma had just returned from rehab.
I had no money, couldn't keep a job because I was always leaving for her appointments. I had no one.
She presses her fingers to her eyes.
I knew Easton could give him a life that I couldn't. You have the money for nannies, and he'll never want for anything with you.
Easton takes a long pull from his beer, side-eyeing me.
You're his biological mom. He'll probably want to know you in the future.
It amazes me how he's able to keep it all so compartmentalized, while I'm still processing the fact that the baby who calls me Mama is actually my best friend's son. After I came back, why didn't you say anything? I ask. She nods as though she expected that question.
I didn't know what to do. I thought you two were just fuck buddies who hooked up if you both happened to be in town. That day at the bookstore when you said you were going to ask Easton to marry you, I didn't know what to say. I hadn't told you about Tanner, and up until then I was trying to move on. It all happened so fast. The proposal, the wedding, the three of you becoming this family. I didn't know how to tell you or what to say. I didn't even know how I felt about it all. I had just given him up and knew I made the right decision, that he was in better hands here, but you stepping in wasn't part of my plan. Like I said, I thought between you two there were no feelings when I left him.
I think about Tanner in his high chair, throwing pancake pieces. Tanner with his hands on Easton's face, running along the scruff. Tanner saying Mama and looking at me as though he was asking a question he already knew the answer to. But I hate that I can see it from Honor's side. She went through her entire pregnancy without telling me. A huge milestone I knew nothing about. You should have told me. My voice comes out as a whisper.
I know.
She scrubs at the tears on her face. Honor, I told you things I hadn't said out loud to anyone. My voice cracks now, and I don't try to stop it. I trusted you with all of it, and you sat there, knowing and...
I know, and I'm so sorry. I was scared, and I kept thinking there would be a right time, and there wasn't, and then the longer it went, the worse it got, and I...
She hugs her body, rocking for a moment.
But I saw it. The two of you so in love, and Tanner so loved and cared for. I just started to feel like he was where he should be. That of course you'd make a great mom because you've been my person since we were in the 3rd grade. If I couldn't take care of him, I'd want you to do it.
She slowly rises off the couch and walks over, hesitantly sitting next to me.
I know you might not understand it, and I don't expect you to, but he's meant to be yours. I've come to truly believe that over these months. I've never seen you all in person together, but in the pictures, it's there. The love.
I hear the sincerity in her words. She grabs my hands. Easton walks out of the room, giving us some privacy, but still within earshot.
I'm so sorry, Hadley. I never meant for all of this to happen. But I'm proud of you.
I scoff. 4? She looks around the room.
You've made roots.
Honor, he's yours. She shakes her head.
No, he's not. And after all of our conversations and coffee visits, I came to a conclusion. He's yours. And I think we both know that.
We sit there and hold hands, staring at each other. I can help you. We can make this work somehow. I'm unsure how we'll manage it, but we can try. For Tanner, I'd do anything. I don't want him to someday look for her or wonder why she didn't want him.
That's what you don't understand. I'm free now.
She squeezes my hands.
I don't want to be a mother. I don't want 18 more years of being tied to someone, being responsible for their well-being. I don't expect you to understand. I love him, I do, but I love him enough to let him go.
Her tears have stopped, while mine continued to stream.
I was at peace when I left him with Easton, but now I'm even more at peace knowing that he has you.
My shoulders drop. Honor. She shakes her head.
We're all winning here.
I blow out a breath, and our eyes remain on one another's. I'm still angry. I still can't believe she did this. But oddly, in this moment, what I feel is gratitude. Thank you. I sit up and wrap my arms around her. Thank you for all of this. And I mean it. Because as messed up as it is, her sleeping with Easton is what made this life possible for me.
Chapter 57. Honor. I find a seat by the window where I can watch the planes come and go. My carry-on sits at my side and my backpack is on the seat next to me. Everything I'm taking with me fits in those 2 bags. The day is finally here, and the nerves have hit my stomach. Over the past 2 months, I've cleared out and sold the only home I've ever known. 31 years I lived there, and now I have no permanent address. I've tried to give Hadley and Easton space, and I know that after I board the plane, that part of my life is closed, and I start a new chapter. Tanner is theirs. I signed over my parental rights so that Hadley can adopt him. As scared as I was when I first saw Easton's proposal, it feels so right at this moment. Is this how my mom felt when she left me at my grandma's and never returned? I'll never know, but a small piece of me hopes she was at peace, like I am. Having only 5 minutes before I board, I reach into my backpack and pull out the envelope. It arrived a month ago in a FedEx envelope with a cashier's check. I've read the letter numerous times, but right now, as I finally take the step to start this next chapter in my life, I feel like I need to read it one last time.
Honor. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. This isn't a payment or a way of thanking you for signing Tanner over to us. There are no expectations, there are no strings, the money is yours. I've been trying to figure out what to say. And the truth is, because of one night, one choice, I have a life I never could have imagined. A son, and a wife I wouldn't trade for anything. And none of that exists without you. So, thank you. Truly. I know you've carried more than most people ever will, and you did it alone. I hope, wherever life takes you next, it gives you what you've been searching for. And I hope this money will help buy you your freedom. From someone who understands what a second chance can mean. Take it. Easton. P.S. Hadley said she's sending you extra rainbow power.
I fold it carefully along the original creases and slide it back in the envelope. Most people would expect me to cry, but there's nothing to cry about anymore. I did my crying when I left Tanner with Easton. I did my crying at the funeral. I did my crying in the Uber on the way to their condo. And in the weeks after, when I was packing up my grandmother's house and figuring out what comes next. I look at my wrist. I got this tattoo when I was 19 years old in a parlor on Clark Street that probably isn't open anymore. I was months away from my first semester of college, and I thought, I want to be like a hummingbird and go anywhere I want. Then I never left, and I mourned that dream. Taking care of my grandmother, watching Hadley send postcards and pictures from every corner of the world, collecting other people's stories because I didn't have any of my own. But now, my grandmother is at peace, Tanner is where he belongs, and Hadley is making roots for the first time in her life. which means one of us should go see what's out there. Around me, the gate is filling up. An airline ticket agent takes her position at the desk.
Now boarding Group A, Flight 847, service to Quito, Ecuador.
I stand, slinging my backpack over my shoulder and wheeling my carry-on to the boarding area. The attendant scans my boarding pass.
Enjoy your flight.
Thank you. Right before I walk down the jetway to the plane, I look at the envelope with the letter one more time, then slip it into the trash can and head toward the plane. Time to start my new chapter.
Chapter 58. Easton.
Good luck,
Decker says, stopping at his door. A grueling 7-day away stint sucks. I've never been so happy to be home.
She already said yes,
Foster says, climbing the rest of the stairs. Not for real. The ring box in my pocket burns a hole in my pants. I want that other ring off her finger and this one on.
Well, if she needs proof you love her, I can tell her about the 3 hours we spent looking at rings.
Foster groans like he did every 5 minutes when we were in the jewelry store. He and Hayes kept leaving the store, coming back with a pretzel, then a sub, then cookies that they wouldn't share even when Decker said his blood sugar was low. We just all told him he was a grandma. But it was worth it, because I have the perfect ring now. I just need to make sure Hadley says yes. I mean, I'm almost 100% sure she's all in. We're in the process of her adopting Tanner, after all. But there have been many men in my shoes who were certain the woman they love was going to say yes, only for them to try to figure out how they can return the ring. So I'm going to be on guard until I hear her say yes. I open the door to the condo, expecting to see Tanner waddling toward me. He's almost 1 now, and my mom says he's just like me. Can't stop moving. He's about ready to climb over the hexagon thing, I swear. But there's no Tanner. The entire condo is clean, his high chair sitting empty in the corner. It's early enough that he should still be up, and nap time is long gone. I walk across the condo to the guest room, that is pretty much our room now, and peek inside. Our bed is gone, and someone painted the walls a denim blue. Tanner's crib sits against the blue wall, and now there's a reading chair in the corner. I step inside to what is now a true nursery. Tanner's name is on the wall, and he has his own bookcase filled with books. Am I in the wrong condo? I pull out my phone and drop my bag on the floor. Me. Where are you? The 3 dots appear. Hadley.
Home?
Where am I going to fuck you tonight?
Question mark?
There's no bed in our room.
Yes, there is.
I glance back at Tanner's room. What game are you playing?
You're a smart boy. Figure it out.
I look at my closed bedroom door and toss my phone on the table. She better be in there. Then I figure if she is, I need to be prepared. I did the public proposal once. This time, it's just us. I intend to confess my love and the fact that my life is nothing without her. I get the ring box out of my pocket and open the door, freezing in place. Fuck. Hadley is propped up on my bed with my jersey on. Her legs are bare and crossed, the buttons on the jersey undone to the valley of her tits. I'm pretty sure she's not wearing anything underneath. Forget the ring. I toss the box behind me and jump on the bed.
You like?
Daddy likes a lot. I climb up on the bed and go to kiss her, but she puts her hand on my lips.
No daddy stuff.
I nod. Okay.
And what did you just toss away?
My hand slid up under the hem of my jersey, and as predicted, she's naked under it. What did I do to deserve this?
East.
She says, inching up to see what I tossed. Oh, it's nothing. Just... Shit. My dick is about to fuck up this whole thing. Give me a second. I slide off the bed, grab the box, and come back over. When you tell this story to the girls, be sure to tell them how distracting you were. I had a whole speech planned out. And now, all I can think to say is marry me and wear my jersey for the rest of our lives. I open up the box. Her left hand goes to her mouth. That ring is still there. To everyone besides our friends, we've been married and in love this entire time. But that ring represents everything fake.
I have a ring.
She lifts her hand and shows me. No. I place the box down and slide the other ring off her finger, flinging it across the room.
East!
I take the new ring and hold it to the end of her ring finger. It's bigger and more sparkly than the first. Will you marry me?
I thought I already did.
She grins at me. You know what I mean. I push the ring past the tip.
You didn't have to get me a new ring.
She doesn't say anything as I slide it on her finger. I'll take that as a yes.
Of course it's a yes. Did you have any doubts?
Not after what I came home to. You did this all while I was gone? She nods.
It's time that Tanner has his space and we have ours. Since we're in this for the long haul.
I sit up and stare at her. You have no idea how hot this is.
I hope I do. But you're still clothed.
I grab the back of my shirt and yank it off. She laughs and her fingers go to the buttons on my jersey. Jersey stays on. I tackle her to the mattress. How fast life changes. In less than a year, I went from a single bachelor to a family man, and I wouldn't change a damn thing. I push up on my elbows. I love you. She places her hands on either side of my face, her eyes on me.
I know.
And I tickle her, and she squirms in my arms.
I love you too.
There are no sweeter words.
Epilogue. Hadley. The chill of Chicago is starting, and I'm remembering why I hate the winters, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong. The bookstore is improving every month, and I've had to hire another part-time employee. We've been in the black for a few months, and the boys have come in for a Colts night where they read stories, each voicing different characters. All in all, I'm super proud of how much business is improving. We're all meeting the guys at Peepers, since the Colts swept the National League Division Series last night. And now it's between the Trojans and Cleveland to see who will win the American League Division. Tonight could be the deciding game, and I'm not sure what will happen if we're playing the Trojans for the championship. Callie gave me the note at story time a few days ago. Guess it was left on the cardboard sign and addressed to the women of the dugout, asking us to meet at Peepers tonight. Let's go, buddy. I pick up Tanner. Big game tonight. I hold him on my hip and walk out of our condo with the diaper bag that hopefully has enough toys to keep him occupied for a while. In truth, we're outgrowing Peepers' back room since there are so many of us with kids now. The minute I near the ground floor, Hazel sees us and runs up the stairs. Could I have a little of her energy?
Ready to see who our mystery host is?
Callie's walking down behind me with Ellis in her arms. I'm not sure how much longer I can handle the stairs. Callie has to feel the same way. Penelope and Decker don't have to worry because they're moving into their place after the season is over, which is only a couple weeks from now. Who do we think it is? I ask, falling in line with Ellis and Callie.
My assumption is it's the boys. Hopefully they have a big surprise for us, like they're taking the kids and sending us on a girls' trip as a thank you for raising their kids this season.
Callie laughs.
We're going to Lake Starlight,
Penelope says, eyeing me.
Nice new ring. Heard it was quite the ordeal.
We all walk out of the gate and stop when we see Leighton on the sidewalk, telling Lincoln that she's going to take his phone. She's allowing Flora to hold Monroe's hand and just walk around. I guess that's what happens when you have more than one.
What are you doing here?
Because apparently the boys have decided to add one more thing to my day. I love surprises, but come on.
She opens the door to Peepers and ushers her whole group in.
Let's go see what Dad has planned.
We all walk into Peepers, and the guys at the bar turn and smile at us. They love us because we take care of their favorite players' kids, and now they're going to the World Series for the second year in a row. Hopefully, they win it this year. Ruby is behind the bar, talking to a woman seated there. I do a double take since there aren't any female regulars.
Everyone, this is my niece, Cece.
Ruby gestures to the woman.
She's visiting from New Hampshire.
I had no idea that Ruby had a niece. In fact, I've never even thought of Ruby having a family beyond these four walls. The woman spins around on the stool and gives us a small wave. She has striking blue eyes and brown hair with bangs. She smiles at us, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Ruby quickly goes through the names of everyone in our group, then glances at the door to the back room.
Ladies, you are aware of what's going on?
She comes around from behind the bar and gives all the kids high fives. She holds her hand up to Tanner, and he tries to go to her.
Nope. Sorry. I don't do the holding.
Ruby goes back behind the bar.
They're in there?
Penelope thumbs toward the door. Ruby nods.
Causing trouble, as always. They exhaust me. I'll bring in some drinks in a minute.
Callie opens the door, or rather, she allows Ellis to do it with her help.
Oh no, shut the door, Ellis.
Come on.
A deep voice says that doesn't sound like any of our guys. Callie turns around and frowns.
No girls' trip.
She walks in and we all follow. The chipmunks are seated at the table, dressed in suits. What are they doing?
You're the reason I dragged all my kids here. You better be buying, and one of you is going to get them pizza.
She points at each of them, one at a time. We all find our seats, and I keep Tanner on my lap, but eventually I'll lose the battle. I just hope Easton is here before Tanner has a meltdown because he wants to walk around.
We're here to negotiate,
Simon says. We glance at one another and glare at them. Negotiate what? I ask.
As we see it, you're all happily coupled up. You're officially in your happy ever after eras. I mean, 3 of you are married, 1 soon to be. You've all got kids, so why do you want to be in this building?
Alvin leans back in his chair, arms crossed. He's definitely the cocky one of the bunch. From what I know, he's the second-line center, but now that Rowan Landry is rumored to be announcing his retirement soon, the spot is his. That ego will just soar.
Why are you talking to us? Our names aren't on the leases,
Penelope says, not mentioning that she's moving out soon. Theodore arches an eyebrow.
We're not stupid. We know you're the decision makers.
He's too good-looking for his own good. I saw an endorsement ad he got, and if we all thought Decker's ad was sexual, it had nothing on Theodore's.
At least you got that right.
And I'm already out of this building. What do you want with me?
Wouldn't you want your friends to live near you? You can all have barbecues and your kids can grow up together. Can't you just see these 2 falling in love and sneaking out of windows to visit each other?
Alvin points at Ellis and Tanner. Hey, my kid isn't going to climb into windows to have sex with his girlfriend, I say. I huff, but Callie shrugs and cringes. Callie,
He is Easton Bailey's kid.
Simon says, as though that's proof enough. You just lost my vote, by the way. I hold Tanner a little tighter, as if saying, don't listen to them.
So, like we said, we're here to negotiate. You tell us what you want in order to convince your men to move out and let us move in.
Theo crosses his arms. We all narrow our eyes.
You have nothing to offer us that we'd want, I assure you.
Penelope's voice is firm. I love the fact that she's not telling them her condo will be free in a few weeks, because I could see all 3 of them moving into their place and driving the other 2 of us out.
What about babysitting services?
Simon asks. We all look at one another, and then our kids.
Hell no.
They nod as though they understand why we wouldn't want them to watch our kids.
Tickets to the Falcons?
Theodore asks, as though he's coming up with things on the fly.
Hockey's not my thing.
Not to mention, we can get tickets. Our husbands are Chicago Colts.
Callie raises her eyebrows.
Technically, he's not your husband yet.
Alvin says, and Callie looks as if she wants to clock him.
Okay, forget that.
Good idea.
she says, and gives us all exasperated looks. They all look at one another as if they're thinking about what else they can offer. Finally, Theodore turns his attention on us.
Come on. We've wanted to move in for 4 years. I get that the location is perfect for the guys, but it's meant for people who want to party and have fun.
So we don't have fun?
Leighton cocks an eyebrow.
No!
All three of them say at the same time. The door opens and the guys walk in, all stopping short when they see the chipmunks at the table.
What the hell is this?
Foster asks, walking over to Callie.
She's taken.
We'd never, Reap.
Simon says, actually looking offended.
Why are you making secret plans with our girls?
Hayes sits next to Leighton and puts his arm around her.
We're not.
Alvin says. Decker sits next to Penelope and slides his chair as close as he can get.
This isn't the way to get on our good side.
Easton comes over, and Tanner stands up on my legs. Easton takes him and bends down, kissing me.
Are they bothering you?
He asks, standing behind me, one hand on my shoulder.
Fuck, guys.
Alvin says, shaking his head.
Kids!
All the guys say at the same time. All the chipmunks hold up their hands.
This is why.
Theodore says.
Why what?
Hayes asks.
Why you guys need to move out and be in family-friendly neighborhoods where people don't curse.
Alvin says.
Or drink.
Simon says.
Or have sex.
Theo adds.
That's what this is about? Us moving?
Decker looks between the three of them.
Why are you here?
Hayes asks, looking at his wife. Leighton shrugs.
I think I'm supposed to be on their side?
Hayes takes Flora from her, kissing her cheek.
You're all happy, so why not just go live in happily ever after land? We're up for negotiations.
The door opens and Ruby comes in. She only has drinks for the kids, which is the way it usually goes.
This room is ours whenever we want it.
But what if we're here?
Theo asks.
That's the point. We arrive, and you leave.
Theo looks at the other two. Then they get into a huddle to discuss and turn back to us.
Okay, deal.
We all sit there, and the chipmunks look at us for a beat.
So you're moving?
Simon asks.
Yeah, you're that convincing.
Easton grabs a chair and slides in next to me.
You run a hard bargain, but it's yours.
Decker kisses Penelope's cheek.
Don't ever corner our women again, though.
Foster says, the warning in his voice slightly scary.
Now go help Ruby with the drinks.
They scramble up from their chairs, high-fiving each other for a job well done. Once they're out of the room, we all laugh.
I can't wait until they find out.
When do we tell them?
Never.
Foster holds Ellis's sippy cup for her, and Callie shakes her head.
Plus, we have the series to worry about before we all move.
Which reminds me, have you talked to the developer?
Callie turns to me.
She's so super sweet.
After Easton proposed for a second time, he said how the guys were talking and thought it was time to leave the dugout. Decker was talking to the woman rehabbing their place, and she said she had 2 more houses coming on the market in the same neighborhood. Since then, we bought a house that backs onto Decker and Penelope's, and Leighton and Hayes are only a half block away. Callie and Foster will be 4 houses down and across the street from us. We're all sticking together.
Knock, knock.
Penelope's dad, Mark, walks in with a beer in hand. I would never tell Penelope this, but her dad is hot. He's muscular, and he has dark hair and a beard that's perfectly peppered with grays. I can understand why there are fan pages dedicated to Mark Ripley. Hazel runs up to him.
Grandpa!
Hey, girl.
Ripley,
Hayes stands to shake Mark's hand, and everyone says hello.
who are we rooting for?
He sits at the big round table, and everyone gets comfortable to watch the Trojans take on Cleveland. There are a lot of moving parts during the game. Some of us take the kids outside, and there's an ice cream run during the 7th inning stretch. The chipmunks do all of our bidding, and I wish we could trust them with the kids because they take instruction well. Finally, Penelope gets some paper and crayons, and the older kids all color. Eventually, Tanner falls asleep on Easton, and Flora on Hayes. In the bottom of the 9th, the Trojans are behind by 1 with 2 outs and a runner on second. I'm kind of relieved that we won't be playing the Trojans. God knows what would happen to this city if there was a crosstown World Series. Iverson, the 9th batter, comes up and gets it to a full count. When the next pitch comes in, he swings.
Holy shit.
No way.
Ripley sits up straighter in his chair.
That's gone.
Foster stands.
They won.
Decker says, putting his hands on his head in disbelief.
We're playing the Trojans, boys.
Ripley says, shaking his head, lips pressed together. The television goes right to Bianca Banks, the general manager for the Trojans, in the stands.
Hey, did Jagger ever find out which Colt was sleeping with Bianca Banks?
Torres?
Nah, he got back with his girlfriend. They're so hot and cold.
Decker says.
Drew? I'd peg him for a traitor.
Come on, guys, let it go.
Ripley says, still watching the screen.
Was it you, Coach?
Easton asks, eyebrows raised. He frowns.
I'm old enough to be her father.
All the guys laugh and move on to talking about strategy to take on the Trojans. The television scans to Bianca one more time, but her head is down this time, and she's on her phone, texting someone. I turn to Ripley and see that he's on his phone, too.
Want more of Easton and Hadley? Be sure to visit piperrain.com/bonus scene to download your complimentary audio version of the bonus scene. Then be sure to check out the next book in our Chicago sports world, He Plays to Win. Available everywhere audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to The Troublemaker, written by Piper Rain, performed by Christine Lakin, Willa James, Aaron Mallon, C.J. Bloom, Meg Sylvan, J.F. Harding, Austin Stone, Sean Masters, Teddy Hamilton, and Connor Crace. Produced by Blue Nose. Production coordination by April Carmody. Engineering by Ron Lipkin. Proofing by Katie Stevenson. Follow Piper Rain on Facebook